the bride. Oh my God, I will go and see HasanAbi. Oh my God, I will go and see HasanAbi. I don't believe in fake views. All I need is the truth. Because I want to love our country. I want to love it just like you. Community, Hasan, make all life good. Hasan, because he loves our country. He loves it just like you. Oh my God, I will go and see HasanAbi. Oh my God, I will go and see HasanAbi.
Ay, ay, ay. What's up, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from rainy, gray, not so sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. I have a little bull penis in my hand that I'm going to be giving to Kaya. Are you eating a bully stick? Every time you guys say this, like, obviously I'm trying to take the freaking incredibly difficult to take off wrapper. It's so funny. Kaya's just like watching intently. Bruh, I didn't know you were Latino. Of course I'm Latino. Turks are Mexican, dude. We are part of the La Raza. Even though I don't speak any Spanish, which is kind of an L for sure. I wish I did. Use a knife on it? Yeah, I'm not gonna do that because it's too far away. Turkey's a part of the global Latino belt, and also Turks are Mexicans and Mexicans are Turks. So like, we got all that shit. Don't worry. Smell it? No, it doesn't smell bad. These are non-smelly ones. It doesn't smell at all, actually. It's awesome. You roll your R's majestically. You're Latino. Of course. I roll my R's because we also have re. Re is how you say the R letter in Turkish as well. Oh, shit. Okay, there it is. Here you go, baby. Oh, my God. Oh. Hi. Dios mío. Hi, Dios mío. Oh my God, I will vote. Hey, Hassan's poop sock is back. Let's go. Let's go. Congratulations, Hassan Poop Sock, for the short-lived ban. It was falsely, unjustifiably banned from the platform for supposedly harassing me, but I never had considered that harassment. And in any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are live. We are alive. And it's the 26th. What is this? New Jube? Okay. Will woke men go conservative? Oh my God. I'm gonna die. We got the Jube. Some new Jube. Of course, is Jay Mershon that immediately sent that. Immediately. I started off 10 minutes in. I show my face on camera. Jay Mersh in the chat being like, hey, watch the new Jube, dude. This is sick. Let's jube it up. Okay, listen. Might not do that. We might not do that. Folks. So where was I? Oh my God, I will vote for Donald Trump. Economia por Trump. Jube Mershon. That's what the J stands for. The Jube. But where was I? Oh, personal news. It's part of the podcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, ladies and gentlemen. And a lot has taken place in the world of HasanAbi Piker. About to ask if you're going to cover Yemen plans, Korean student in the Burger Reich. Yeah. So, not a lot has taken place in my life. Shocking. I know. it's incredibly shocking, but there's not a lot of crazy things happening behind the scenes. Normie news outlets covered my Musk feud. Yeah. Oh, with the freaking Assassin's Creed hit. Yeah. A Turkish Fulbright scholar remains that Öztürk was abducted from Boston yesterday. Oh my God. I fucking hate this country so much. We are such a... Oh, dude, I didn't even hear about this. God damn it. Every friggin' day, there's another just horrible thing that this administration is doing. All right. Yeah, we'll talk about that, of course. Oh, I saw the footage. I didn't know she was Turkish. Yeah, okay. I saw this footage on the timeline and I didn't know what the hell this was. Okay. Jesus Christ. This is the worst. This is unironically the worst. Hasan is a moron, and it's a very bad side that he's considered an intellectual superstar on the left. Yeah. Thanks, man. You're right. I should behave in a way that is consistent with what you think is brilliant. You ask these guys like who they think is like a brilliant orator on the left, and they'll just like point to the worst person you've ever heard in your entire life. It's like, it's okay, man. You and we disagree on shit, you know? I think you're a loser and a moron. You think I'm stupid. It's okay. In any case, we're gonna dive headfirst into the news, but what I was gonna say is personal news wise, I was hanging out with my mom, and she was watching this movie with like Alexander Skarsgård in it and Adam Sandberg in it, or Andy Samberg, not Adam Sandberg. I always fuck his name up. Sorry. Andy Samberg in it, called Lee. And it's like a World War II movie, but I wasn't watching. I was just playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, but I feel like Andy Samberg has the face of a person that knows what an iPhone is. And I don't know how to explain it. Like, when I saw him in a World War II flick, I was like, he just stands out as like a guy. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like, it's a World War II movie and he's in it. And I was like, you look out of place. Like I don't know how to explain it, but you know what an iPhone is. Like, it's in your eyes. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people, fantastic actors, they are able to portray period pieces, but then like, I don't know what it is about Andy Samberg where when I see him, I'm like, that's a post 2000s person. Yeah, his face is too modern. It's in his expressions. Maybe. I don't know. He just stuck out. Like, for me, the entire time I was watching it, and it's a fucking, it's a harrowing story about like this photographer that goes to Nazi occupied territories and is like taking photos of all of these victims and people that are like killing themselves with cyanide pills. And then Andy Samberg is right there. And I'm like, but that's weird. Like, why is there a time traveler with you from the future? And he's just kind of goofy in the background, like with his goofy ass face. It's just funny. I don't know. But yeah, yes, I know Elon Musk's daughter wants to come on. Vivian Jenna Wilson, she wants to come on the broadcast. I know. I actually followed her on TikTok and hit her up, okay, to make it happen. Anti-drama PSA, do not click or anything tattoo related. Peace. What is it? What? I don't understand why, like, what? Why would you even give me like a warning like that? I feel like that's drama, maybe. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So I guess it's it was fine. already. But yeah, no, I want to time traveler advice. Yeah, Elon Musk's daughter says she would go on a Hasan stream if invited. Let's make it happen. Maybe add in a fundraiser for a charity too. Yeah, we can do that. So, let's get back to it. Personal news. Kingdom Comeys. Aside from that, woke up early in the morning and was talking to one of my normie friends. I was talking to one of my normie friends that I've known for almost 2 decades at this point, right? Like went to college with him. And he called me. He's in the East Coast. Called me at fucking 6:30 a.m. I'm still in bed. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? And it's been a while since we talked to one another. I miss him. So I was like, you know what? I'll entertain this conversation. Even though I'm still in bed. And I was kind of in awe and he's a very educated guy, very successful guy, right? I was kind of in awe, like shocked at how little he knew about what was just like kind of going on. And I think, and this is a guy who's like constantly, he's in finance, right? So he's constantly involved with like knowing what's up. He's constantly reading financial news and things like that. Doesn't like the All In podcast, but also simultaneously was just like, didn't like the All In podcast because it's too political. That's what he said. And it's interesting because I'm talking to him and I'm just like, have you heard about all the stuff that's going on with like ICE? Okay. And like deportations, like they're trying to revoke the citizenship of American legal permanent residents and stuff. Like, do you sense an environment of discomfort or unease? Like, are you aware of all this? And he literally was oblivious. He's just like, no, what? I didn't hear about any of that. I always like to look at he says something like, I always like to look at the positive. Like, I always like to look at the silver lining. And it's really interesting because I don't even think it's his fault, right? I don't think it's his fault. I think that the first time around in the 2016 Trump won term, the media was dialed in on the craziness, right? The media was dialed in on the craziness, totally locked in, covering like round the clock, maybe a decent amount of palace intrigue as well. But like they were covering the insanity of the Trump administration. Whereas this time around, I think there is like a dropping of the ball as well. Yes, it's privilege. Yes, chatters. Yes, woke chatters. Fucking dunk on the normie. I know. Of course, there is privilege associated with this as well. But it's important for you to understand, like, a person like this, under other circumstances, a privileged person like this, under other circumstances, would be a little bit more in tune with some of the horrifying nature of like the dismantling of the administrative state or like violating due process. Wait, who are you talking about? A normie friend of mine. And no, stop trying to guess who it is. You don't know who this person is. Okay, you guys are so goddamn annoying. I keep like normal friends of mine away from this to the best of my fucking ability because a lot of you are freaks. Okay, a lot of you are freaks and a lot of you are annoying, and there are haters in here as well. There's like lovers who are freaks, and then there's haters who are even bigger freaks. So it's good to kind of keep myself grounded to the best of my ability and try to understand where like average people are coming from. And I was still kind of shocked because people are kind of checked out. Like there's a lot of people that are paying close attention to this stuff. Young people in general, but if you're looking at like someone who's financially comfortable and just worrying about like finance or whatever, even then I was just like, what do you think about all the tariffs and the instability that it's causing? And he was just like, I don't know, I'm not, it's fine. Like, it's not nihilism at all. No, this is a very empathetic person. It's not nihilism. like I'm fairly certain that if this person were more aware of the actions that the Trump administration was taking, I think they would be more frustrated. They would be more upset. They would definitely be more in tune. So, interestingly enough, a lot of people that are normally fairly locked in on all the things that are happening, all the comings and goings, are oblivious. And part of that, I think, is because there isn't enough broad awareness. There isn't enough people that are paying close attention. It's not at the forefront of people's minds right now. And I think maybe that's the reason why Trump is kind of getting away with a bunch of this shit. And I still lay some of this responsibility at the feet of the Democratic Party for not making a bigger stink about it. I lay some of the responsibility on the media for not making a bigger stink about it either. You know what I mean? Like, it's just strange. It's a strange reality because this administration is goose stepping towards fascism and has already started doing a bunch of fascist things, right? Erosion of what remains of the civil liberties, right? This sort of stuff is definitely scary. But yeah. Chat's always funny because, like, when you're so tapped in and when you're so dialed in on all of the comings and goings of the real world, you unironically become so out of touch with, like, the average person. That's why you guys freak out, weirdly enough, when I have a conversation with, like, a normie. The 2 Uber driver convos that I had at Vegas was probably more instructive than the 9-minute back and forth interview that I had with, like, AOC and Bernie Sanders. But aside from that, personal news wise, after that heavy, well, not heavy, but, like, you know, that long conversation, I went back and I worked out. It was leg day today. Got that shit up. Look, I want to show you. Here it is. Putting up some decent weight. But first of all, look at this. Okay, do you see this? That's crazy. The boys got hamstrings. Okay, I just want to say the boys got hamstrings and an ass. Okay, don't say half squat. Shut up. The first one is bad. My heels are lifted, but I stabilize in a second. Hold on. Like, look at my goddamn hammies, dude. Look at my goddamn hammies. Yeah, I've been getting back into it. I've been getting back into it a little bit, and you know, not bad. Not bad. It was good. It's parallel. I don't want to hear people going, bro, did not go parallel to the ground in the second rep. Yes, I did. This is parallel, and it's not even the lowest. What are you talking about? God, I hate showing squats. Everyone only woke to mention Carrie is a pregnant woman beater. What? Who? I have no idea what you're talking about. What? I'm live on Alive, and we have yeah, fit pick, white monster on deck. I was low-key hating my bad. Yeah. So that's it. That's what we got. Leg day today. Feeling pretty good. Now I'm here. You probably could hit parallel with that weight if you switched Essential Water over to Saratoga Big Dog. Hell yeah. Broke a kitchen cabinet with my thigh recently. I'm so strong. Respect. Do you have to post it? Do the correct weight next time and film that. That was too heavy for you. Hustle. It's my top set. And at my last top set, doing it for 5 with form like that is perfectly fine. You guys are wrong. Okay? If you don't get under heavy weights, like the idea that I'm doing ego lifting is so stupid. That is not ego lifting, okay? That is quite literally safe. You have to be under some heavy weights to get comfortable with heavy weights. I'm not putting like so much I'm not putting so much weight on top of myself that I literally can't come out from underneath it without proper form. You are wrong. I'm a 33-year-old man. If you think I'm going to ego lift and then potentially ruin my back, you are out of your mind, okay? In any case, let's blast off and let's get it started, okay? Let's go. ICE kidnaps Turkish PhD student. Remember when you were like, I get upset about things I don't care about, but I know are wrong? Chat's doing that to you now. Yeah, except the problem is they're not right. They're wrong. 4 U.S. troops found dead near border with Belarus. Uh-oh. Why is kidnapping an everyday thing now? That's just how it is, man. Burger Reich is upon us. It is what it is, you know? That's just how it works nowadays. Okay, I'm sorry to report, but this is the reality in America. Western media quiet on Israel's atrocities. Laser focuses on Gaza protests against Hamas. Anti-Hamas rhetoric. ICE kidnaps Turkish PhD student. New Colombia lawsuit is QAnon. Signal Gate is the dumbest, most performative pearl clutching. I know. I haven't really covered it too much, Signal Gate, because I think it's just like irrelevant shit. I mean, I know people are gonna get really mad at me, and I know like the liberal chatters of mine like really want to talk about that, and probably will get mad when I say like I don't really care about it. I'll give you my thoughts in a second, but overall, I think it's just like whatever. People mad at Hasan? No, people aren't mad at me. Okay, get in now. Hold on. Signal Gate. Snow White says free Palestine. You got to see what Benny Johnson said about Rachel Zegler. Yeah, they're so mad. They're so unimaginably mad at Rachel Zegler, who is a HasanAbi head, for sure, 100%. I know that for a fact, and she's dope. I don't care about what people say about her. She's awesome, And people are, of course, being insanely unhinged about her. Yes, I saw the new messages. We will be talking about all of them. And yes, I know Elon Musk's daughter wants to come on the stream. I'm already working on it. I'm already annoyed. All right, who has a blast off meme? Come on. Do we have a blast off meme in the chat? Or do we not have a blast off meme in the chat? This is craziness. That's not a meme. It's not a blast off meme. You're sending me... Please. New Studio Ghibli drop? No, I don't. I think it's disgusting. The AI Studio Ghibli shit is nasty. Is so nasty. And just because like you like the aesthetic of something doesn't change my attitude towards the nastiness that is like AI. I will continue despising it. And I think it's totally awful. It's soulless, and it is also additionally it's extra fucked up because we know the OG's opinion on AI. Okay? Miyazaki hates AI. He thinks it's an affront to God. It is everything that he despises about capitalism. It is everything that he despises about technological innovation, robbing the soul of people's work. And he's 100% right on it. So the very fact that like all these people, maybe I'm the friend who's too woke, okay, on this shit, but I can't stand it, dude. I cannot stand whenever there's like a new AI thing that comes out, like a new AI tool that comes out and people like it and they just start blasting it all over the timeline, I'm like, ugh, it's just not for me. You can have your fun if you want to, but I hate it. I genuinely hate it. I can't stand it. You know? And it's not me being like, oh, it's not even on the aspect of caring about this from a labor rights or like IP rights perspective. I think AI is fine for a tool. And, you know, clearly it's just the new meta and like artists need to figure out ways in which they use AI. Also, here's the blast off meme. You know, let the people know that we're live and we are alive. But and the content theft that AI operates off of and how it turns into how it, you know, spits out this like soulless regurgitated garbanzo in the process. All this stuff is whatever. I think my distaste for it stems entirely from how soulless it is and how it's just like, it's just not real art, you know? Yeah, there's that famous spot where like someone talks about artificial intelligence with Miyazaki. Yeah, here's Nobuo Kawakami, chairman of Dwango, Japanese telecommunications and media company, explaining artificial intelligence model which learns certain movements. This is like many, many years ago. And Miyazaki basically sits him down and says like, I will kill you. Like, I will kill you with weapons. I will torture you if you ever show me an affront to God like this ever again. Here. Really care all my friends from university use AI on the daily. It's very popular among normies. No, I know most people don't care. I can still hate something even if other people like it, even if everyone likes it. This is one of those things. Like, I hate it. And the reason for why I hate it is because it's soulless. And when I see so many people genuinely appreciate it and like use it on a regular basis, it makes me feel like we are devolving. Like, that's it. That's what it is. That's unironically like my major takeaway. It's not even on the labor front. Like, it's not even on the labor law or stealing other people's artwork and all of the years of brushstrokes that they've put into to making the best art possible. Like, all that stuff is awful, but I think we are unironically destroying the last aspect of what makes us human while simultaneously killing the planet for it. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I think Stavros put it best when he said, why the fuck are robots doing art and humans are packing up, working at the distribution facilities? Like, it should be the other way around. The robot should be doing that and we should be doing art. That's the whole point, right? Yeah, it's just, this isn't to say that there are no use cases for AI. This isn't to say that like AI is bad across the board. AI is simply a tool, and how you use that tool matters. I just am stating that, especially when it comes to art, like I don't know. I find it fucking soulless. I find it awful. It's also always funny whenever haters will try to be like, Hasan, you're using AI art. Or that's the secondary aspect of it that's really annoying. Whenever I like listen to someone do a text to speech and it's not AI, but everyone now then goes, oh, is this AI? Why are you listening to AI? It's like, no, it's not. There are, like I said, use cases for it. Like a text to speech situation makes sense. Like, that is literally what it's for. That's what fucking AI is supposed to be for. It's very useful, Hasan. You don't know yet? No, I'm not saying it's not useful. You're completely misunderstanding me, dude. You are completely misunderstanding me. I never said AI is never useful at all. I think that there are, like, real-time translations. That's a perfect use case, okay? Real-time translations from one language to the next is great. Being misunderstood is a full-time job for you now? I know. Anyway, I think that this is the one aspect of it. Like generative AI, when utilized like in Photoshop as artists use it as a tool, perfectly valid, okay? That's what it is. That's what people use it for, and it's great. Generative AI churning out like absolute dog water at a rapid clip while burning the planet sucks. Interesting. Whoever creates this stuff has no idea what pain is or whatsoever. I am utterly disgusted. If you really want to make creepy stuff, you can go ahead and do it. I would never wish to incorporate this technology into one of the... Miyazaki's always been the cuntiest, okay? He is famously an asshole. Everybody knows this, okay? Which is unique in a Japanese setting, because although he is the most senior in the room and in most rooms that he's in, there's still a level of like professionalism that you're supposed to demonstrate in situations like this. He does not hold back at all. Like, we're talking about a culture that, you know, finds a million different words to not say no directly. So this is like extra crazy. The end of times. I love this video. I've played it so many times on this broadcast. The reason why I brought it up, for those of you who don't understand why I'm showing this, we humans are losing faith in ourselves. The reason why I showed you this is because the latest like generative AI tool that came out was directly ripping his fucking art style. And it's all over my goddamn timeline. Like, if there's an artist that many, many years ago actively said, this is the worst thing that you can ever make, I hate you for making this, now I am doubting the entirety of humanity, it's Miyazaki. So it's crazy that they took his art style and they ripped it and are pumping out Studio Ghibli looking AI pieces now. Fascists are crying that you're gatekeeping their art. Wait, what? Like, this is what I was talking about. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. It's terrible. Tremendous alpha right now and sending your wife photos of y'all converted to Studio Ghibli anime. Incredible things are happening with a new ChatGPT update. Like, no, this is not an incredible thing that's happening. This is a horrible thing that's happening. I hate it. I hate it so much. There's no stopping this. I'm not foolish, okay? I understand that there is no way to stop this at all. It's over. Normies love this shit. They're like, oh, cute photo. I still despise it. That's all I'm saying. You can get mad at me if you want for that take. I understand that there will never be regulations on this, and perhaps maybe there shouldn't be regulations on this anyway. It's a tool at the end of the day. I'm just saying I fucking hate it. I hate it. It quite literally robs art of the one component. It robs art of the humanity. That's why that's what art is. It's supposed to be made by a human. I feel like I'm going crazy when I explain this basic concept. And people are just like, nah, dude, you don't understand. Like, it's supposed to be made by a living, breathing organism with experiences. It's about like all of the things that you've done leading up to that moment. Every brush stroke, every time you picked up a goddamn pencil, the times when you were bullied, the times when you were ridiculed, the times when you struggled, when you had adversity. Like, all of that is supposed to be reflected in what you're doing. And that is supposed to invoke emotion out of the person who was looking at it. And now it's just like, nope, it's slop. A machine made this. Maybe like I said, maybe I'm the friend that's too woke, okay? Maybe I'm being a little lame about it, but I find it dire. I find it horrifying that people are entertained by it. Like, it's a real devolution. We are devolving. We are decaying. Our humanity is being robbed of us. It's being robbed from us. I don't get it, and it freaks me out. It freaks me out big time. I find it strange. I find it odd. I find it nasty. All right? You're being too woke. Okay. You're wrong. That's all I'm going to say. You are wrong. Movies at this stage are basically the final movies, like motion pictures, have remained like the highest form of art at this stage. And it's like the one aspect that's also being shredded with AI garbage as well. The reason why a movie is worthwhile, even though we make a lot of slop now as well, the reason why movies that are timeless classics are important and good is because every aspect is endlessly, like every aspect of a movie, every shot, the lighting, like everything is intentional, okay? There is humanity in every part of it. So turning around and making everything computer, in Trump's terms, is robbing movies of its soul as well. I don't know. I feel like what happened overnight, Law? You seem really triggered this morning. Wait, what? I'm not. I'm not. I think wow, everything's computer is not great. You know? Wow. Everything's computer. The intentionality of the work is supposed to be meaningful. Every aspect of a work of art is supposed to be poured over. It's designed in a way where you're supposed to think like, what did this person want to say here? What is the reason why the set was dressed in the way that it was? Like all of this stuff. Hassan, don't pay attention to them. I studied fine art in college. I have a degree in this. You are so correct. 10,000%. Yeah, the problem is they will look to you and say, oh, you're just a woke loser who wants to protect their job and get fucked. Like, that's the issue. The issue is, like, people have no appreciation for art. And it's also another aspect of, like, education being gutted and destroyed, where people just have no appreciation for it whatsoever. And therefore, you know, younger generations are not going to have any sort of resistance towards this sort of thing. And in the process, it's just going to be worse and worse. Zylax, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. I am not in an industry that is susceptible or in a position that is like susceptible to the pressures of AI. I could use AI to my benefit. I could use it every day. You know? Why is it okay to take away a translator's job but not an artist's job? Where do I begin? Translation in real time is a direct service. Art is not the same. Art is art. Having said that, I've never advocated for translators to be fired in the process. Keep the translators hired, but also allow the AI tool to work in their stead. Do you not understand? I always say, I don't have an issue with AI. Like, let's say self-driving is established. There should still be a truck driver that is sitting behind that wheel, whether it be to, take over in times of necessity or simply for that person to still make a living. That's my argument. My argument is that these tools are simply tools. They should not be used as a way to replace existing labor, but instead should be used as tools. When it comes to art, though, that's the reason why I talk about my understanding of AI as being a tool that is very valuable. You're choosing to fight on hopeless ground. This is no different than artisan spoon makers opposing automation. You can advocate for have legislation to manage this change, but trying to prevent it is idiotically naive. Wait, there's never been a moment in this process where I have said any of those things. As a matter of fact, I said the exact opposite. Every time I talk about an issue, maybe I'm just bad as a communicator. I'm beginning to recognize that I'm just not a very good communicator, I think, because I said exactly those things that you just brought up. I feel like a lot of my commentary revolves around me just having to repeat everything that I've said over and over again, a million times over until people understand. People go, okay, my bad, I misunderstood you. Anyway, Trump is going to be making auto tariff announcements at the White House soon at 1 p.m. in 45 minutes. You're not a bad communicator. You're suffering from your own success by having to over-explain to most people. Okay. Atlantic Magazine released more texts about the Yemen strike plan from the group chat. We'll start off with TextGate. We'll start off with that. TextGate, Yemen Gate, Houthi group chat gate, whatever you want to call it. I have a lot of unique thoughts on the matter that I haven't really seen be broadly reflected in other mainstream outlets. So let's take a look at what's going on here.
This is CNN Breaking News.
All right, we have breaking news. The Atlantic has just published a brand new piece by Jeffrey Goldberg and Shane Harris. And it has the details and the text messages that the government says was not classified. And it tells you all about what is happening 31 minutes before they launch the planes that drop the bombs in Yemen. Brian Stelter joining us now with more details. There are huge revelations in this, and they certainly, how would you describe what you're seeing in the text messages?
These are shockingly detailed descriptions of the bombs that are about to fall in Yemen.
Sorry, I was blowing my nose, so I'm. Oh, I can't talk. Sorry, I was blowing my nose, so I muted myself, and then I started hiccuping, so I can't even talk. Oh my God! All right, whatever. I'm not even saying anything.
And Jeffrey Goldberg is getting these details many minutes before the bombs fall. If this is not classified information, I would like the president to tell us what would count as classified information. Now, The Atlantic is publishing this on theatlantic.com because Trump and his aides have said that none of this is classified. That has been the main defense from the Trump White House in the past 2 days, that these text messages were a mistake. Goldberg never should have seen them, but nothing was classified. Nobody was in any danger. That's the argument we've heard advanced. Because of that argument, Goldberg went back to his colleagues and talked with his lawyers at The Atlantic, and they decided to go ahead and publish the text messages that they had originally withheld. Remember, Goldberg withheld some of this information because he thought it could risk national security, because it could have put U.S. military members in harm's way. So now he's decided to go ahead and publish the full unredacted text message chain with one omission. He is still withholding the name of a CIA employee because the CIA has asked him to do so. So that is notable. There still is something in these messages that is considered so sensitive that the Atlantic is choosing not to publish it. But
yeah, of course the information is classified. What a stupid conversation to be having. I mean, the administration is so wrong. Yeah, obviously, it is incredibly classified. You can't. The fact that they were having this convo over Signal is wild. All of this is wild. The fact that they accidentally brought up Goldberg. If one more person writes a fucking dumbass cure in the chat for hiccups, I'm going to make my own Signal group with the principals committee and start doing strikes as well, okay? On this chat. I am going to go on a ban spree that resembles the principals committee's appetite for death and destruction. Okay. Our story begins in Yemen. As you guys know, the Ansar Allah movement, led by the Al-Houthi family, also known as the Houthis, which was redesignated as a terrorist group under the Biden administration under Operation Prosperity Guardian, has been maintaining a blockade on the Red Sea, which happens to be along their coastline. Biden spent $1 billion in Operation Prosperity Guardian to try and stop them from overtaking ships passing the Red Sea in an effort to thwart the flow of commerce that goes through Israeli ports. They actually saw a lot of success in this process. The people that, on the other hand, saw a lot of failure in this process was the American government. The American government spent $1 billion and did not end up stopping the Houthis from being able to overtake ships and make it virtually impossible and far too dangerous to allow commerce to flow through the Red Sea. And now the Trump administration is doing the exact same. In a circumstance like this, you have two options. You either try to bomb Yemen again, as every president has done prior, from Barack Obama to Trump 1 to Joe Biden to Trump 2, or listen to the demands that the Yemeni government is making, specifically looking at when the blockade on the Red Sea stopped. Because the blockade on the Red Sea did not exist pre-October 8. The blockade on the Red Sea did not exist during times of ceasefire. They very openly said, we're stopping our blockade. Commerce can flow through the Red Sea once again, since Israel has finally come to the table and agreed to the terms and conditions of their quote-unquote very own ceasefire. So, that's the process here. You can either listen to the demands being made by the Houthis, which is very reasonable, actually, very moral, 100%. I will say that. I have no issue stating that. It is one of the few groups in the region that is actively trying to issue financial penalties to an apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. Okay? I'm not going to sit here and say that their demands are unjust. It is perfectly reasonable, and the expectation from all of you would be the exact same during the Nazi Holocaust. If people were trying to disrupt supply lines going into Germany at the time, if they knew that the concentration camps were being built and set up and the Holocaust was taking place, I'm certain that no one would criticize the resistance, just like no one would criticize the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, unless you're a fucking Nazi, in which case you would criticize those things. So, America, being the most powerful nation on the planet, has the capacity to rein in its attack dog Israel in the region and say, hey man, enough, you've done enough genocide, we got to dial this back. But instead, they're attacking all of the people that are trying to stop Israel from doing a genocide, because we are objectively the bad guys. But of course, Trump being Trump and having an administration filled to the brim with some of the most incompetent drunkards and rapists has had an incredibly Trumpian moment here. Mike Waltz, the National Security Advisor, sets up a group chat on Signal. It's a commercial application that anyone can use. Very strange. Normally, classified information should be documented and kept to secret back channels of communication. You should never use an application that can use the fucking phone numbers in your personal contacts list on your personal phone to make matters of state security, to communicate with people on matters of classified information and war. Okay? There's a secondary side to the story that I don't see a lot of people talking about, which is that Signal conversations are slated to be deleted. They get deleted after a certain period of time, and I'm fairly certain that this group chat, the Principals Committee group chat that they had set up, that they actually invited Goldberg, Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic magazine to, accidentally, was slated to be deleted. This is illegal. This is illegal. These sorts of conversations are supposed to be documented and logged. It doesn't have to be revealed to the public, but they're supposed to be documented and logged. The very fact that they are having secret convos like this that are slated to be deleted is dangerous. Okay? It is a way to skirt accountability, and that is precisely the reason why it is illegal. Just so you understand. Disappearing message time was set to 1 week. As I said, these are the text messages that were fully revealed, from what I understand, by Jeffrey Goldberg and The Atlantic. And as you can see, it says Michael Waltz, National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, added you to the group alongside 18 other members. Every single person on that Houthi PC small group is a person that's supposed to be there. Well, I guess technically no one is supposed to be there because it's not supposed to be on Signal, but these are the people that are supposed to be having this conversation, with the exception of Jeffrey Goldberg. Now, my opinion on this is a little bit different than the way that the media is covering it, because everyone is focusing on the incompetence of this administration. Everyone is focusing on the national security issues that this presents. As someone who thinks that the American actions against the Houthis is completely unjustifiable and on the wrong side of history and on the wrong side of morality, as someone who believes that the American State Department could do a whole lot of good and refuses to do so and does a whole lot of bad instead, I don't necessarily care that they are being incompetent. I wish that they would be less belligerent and still be incompetent. I care about their belligerent nature. I care about their violent nature. I don't necessarily care that they are being incompetent and accidentally revealing the comings and goings of how the executive office makes wartime decisions. And I've always maintained that I'm pro-leaks. Okay? And there it is. This is from April 14th, 2023. I like leaks. I don't care if it's because you saw massive harm being done to civilians at the hands of our military and wanted to blow the whistle, or because your Groiper Discord kittens were acting out of line and you needed to teach them a lesson. This is what I said about the Groiper military guy who leaked state secrets back then. Leaks are good. I'm pro-leaks. I am always pro-leaks. And will continue to be pro-leaks. This is how good journalism happens. Now, of course, lucky for them, even though they were unlucky and invited Jeffrey Goldenberg into this conversation, lucky for them, Jeffrey Goldenberg is not a good journalist. He's a bad journalist. He's a stenographer for the State Department. He has actively championed the Iraq War and followed through on the lies that the American government was presenting. So for that reason, he managed this in, I think, the worst ways possible, because he's a careerist. That's precisely the reason why the National Security Advisor, Michael Waltz, had his phone number to begin with. Okay? Having said that, everyone's focus on this has been the hypocrisy, Hillary Clinton vindicated, or the fact that they made this like blunder, this very stupid mistake. And I get that. It's funny. Okay? That part is funny. And their defense of this, the administration's defense of this, has been even funnier. But I think it's still more important to remember that these guys are talking about blowing up civilians in the poorest nation on the planet. And for what reason? Because the poorest nation on the planet has decided to take matters into their own hands against a much more powerful nation in the region, doing unlimited child murder in a genocidal campaign that they have enacted. I think that in and of itself is far more important to discuss, and I don't see anybody discussing that aspect of it. I truly don't see a lot of people discussing that aspect of it. But I digress. Let's get back to the drama of it all.
But the headline here is that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth did send detailed descriptions of the military strike in Yemen to this group ahead of time. Goldberg was able to read these messages ahead of time. He looked at it and didn't know if it was real or not, but then he looked on social media and saw that the bombs were beginning to fall in Yemen. People can read this for themselves on the Atlantic website, but what you see in Hegseth's message, the key message here is from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and he specifies the timing for the attack, the first wave, the second wave, which military fighters were going to be used, and exactly what would happen when. So again, if that's not classified information, honestly, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. I just want to quickly read one of the things. It says, time now, weather is favorable, just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are a go for mission launch. And then it describes in detail what they are about to do. So clearly, these are war plans over and over and over again. Pete Hegseth has said these are not war plans. This is going to be a very difficult thing for the administration to deny at this point with this being published. Thank you so much, Brian Stelter. Stick around with us for a second. John?
All right. And furiously going through these texts right now to get a sense of what they are. I want to bring in our chief national security.
In the military, if someone did this, you'd be violating UCMJ, of course, but also Pete Hegseth. If you had that many openings as someone with alcoholism issues and as someone who was if you had been alleged to have raped somebody and there was a police report about it, they would never elevate a normal person and give them top security clearance, let alone even like low-level security clearance. So yes, when you are at that level, when you are a dick rider of Trump, they just kind of let you do it. Yes. It does not matter. None of this stuff matters. How could they plan out how to bomb the most civilians possible using Signal instead of a skiff? Yeah.
Security reporter Alex Marquardt. And Alex, what is striking is that some of the messages that were sent before the attack took place talked about which weapons, which aircrafts would be used, and what time the bombs would be dropped.
Yeah, and this all goes to the question of what are war plans, because the pushback that we have heard from the Trump administration and from Pete Hegseth specifically, who put the most detail in this chat, was these are not war plans. So that's what they're quibbling with. These are certainly strike plans because this is an extraordinary amount of detail. Now, The Atlantic is saying that they feel comfortable publishing this because of this repeated pushback from the administration, that what we are looking at is not classified. But I just want to reiterate what our colleague Brian Stelter said. If this is not classified, we don't know what is. This is some of the most valuable information when it comes to carrying out strikes that, in fact, the CIA Director John Ratcliffe said yesterday, this is the kind of stuff, these pre-strike deliberations should take place in classified channels. They did not. So not only do we have all kinds of information about what was going to happen, we now also have information about what happened afterwards, essentially a post-strike assessment report, which is not something that we had seen in the original report from Jeffrey Goldberg. All he had said was that Pete Hegseth, in the hours prior to this strike on the Houthis on March 15th, laid out operational details, timing, weaponry, etc. So a lot more details here. We have at 12:15, Pete Hegseth says the first launch of F-18s. And then in all caps, as he's laying out the timing of how this is going to go, he writes, this is when the first bomb.
What was the best way for Goldberg to have handled the situation, in your opinion? Never reveal that he actually has access to this data until he gets something that is so alarming that he writes about it. I think he just stays in the chat. If they don't recognize that he's in the chat, he just stays in the chat and he keeps logging for as long as he can. Or he reveals the plans instantly. That's espionage? No, it's not espionage. You want to know why it's not espionage? Because they fucked up. It's not like he snuck into the chat. They added him. What do you mean? You can't say something is espionage. Put me down? No, I will not be putting you down. I'm going to shake you a little bit too. Shouldn't this one action already be enough? Like in any other administration, I can see this being a huge deal compared to now. No, nothing is a huge deal anymore. Would have been illegal for him to do this. He has an affirmative duty to let them know he fucked up. They fucked up, you mean, not he. I know what you're saying, but he can't just lay in wait. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about the affirmative duty in this situation. I don't think you guys understand. I am an unconditional supporter of Edward Snowden, Julian Assange, Chelsea Manning, and many others. Okay? So you're not going to get me to go, yeah, he actually shouldn't gather as much intel as possible and then blow the whistle on all of it. What are you talking about? He's a journalist. The expectation from us as American citizens should not be to have journalists play ball with the State Department. Every single person, every single journalist should be inherently contentious towards the State Department. But because in the aftermath, especially of 9/11, this attitude has completely been shredded, that we don't even expect them to do journalism. We expect them to be good people that never violate any rules or laws. Like, what are you talking about? Virtually every big investigation from the Pentagon Papers all the way back to uncovering the massacres in Vietnam, shouts out to Seymour Hersh for that, they were all actions that were inherently against the State Department's opinions and goals. And they were illegal, technically. Modern liberals have unironically forgotten about what journalism is supposed to be. Playing ball with an administration and playing ball with a government is not what journalism is. But of course, that's the reason why Mike Waltz, the freaking national security advisor to the Trump administration, has Jeffrey Goldberg's phone number to begin with. That's it. It is the heart of the problem with modern journalism. It is part of the reason why people don't trust journalists in general. And I talked about this yesterday. Hey, journalists here, the reality is if you add a journalist or invite them into a room, you open yourself up to getting reported on. It doesn't matter how they got there. For example, the reporter going into your bedroom and reporting on your phone call with your manager, it is part of the game. People in chat are dumb. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's free game, baby. What is a journalist supposed to do? Then they have their job is not to do journalism. Their job is to be a stenographer. And you're openly recognizing that. You're openly stating that you want journalists to be a stenographer of the State Department. Like, that's wild to me. I don't understand that at all. I tweeted about this yesterday, and people were kind of mad at me for that as well. I said, where is it? Jeffrey Goldberg refusing to dump all the text messages in the Houthi signal chat is exactly why the NatSec advisor had his personal phone number. It is precisely the problem with fake journalists at legacy publishers. They're stenographers with the State Department. This person says he hasn't dumped them yet. They're going to be pulled by Senate Intelligence Committee after testimony from everyone involved that no classified information was shared. It's not ideal for Twitch streaming, but sometimes it's better to be patient. It's like, this is not about Twitch streaming. Like, what? The expectation that you have to wait for the State Department to tell you what you are allowed to report is insane. You know? It's crazy to me. Sometimes it's better to be right than to be the first to post about it. What? They think you were wrong because they got published? Wait, what? People were mad at you for that. Your replies are very stupid. Yeah, always. It's Twitter. Twitter is very stupid. Wait for the State Department to censor potential info that shows how fucking dumb the admin is. A moron. Yeah. So here's the thing. What you're supposed to do in this situation is go to your legal team that knows what kind of information is not publishable. Okay. You're supposed to black out certain pieces of information. Like you can't, there's an argument to be made about not uncovering like CIA operatives, for example. If you ask me, I don't really care, but I understand why, you're not supposed to unmask active duty service members and put their lives in harm's way. It's a moral, there is also like a moral argument there as well in terms of like, do you want to be responsible for someone getting killed, right? Like that's a thing that you have to think about. One of the best examples of this, of course, is the way that the now disgraced but formerly award-winning journalist Glenn Greenwald and the way that he went about reporting on all of the information uncovered by Edward Snowden. Okay? Like, there were plenty of parts of the Edward Snowden documents that were, of course, redacted. Same with Chelsea Manning. There's always going to be plenty of parts that will be redacted. Okay? Now read your own tweet. What do you mean? I understand that part. Okay? I understand that. When I say dump all the text messages, I'm saying you can redact key aspects of it. Playing ball with the State Department and waiting for them to give you the go-ahead is not journalism. At no point am I saying you should wait for the State Department and get the go-ahead from the State Department. That is not journalism. The irony, of course, is that there are still parts of the text messages, from what I understand. If you get the go-ahead from the editor of the State Department, you don't get the Watergate leaks. Exactly. That's what I mean. Like, what are we talking about? Like, I think maybe a lot of people don't understand, like, the history of journalism in the United States of America or how it's supposed to work. And that's fine. That's okay. I mean, this is a big part of This is a big part of why I do what I do, where I try to explain to you media literacy and look at American media and Western media and media all around the world through a critical lens. And this is part of it. This is part of my job here. But so much reporting would just never be released if they waited on the State Department to give you the go-ahead, in which case that's not journalism at all. That's just you're being, once again, a stenographer for the State Department. Whistleblowers are supposed to uncover truths that the government wants to hide. It's very interesting that people don't understand this. It's not Jeffrey Goldberg's job to maintain state security. His job is actually to sometimes violate state security. His job is directly supposed to be adversarial to every single person that's in that group chat. You're not supposed to play ball with them, ever. If you are playing ball with them, that means you're not doing journalism. You're doing the opposite. That's why I say he is a stenographer for the State Department rather than one who is directly at odds with it, which is precisely the reason why this conversation now is on the aesthetics and the silliness of the administration and not necessarily the actions that were being taken here.
Bombs will definitely drop. That is extraordinarily sensitive information. And the point that we have been making and that Jeffrey Goldberg and his colleague Shane Harris make in this report is, if it were not Goldberg in this chat, if it were someone else who could have shared this information with the Houthis, with other adversaries, they would have had access to an extraordinary level of detail about what was just going to happen. But I really do want to highlight some of the new information that we got here about what happened in the wake of this strike, because what we had understood was that Pete Hegseth and perhaps John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, that they had put the most sensitive information into this group chat. Here we have Mike Waltz, the national security advisor. He's also adding some extraordinarily sensitive information into this chat because he gives the group a sense of what happened in the aftermath. He writes that a building collapsed. He actually said that specifically to J.D. Vance, the vice president. He talks about this building collapsing, the fact that they were able to kill what he called the top missile guy who was walking to his girlfriend's building, and it has now collapse. So this is an after-action report from the National Security Advisor. He praises the intelligence community. He praises Pete Carilla, the head of Central Command. So this is just, again, a remarkable...
How can people see the state media as a sign of totalitarianism but want the State Department stamp on all information? I know. It's like people talk about the restrictions placed upon free press in China, and then without a shred of irony will unironically say we need to implement similar structures here in the United States of America. And it's like, how are you? No, I want journalists to operate freely and be adversarial both in China and also in the United States of America. Like, what are we talking about? It's very important. Like, why are we waiting for the stamp of approval from the state for journalists to do their job? If that was the case in every single story, there would be so much information that you'll never get access to. Required reading in journalism school should legit be manufacturing consent. Changed my whole perspective on how I work after I read it. Yeah.
Level of detail. We have heard in the past 24 hours the Trump administration sticking to their guns, saying that none of this is classified information, but that they don't want it out there because they don't want, as Carolyn Levitt said, internal and private deliberations amongst high-level senior staff to be put out there. They objected to this release, but we now have much fuller detail in terms of what was in these text messages on this Signal chat. And of course, guys, this comes just
especially this administration, you have no duty to defend them. You, as a matter of fact, I would say, have a duty not to defend them, to constantly present yourself as an adversary. If you are a journalist who cares about this job, who cares about the future of journalism, who cares about the future of democracy, theoretical or in practice, you have a duty not to work with this government and to do the exact opposite. It's crazy. There is nothing, no holds barred. It's crazy to me that people still maintain this notion that, like, people still maintain this notion that you have to make sure that the information is that you're presented with, due to the ineptitude of this administration, is one that you have to get additional stamps from the state from. Like, get the fuck out of here. How is that any different than, like, having a military censor, like in the IDF, carefully go through everything that you are releasing? Then it's not real journalism in that point.
An hour and 15 minutes before these intelligence officials are supposed to sit down again in front of an intelligence committee on Capitol Hill.
This is when the first bombs will definitely drop. Again, an extraordinary level of detail on a text exchange before the actual bombs drop. And one point I want to reiterate here is that while Pete Hegseth and others say this was not classified information, that might be semantic only because Pete Hegseth himself can't even retroactively say information was not classified. Alex Marquardt, thank you for that reporting.
Let's get to Jeff Zeleny, who is at the White House for us. Jeff, these are extraordinary text messages that a reporter was added into this group. Mike Waltz saying it was a mistake. How is the Trump administration and the Trump White House going to explain this? And are you hearing anything from them? Because they have been standing by all of the members of this group, including the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth.
Look, Sarah, as you were just saying there, we're getting an extraordinary minute-by-minute look at some of those messages now that the Atlantic has published in the wake of the president's and others' assistance yesterday. There was no classified information in these, but we're also getting a peek behind what led to the publishing of these. The Atlantic, we're told, as they're writing in the magazine this morning, that they alerted the White House and other national security agencies and said that they did plan to publish and ask if there were any objections. So the White House press secretary is pushing back again this morning, a very familiar page from the Trump playbook, and again attacking the Atlantic, calling it a hoax, going after
They should all be sucking up to the Atlantic, you know what I mean, for not immediately leaking this information, which they should have, in my opinion. Like, he should be kissing Goldberg's feet for not immediately verifying whether or not this group chat was had any veracity. Like, that's another thing. Jeff Goldberg being like, oh, I thought it was a joke. Like, dude, what is wrong with you? You are the editor-in-chief of a prominent legacy media publisher, and you didn't, like, you had this incredible scoop dropped on your feet, okay, placed upon you on a silver platter, and you didn't investigate further. You didn't, like, try to see if these numbers were actually the numbers of the people that you were in the group chat of, to figure out whether or not this was a real conversation taking place and then instantly report on it. Every part of the story frustrates me as someone who does a lot of media criticism, okay? Like, it's insane to me that he was just like, oh, I was in the group chat and I was like, oh, this is a funny meme. Like, you're not a random guy. You're not a random guy. You should know better. And then he left the group chat too. He's like, I'll see myself out. Peace, boys. Every part of this is so frustrating. Him saying he thought it was a joke is a lie, bro. Yeah, I'm willing to bet that is a lie. Yes.
Some long-held grievances that the president has held with Jeffrey Goldberg, who's been the author of several pieces over the years that the president has not liked. But the White House press secretary is also going after a Wall Street Journal editorial this morning that is taking a specific look at Steve Witkoff. He, of course, is one of the president's close friends, who's a Middle East envoy. He was meeting with Vladimir Putin on March 13th at the time that all these conversations and signal messages were going on, but the White House is pushing back and saying he was not using his personal phone while he was in Moscow. He was using a government phone when he returned back. But the actual substance of this, so this is what certainly will be shined a light on at the House hearing that is now scheduled to begin in just a little over an hour. The very specific details of these wartime plans from the weather conditions for the bombs are about to drop. So again, as we saw yesterday, the light was shining on the defense secretary. We saw the director of national intelligence and the CIA director saying it was up to the defense secretary to answer questions if these were indeed the classified war plans. And now we can see for ourselves very operational.
I'm a fan, but why'd you use a rare opportunity to noticeably call out Elon Musk's corruption and racism to invite him to collab and game with you instead? Why do you want to collab with a Nazi? As a fan, I think you should probably understand that if he were to come on this stream, it would not be to simply collaborate and have a tickle party. I think that's just like me saying, like, come on the stream. Are you okay? Like, do you think that if Elon Musk came on the broadcast that I wouldn't use that as an opportunity to ask him some serious pointed questions? You think I would You think I would just like have fun with him, like, and talk about how wonderful he is? Perhaps you should ask yourself how you arrived at such an unimaginably uncharitable and perhaps stupid opinion of me. You know? Ask yourself that. It's just negative critical thinking skills all the way down, I think. Wow, Donald Trump wants to come on your stream. It seems like you want to platform Donald Trump. Sweetie, have you thought about the repercussions of platforming the president? Or platforming the shadow president? Also, it's so funny because like Elon Musk, despite his endless stupidity, also understands that that invitation is simply bait and didn't bite it. But that chatter personally thinks I love Elon Musk now. What a strange way to approach this issue. Anyway, let's continue.
Details there that certainly are now giving new fodder for more questions. So the White House was thinking yesterday, was hoping that they were going to put this behind them, at least the political fallout from this. And they're trying to make it into a political scandal, not a national security controversy. We shall see how successful they are in doing that. But now having all of these plans in front of us, it certainly looks like minute by minute by minute what was about to happen. Certainly seems like war plans and war planning to anyone who's reading it.
Latest fallout from the
Yeah.
national security breach in the Trump administration. A reporter mistakenly invited to a group chat about an attack on Yemen on a widely available messaging app.
And top intelligence officials face questions, as you can imagine, on Capitol Hill as the president defended his national security advisor. Our chief global affairs anchor, Martha Raddatz, has the latest for us. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, Robin. This morning, all eyes once again on the White House. This has been an extraordinary 24 hours with the president and some of his most senior cabinet officials trying to brush off this story by attacking the reporter Jeffrey Goldberg. But Goldberg did not seek out this explosive story. He was handed it.
Yeah, the media intrigue side of the story is actually shocking. Like, I haven't heard anyone from any serious news publication turn around and say, it's kind of odd that he didn't reveal this information immediately. As a matter of fact, they keep celebrating the fact that it was actually Jeffrey Goldberg and not some other scary person, like a person who would do real reporting on the matter. It just strikes me as so strange because, like, it almost feels like the media, all of these, like, legacy publishers are unironically praising Goldberg for doing something that their jobs require him not to do, for doing the opposite of what he was supposed to do in that process. It's very strange. It's very, very strange. I don't know.
This morning, The Atlantic calling the Trump administration's bluff, publishing the entire text chain between the administration's national security team on the operational plan for this month's U.S. attack on Iranian-backed Houthis. A new article from editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg shared the detailed text from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, sending the group a rundown of the operation from the time F-18 fighter jets would launch to when the first bombs would drop and the time Tomahawk missiles would launch. The Atlantic also publishing most of the names of the people included in the chat. This morning, the White House doubling down on claims these were not war plans. President Trump's national security team on the defensive, with Democrats now calling for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's resignation. The secretary trying to deflect any blame and downplay that extraordinary security breach, where Hegseth reportedly shared highly sensitive operational plans in a group chat about this month's U.S. attack on Iranian-backed Houthis.
Nobody's texting more plans.
Kazu, you're up.
I know exactly what I'm.
Sorry to bother you, but will you cover the kidnapping of a Turkish PhD student by ICE? No. I will not. I refuse to. What do you think? Do you think it's on the docket? Yes. The answer is yes.
Doing exactly what we're directing, and I'm really proud of what we accomplished. The successful missions that night and going forward.
Just hours earlier, President Trump's national security advisor, Mike Waltz, saying the blame lies with him.
I take full responsibility. I built the group.
In the White House with President Trump, Waltz unable to explain how journalist Jeffrey Goldberg from The Atlantic was invited into the chat group where war plans were laid out.
I've never met, don't know, never communicated with, and we are...
How did his phone number get in your phone, big dog? How'd that happen? How? You know? Important questions. Now, we're going to watch Laura Ingraham on Fox News ask some of these questions of Mike Waltz. And it's actually interesting because, like, Laura Ingraham, ironically enough, despite being a government stooge and state media, actually asks him some pointed questions. It's interesting where she does, like, kind of some journalism, surprisingly enough.
And we are looking into and reviewing how the heck he got into this room.
President Trump last night in an interview with Newsmax with his own theory.
What it was, we believe, is somebody that was on the line with permission.
Michael Waltz claimed that he's never met, don't know, never communicated with Jeffrey Goldberg. Here's a photo of Waltz standing next to Goldberg during a 2021 event at the French Embassy. The event Waltz attended, a Q&A with French filmmaker, was moderated by Goldberg. He's right behind him, dude. It's like Elon being like, I've never seen Ghislaine Maxwell. I've never heard of Ghislaine Maxwell. I don't even know what she is. I don't know what she does. I have no idea what she's about to do. Never seen her.
Somebody that was with Mike Waltz, worked for Mike Waltz at a lower level, had, I guess, Goldberg's number.
This is also funny. Okay, this is also pretty funny because even even Waltz hasn't gotten his story straight. Like when this came out, and they had like what 2 days now, the immediate goal should be to find a coherent narrative and stick to it. And because they are so incredibly incompetent, they can't even find a coherent, consistent narrative here. And the part of this that I don't see a lot of people talk about is this. This is illegal. You cannot have disappearing messages in 4 weeks when it's the Principals Committee having private correspondence over classified war plans. You can't talk about striking a foreign nation, which, by the way, still at a certain point in time required congressional approval. Okay, we are so far past that point. I'm not even going to get into it because they're declared a terrorist organization, so you can do whatever you want, and there's no congressional approval necessary. But like at a certain point in time, this would be the main conversation. They'd be like, what do you mean you're using American military without congressional approval to strike foreign countries? That seems insane. That seems illegal because it was, and it still should be. But we're not even having that conversation. And also, they're not even having this conversation. What is going on? It's wild how the standards have shifted so dramatically. they're gone. It's eroded. There's nothing. There's no oversight whatsoever. You got a bunch of dudes in a group chat with their personal phones with disappearing messages going, yeah, we should strike this place next. Yeah, hell yeah. I didn't even look to see who else was in this group chat. I'm sure it's fine. It's copacetic. Let's go. It's incredible.
Or called through the app, and somehow this guy ended up on the...
Couldn't they argue it's the same as a phone call? No. Okay? Because, again, phone calls like this are supposed to be done with... are supposed to be documented. Okay? You can't do that on a phone call either. You're not... Like there are places where you can do this sort of there are places where you can have this sort of back and forth, this sort of communication through a secure line with all of the conversation being documented. You can't just do it via text message. What do you mean? You might as well tweet it out, you know? Hey man, let's just have this convo in broad daylight on Twitter. Let's have this back and forth on Twitter. We'll do a Twitter comms for it. It's ironic because there are chatters in this community that have security clearances. They all know that if they were to do something a fraction, if they were to do something that is like a fraction as bad as what these guys did, they would be put in prison. They would lose their security clearance, they would lose their job, and perhaps they would be facing prison time. Because for normal people, you go to jail for this. This is not just like a minor violation. This is a major violation.
Call.
Goldberg says it was Waltz himself who added him to the chat on the app Signal, where he says he saw texts from Hegseth that laid out specific war plans, saying the plan included precise information about weapons packages, targets, and timing.
There was no classified information, as I understand it. They used a app, if you want to call it an app, that a lot of people use, a lot of people in government use, a lot of people in the media use.
Signal is an encrypted commercial messaging app, but it's not clear to transmit classified information or presumably highly sensitive war plans.
Yeah, here's the video. A leaked private training video from ProPublica that uncovered the... Hold on. How do I...
Yeah, so that's where things get really tricky as a political appointee.
Here.
And you mentioned emails a lot, but Michael, what are other records? Do Signal chats count as records?
Yeah, so that's where things get really tricky as a political appointee, especially, for those who've never worked in federal government before. There's plenty of apps and other messaging platforms out there, whether it's deleting messages, encrypted communications, or whatnot. But all the agencies under the federal government are governed by certain records retention policies. So you have to be careful with whatever agency you're working at, that you're following those policies. That's another way that political appointees get into trouble sometimes, is they're using these encrypted chat platforms or self-deleting messages, and they are, in some sense, violating the law by deleting those. Because if you're conducting official business, whatever communication was transmitted to conduct that official business, that's a federal record, and it needs to be properly retained so that someone can request it under FOIA.
And you mentioned emails a lot, but
Yep.
Michael.
They know. Of course, it's illegal. Yes, it is totally not allowed. Big time. Okay, it's super illegal. You can't do that. There needs to be proper documentation. Like, even if it's not made public, it needs to be in the public record. Albeit the classified parts will be redacted, but you need to go back and be like, why did these guys make these decisions? It's crazy. Ironically enough, half of the conversation about like Hillary's butter email scandal was about this.
National security officials are told to.
Trump was like, lock her up. Talking about Hillary Clinton, which, oh, God, it would have been so sick if he actually had done that. But he's a coward who lies about everything, including all the good things that he was supposed to do. But, you know, this is what the buttery mails was about. The buttery mails was literally this.
To rely instead on secure rooms at the White House and elsewhere.
I gotta pee.
In 2021, a Pentagon internal watchdog report found Signal to be an unauthorized means of communicating sensitive information and breached the department's records retention policies. But even though the Trump administration is trying to deflect blame, Democrats on the Hill are pressing for accountability, grilling intelligence officials on Tuesday.
This is utterly unprofessional. There's been no apology.
It's an embarrassment. Senator, you need to do better. You need to do better.
Demanding answers from the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, and CIA Director John Ratcliffe, two officials who were on that signal chain. The growing scandal even has some Republicans breaking ranks with the administration.
What do you make of the White House saying that no war plans were shared, criticizing the reporter?
That's baloney. I don't think they ought to just be honest and own up to it.
Gabbard and Ratcliffe will be back on the Hill today facing more questions, and the controversy could grow. The White House confirming this morning that Elon Musk's team is now involved in efforts that the White House says will make communications more secure and efficient. Robin?
So many layers to this story. All right, Martha, thank you.
Joining us now, one of the principals who was on that Signal chat, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Advisor Waltz, thank you for joining us tonight. The president expressed complete confidence in you today and his entire cabinet. But how did a Trump-hating editor of The Atlantic end up on your Signal chat?
You know, Laura, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but of all the people out there, somehow this guy who has lied about the president, who has lied to Gold Star families, lied to their attorneys, and
this Trump hater, how did this Trump hater get on the fucking group chat, Mike? It's so funny. It's just... She's like, why not me? Why do you got the Trump haters in the group chat? I would like to be in the group chat. I mean, Pete's my colleague, for fuck's sake, right? The DOD, the head of the DOD is literally my former colleague. Put me in the group chat. Laura Ingraham, I'll give you my phone number right now. I'll airdrop it to you.
Gone to Russia hoax, gone to just all kinds of links to lie and smear the president of the United States, and he's the one that somehow gets on somebody's contact and then gets sucked into this group.
Is someone in your intel? Is someone in your intel team trying to cause trouble here? Because that's the scuttlebutt out there.
Look,
that
we have people. We have people. No, look, this is a great group. The president has a great team. This is not first term.
No, your team. I'm not talking about the other principals.
No. These were principals and a couple of staff that were coordinating, as you saw, having a policy discussion as we went forward, and then just in the days before what was an incredible strike. Not only did we take out people that the Biden team never could, that we took out headquarters, missile caches, and actually...
This is also complete nonsense. Like, the Biden admin hit the Houthis as hard as they could. They did it over and over again.
One of the leaders of the Houthi organization, we've since taken out several since, and, you know, that's what they don't want to talk about.
Also, the targeting and the like super Israel nature, which I guess like we taught Israel how to behave in that regard. So I don't want to give them too much credit on this, but the notion that like, oh, it's a perfectly permissible target. It was so sick. It was the best target of all time. You killed like 30 plus, I think it was like 50. I can't remember the exact number. It was like civilians. Like you killed a bunch of civilians. You killed multiple children. You're talking about killing multiple children on national television. As a matter of fact, that's the other side of the story that is very frustrating for someone like myself, where I look at this situation and I'm in awe of the fact that, like, obviously Laura Ingram's not going to do this, but like no one in the media is going, hey, they killed a bunch of kids in Yemen, in the poorest nation on the planet, like without congressional approval, with like in a private group chat, like every part every part of the story is just completely messed up. And it seems odd that the only thing that everyone's hyper focusing on is like the belligerent nature of this admin, the incompetence of this admin. But they're not necessarily talking about that side of it. And I find it very strange. I find it strange that so much of the liberal outlets have completely given up on even calling to question the active war crimes of this administration. Like none of that is even up for debate at this point. We're just all on board with it, and that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly normal. Like, of course you're going to kill a bunch of kids, because if I recall, even under Trump 1, right? Even under Trump 1, when there was a lot of back and forth about all the stuff that Trump was doing. I remember when the Saudi coalition forces that were backed by the United States of America, that were using American targeting systems and using American munitions, when they dropped a bomb on a school bus and killed a bunch of children, that made it into national news. People were talking about how unacceptable that was. That was kind of crazy that happened. And it's weird because it's Trump too, and he's directly doing that. And no one is going, hey, we killed a bunch of kids. Like the American government just killed a bunch of kids in the poorest nation on the planet. What's going on there? That's crazy. Also, congressional permission for military action hasn't existed in my entire lifetime, law. I know. I'm a little bit older than you guys. So I know that, I mean, I was a baby at that point, but there was a point in time when people used to say, at least in the media, like, hey, you need congressional approval for this kind of thing. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that without Congress? So post 9/11, we've completely dropped the ball on demanding that there is multiple authorities that must give approval before the executive office decides unilaterally on making decisions like this, because it's against terrorism. That's why terrorism as a designation is a vague one intentionally, and one that is so damaging in general. It's also ridiculous that collateral damage is not even called into question here. Like, you're just, or the very fact that we're bombing these people at all. Like, there are numerous points that someone like myself, cannot wrap his head around before we get to like the incompetence of the admin. And everyone seemingly is talking about the incompetence of the admin. And maybe some people in this chat will say, Hasan, this is a good point of attack that like unites liberals. Sure, fine. But we're not even scratching the surface if that's all we talk about. If all we talk about in this process is, that these guys are stupid and they leaked this information, then you're not even having a real discussion over numerous other violations, right? Like, the question should be, should we be killing children? Should we be bombing Yemen? Is the answer yes to that question? Should we be doing it without congressional approval? Is the answer yes to that question? What kind of repercussions can we have if we just slap on a terrorism designation, especially when at the domestic front you see a lot of erosion of civil liberties and a potential constitutional crisis, with the terrorism designation being slapped on to random undocumented migrants and even documented migrants that look like they might be undocumented migrants without any due process? Nobody really cares, and you can just do deportation flights now to a fucking slave labor camp in El Salvador. All of this stuff is tied to one another, and every single day that I talk about this stuff without and when I don't hear other journalists and other figures in the media asking these questions, it makes me go crazy. It makes me feel like I'm the insane one. We are sheepdogging at this point. The media, the American media, is sheepdogging the fascist acceleration, and a lot of people are sleepwalking towards fascism, or we are in fascism, and a lot of people are sleepwalking, and some are goose-stepping. Yeah, Rashida Tlaib said something along these lines, and a lot of people yelled at her for it. She said more heat for using a group chat than for the bombing itself. And everyone got mad. Denaturalize and deport Rashida Tlaib, says Max Nordau. Muscular Jew, the next to Florida content. I'm pretty sure this guy's not Jewish, by the way. Am I wrong? Didn't this guy get unmasked for being like a British guy, a British Christian guy? Is that the same guy? Am I thinking? This guy is he says he's muscular Jew, but he's not Jewish, I'm pretty sure. Or not muscular either. Yeah, he's some Christian dude. Rashida Tlaib. The incompetence of this admin is a story in and of itself. Shocking that we are not asking. One, is it appropriate to bomb a foreign nation without congressional approval that led to the killing of children? In a chat where text can be deleted. Is not good even with the approval. I know. I'm giving a point of authority. Do you not understand? The common thread here is that the government can designate anything terrorism or anyone a terrorist and they can do whatever they want, and it's horrifying. I know. Yeah. Oh, shit. Wait. Oh, no. I went over the... Is this an ex-Twitter post? I need to like it lightning fast. Hold on. I gotta delete something and update it so it's like okay. Oh. Anyway, let's get back to this idiot.
They don't want to talk about the success here. They don't want to talk about the hostages getting released. They don't want to talk about the Black Sea ceasefire that we just put in place today as the president ends the largest land war in Europe, or the border.
Yeah. They don't want to talk about our many accomplishments. It's like, yeah, they don't want to talk about any of that because, well, you know, the story in and of itself, at least from the perspective of Laura Ingraham and many others, is like, how did you let this happen?
Or the fact that Panama just kicked China out of the canal, and success after success after success. So they want to focus on this. It's embarrassing, yes. We're going to get to the bottom of it. I just talked to Elon on the way here. We've got the best technical minds looking at how this happened. But I can tell you for 100%, I don't know this guy. I know him by his horror.
Yeah, see, this is Matt Duss is correct on this. Executive Vice President at CI Policy, co-host of Undiplomatic Pod, former foreign policy advisor for Senator Sanders. Matt Duss and I might have some disagreements from time to time. He's been wanting to come on the stream, by the way. I should have him on the stream soon. But he's absolutely correct on this. Rules of engagement that permit destroying an entire civilian apartment building to kill one alleged terrorist is a part of Joe Biden's legacy. It's still a war crime, though, and Waltz's text is a confession. This is like, weirdly enough, not a aspect that they're talking about. And it's very weird that the media is not covering that angle at all. Like, it's just without question. Of course that's going to happen. Of course. You know, what do you mean? Duh, obviously. Obviously, we're just going to blow up entire buildings on a foreign nation that we're not actively at war with. Like, what are you talking about? What's it to you? And this isn't just, this is post 9/11 work for the most part. Barack Obama participated in this pretty aggressively, and so did Donald Trump the first time around, and so did Joe Biden. Just so you understand. And the text message itself is Michael Waltz saying, typing too fast, first target, their top missile guy. We had positive idea of him walking into his girlfriend's building, and now it's collapsed. JD Vance responds, excellent. Michael Waltz does the punch emoji, American flag emoji, and fire emoji. That in and of itself is a direct admission of a war crime. CENTCOM also lied and said that there were no civilians. On top of that, which is ironic because
no indications of any civilian casualties. We, of course, have seen some of the accusations by the Houthis. We look at those closely when they do come in, but we have no credible indications of any civilian casualties.
Yeah, we have no credible evidence. Sorry, the audio is really low. I don't know why, but he says, there's no civilian casualties. No indications of any civilian casualties. We, of course, have seen some accusations about the Houthis. We look at those, but, we don't trust them. And that right there is a lie. It's important. I'm glad that this text message group chat is revealed, because this should be an educational moment for you. Oh my God, the Pentagon spokesperson is lying to the American public, is lying to the NatSec reporters. How shocking. How shocking. Turns out he was lying. They knew that they were hitting civilians. They didn't care. And it turns out the Houthis weren't lying when they revealed the civilian casualty data. Think about that. What the F is happening now? Y'all are joking? What? Jeffrey Goldberg from The Atlantic just released a full text message change. I have provided all text in this post in the thread below. Checkmate, Brian Krasenstein. I'm going to go through all the text messages in a second after I'm done with the Mickey Waltz response here, because I think it's like really stupid and delusional and must be covered.
Horrible reputation, and he really is the bottom scum of journalists. And I know him in the sense that he hates the president, but I don't text him. He wasn't on my phone, and we're going to figure out how this happened.
So you don't know what staffer is responsible for this right now?
Well, look, a staffer wasn't responsible, and look, I take full responsibility. I built the group. My job is to make sure.
Huh. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Cool. Look, a staffer wasn't responsible. I take responsibility, but also we are all trying to find out who did this. We're all getting together and actively trying to find out who done it. It's a real who done it situation. I mean, I invited him. He's a scumbag. I don't know him. I do know him, but I don't know him. And also, it's not my fault, but it is. I take responsibility over it. It's like, how did you not do your due diligence before going on the freaking Laura Ingraham show, man? They are so laughably incompetent. I'm losing my mind. It's like they just don't, I guess they don't need to be competent at all because everybody's just kind of letting them do all of it without any sort of pushback whatsoever, you know? Trump wants to know, why did you have his number in the first place? That National Security Advisor Mike Waltz had the Atlantic Editor-in-Chief Jeffrey Goldberg's number saved in his phone in the first place. Nice. I'm glad that Trump has his eyes on the prize here. You guys are doing group chats without me, and you're inviting Jeffrey Goldberg, who is very bad and very wrong, without inviting me to the group chat. What's going on? Why is Jeffrey in the group chat? You're planning without me. I don't like it. I want to talk about bombing the Houthis. But you invite Goldberg instead of me. One of the most relatable moments of Donald Trump's presidency is when they're planning a party without him and they invite a hater instead. Yeah. When you find out that there's a secret group chat without you and they invited the guy that you hate. Oh, God. Yeah, Dave Portnoy has some takes on this too. We'll cover that too.
But how did the number? I mean, I don't mean to be pedantic here, but how did the number?
Have you ever had somebody's contact that shows their name, and then you have somebody else's number there?
I never make those mistakes.
Right? You got somebody else's number on someone else's contact. So of course I didn't see this loose.
I'm sorry. What? So you had his phone number in your phone. You just thought it was a different JG? Is that what it is? Like you... Come on, Laura. Who amongst us hasn't put in the wrong contact information for a different person? Sure, that's fine. But that means that you still had Goldberg's phone number.
Loser in the group. It looked like someone else. Now, whether he did it deliberately or it happened...
He did it deliberately. Goldberg did it deliberately. Like he got someone else with a similar enough name that's supposed to be a part of the principal committee group chat to give you his number instead. Because you added him. You added him into the group chat.
And in some other technical mean is something we're trying to figure out.
So you're a staff.
Yeah, Jeffrey Goldberg. Let's look at his age real quick. Jeffrey Goldberg, okay, editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, age 59 years old, was able to demonstrate technical prowess and was able to hack into this group chat. He knew it was going to happen, and he actually hacked into the Signal group chat and somehow got you to put his phone number in the group chat. That's cool. Yeah, for sure. I believe that. It must have been Hamas, actually, that did it.
Did not put his contact information.
No,
but how did it end up in your phone?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, even Laura's like, that seems stupid. I'm sorry. If I don't ask a follow-up question here, everyone's going to make fun of me. This is not the Sean Hannity suck job hour, okay? This is the Laura Ingraham show, bitch. Get your ass out of here. I'm gonna ask a question, a follow-up question to what you just said, because what you just said is fucking insane. Like, dude, come on.
Something we're trying to figure out.
So you're a staffer didn't...
Like, even she's like, what? I'm sorry. So you're not even... Like, this is her literally being like, just say it's a staffer, you fucking idiot. Okay? Say it's a staffer. Blame a staffer. What's wrong with you? She's like, so it's not a staffer? So you're saying that you put his phone number? What's...
Not put his contact information.
No,
but how did it end up in your phone?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Okay. but that's a pretty big problem.
That is what, that's what we've got the best technical minds, right?
That's disturbing.
And that's where, I mean, I'm sure everybody out there has had a contact where it was said one person and then a different phone number.
But you've never talked to him before, so how's the number on your phone? I mean, I'm not an expert in any of this, but it's just curious. How's the number on your phone?
Yeah, how did that happen? I mean, dude. Like, Mickey, Michael, what are you doing? What are you doing? I mean, this is the Onion meme of like, why do all these gay guys keep sucking my penis? Like, what do you mean? We're all trying to find out who did this. Who's the guy? Who's the guy? Who's the guy who did this? I mean, it was me, but like, I'm trying to figure out how, I'm trying to figure out how this kept happening. It's just weird. I don't know.
Well, if you have somebody else's contact and then somehow it gets
someone
sucked
sent
in,
you that
it gets
contact.
sucked in.
Was there someone else supposed to be on the chat?
Real technical term from National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. It just gets sucked in. Wait, I'm sorry, what?
But it's just curious. How's the number on your phone?
Well, if you have somebody else's contact and then somehow it gets
someone
sucked
sent
in,
you that
it gets
contact.
sucked in.
It gets sucked in. It got sucked in, dude. It was a good suck. That's the man. That's the problem. It just, sometimes it just gets sucked in, dude. It be like that. It do be like that. True. I never thought about that. How it gets sucked in sometimes. LMFAO sounds like me lying to my boss at 17. Yeah. It is it is tremendous. And quite revealing, actually, that these dudes don't even care to come up with a coherent narrative here. Okay? There's none. They didn't even care to do so. He just went on Laura Ingraham and was like, I'll freestyle. It's fine. Like, what are you doing? This guy is the fucking head of the oh my God. National Security Advisor Mickey Waltz, okay? Like, he just didn't even think. Like, a child with a bad grade from a quiz puts more forethought into lying to their parents than Mike Waltz is doing right now. That is crazy.
Was there someone else supposed to be on the chat that wasn't on the chat that you thought was
so
on the
the person that I thought was on there was never on there. It was this
Who
guy.
was that? What person?
Well, I'm not. Look, okay. Laura, I take.
I'm not at liberty to discuss that. Come on. As you know, Laura, I care quite a bit about classified information and who gets to hear it, as you can tell, which is why I'm here right now explaining to you that my phone number or Jeffrey Goldberg's phone number got sucked in. That's classified. I can't. I famously care about classified information and not revealing, classified information. Come on, Laura. You can't answer that.
I take responsibility. I built the group.
If only you and I were in a group chat on Signal, then I could tell you who the person was. But here I can't do that.
Okay. So but look, that's the part that we have to figure out. And that's the part that embarrassing, yes. But Pete and
I like that because they don't have a coherent narrative on this issue, by the way. Like, they didn't even bring in the troops together and be like, this is what we're going with. Instead of doing that, they're just all saying whatever first comes to mind. Like Tulsi Gabbard, head of DNI, okay? As soon as the story came out, was like, all of this information is classified. We're going to prosecute whoever leaked it to the full extent of the law. These are leakers. And then immediately after, like, actually, none of it is classified. What? Classified information? All this stuff is perfectly above board. But also, it's really inappropriate that they covered it. And it's like at what point, like, you should have immediately figured out that this was happening and come up with a coherent narrative as to why this was, either not a big deal at all because it's not classified, or a very big deal and it is classified, and a staffer should be your fall guy. I can't believe I'm giving notes, and I assume that eventually this is what they're going to arrive at. Okay, their cover story is going to be, oh, a staffer accidentally put this person's phone number on my phone, and then they accidentally added this person thinking it was someone else. Okay? That's most likely going to be the narrative. But if I could come up with that right now on the spot, like, how did you not figure that out ahead of time? Like, actually, like, why didn't you just say, yeah, say it's a DEI staffer. We had a DEI staffer that was a holdover from the previous admin, and that DEI staffer did this. You know how it is. You know how these like these DEI staffers are. She was a woman, you know, we fired her. Make the staffer fall on the sword.
I are veterans.
Like, chatters who come in here, say some dumb shit, get banned, have better apology forms, okay? When they're like, I was drunk and my cat was also drunk and the cat ran over the keyboard. That's like a better fucking narrative than what Mickey Waltz is coming up with here. What the fuck?
We know these operations. He has been an excellent Secretary of Defense, and this was an operation that, I mean, it amazes me. I guess the Democrats were fine to leave all the sea lanes shut down. We're fine to have destroyers fired on dozens of times by this terrorist group, and fine to have Iran keep supplying them missiles. That was okay. The president takes decisive action.
These guys are such fake friends, by the way, because the Democrats do everything in their power to be as violent and as ruthless as possible, and they still call them pussies. So it should lead you to understand that the Democrats aren't ruthless and violent because when it comes to their foreign policy, because they're worried about like the right-wing backlash or whatever. They're doing it because they like it, okay? They do it because they enjoy it. They do it because they like it. They do it because they serve the same exact masters. And that's it.
And now we're seeing some real success in taking down their air defenses, opening the sea lanes, taking out their leadership. We don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about this.
Now, the Atlantic told us in part that attempts to disparage...
By the way, Laura bringing it immediately back to the main point of contention that she wants addressed, which is crazy. This is the most journalism I've seen from Fox News. Ironically, more journalism than even fucking Goldberg at this point. Like, she's like, nah, okay, well, here's the Atlantic. Here's what the Atlantic said. Well, I don't care about the shipping lanes. Okay. How did this happen? Here's what the Atlantic said. Now, of course, that moment of journalism is going to be short-lived. You'll see in a second.
Discredit us and our reporting, follow an obvious playbook by elected officials and others in power who are hostile to journalists and First Amendment rights of all Americans. They're saying, don't blame the messenger. Your response to them?
Lied about Russia, lied about Gold Star.
Lied about Russia, lied about Gold Star veterans, lied. He hates the president. Fake news. That's it, though. Remember, we talked about cults, and one of the most like apt ways that cults will refuse to entertain any sort of discourse is a thought terminating statement, right? A thought terminating cliche. That's exactly what he's doing here. He's like, remember, fake news. Okay, got it. Biden, fake news. Atlantic sucks, fake news. And then everybody goes, hell yeah, he's right. I forgot about what the point of contention was to begin with.
Our families lied about even as last, year in terms of the president paying for the family of a Gold Star family that he absolutely did. I mean, lie after lie after lie.
Have they ever apologized for any of that?
Yeah, see? And then Laura eats it immediately. After holding his feet to the fire for a brief moment, as soon as he hits that triple Monty, Laura goes, okay, that was a triple combo. I'm in. I'm back in. You're right. Has he ever apologized for any of those things? Now, obviously, Laura Ingraham isn't stupid or that stupid. She didn't get duped in that process. She was like, okay, it's my time to shut up.
I mean, this is, do we care about the mainstream media? Do we care about the Atlantic? What I care about is staying focused on mission, accomplishing the president's agenda, getting these things done, cleaning up the Biden messes from Afghanistan to Ukraine to the Houthis to the border to China all over South America to the Arctic where we're completely exposed to NATO that's not paying up. And the president has had success after success. Well, he's got a fantastic national security team.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just stunning how many people on the team have his 100% trust, and there have been enormous successes early on in this administration, but you all are rattling the old cages of the establishment.
Yeah, you guys are doing a great job. I just want to point out that you're doing a great job. You're doing a fantastic job. The reason why I called you in here today is to address why you are incompetent and stupid, but also I forgot about all of that. Let's talk about how great of a job you're doing. Fantastic. Thank you, Laura.
Defense and national security, embedded people who are still working in government, a lot of great people. But the concern is that somebody got involved here who didn't want
she back to the questioning.
the president to be successful. And a lot of us are very concerned about that someone is in this orbit who doesn't want this president of the United States to be a raging success and turn our foreign policy into an America first approach.
We made a mistake. We're moving forward, and we're going to continue to knock it out of the park for this president. Look at what he's gotten done in under 2 months. And I didn't even get going on the economy, on trade, or all of those other pieces.
And April 2nd's coming. The DNI,
Liberation Day.
The DNI was very adamant today and very clear that there was no classified information in this.
Yeah, interesting. Well, since they leaked the information now, since after the DNI gave the go-ahead, we can potentially figure that out for ourselves, don't you think? Including, even the fact that, one, they're having this over Signal is completely unacceptable, considering that these messages are disappearing, also illegal. And then they talk about, who they want to appoint. Point of contacts, that also could be considered classified. Okay. Also, no one is going, hey, why is the JG name not saying who their best point of contact is? But that's besides the point. Using your personal phones for this is also obviously illegal as well. Team, you should have statement of conclusion with taskings per the president's guidance this morning in your high side inboxes. State and DoD, we developed suggested notifications list for regional allies and partners. Joint staff is sending this AM a more specific sequence of events in the coming days. We will work with the DoD to ensure COS, OVP, and POTUS are briefed. Team, I'm out for the day doing an economic event in Michigan, but I think we are making a mistake. 3% of U.S. trade runs through the Suez. 40% of European trade does. There's a real risk that the public doesn't understand this or why it's necessary. The strongest reason to do this, as POTUS said, to send a message. But I am not sure the president is aware how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. Yeah. No, it is consistent because he loves Israel. That's the reason why he did this. It's consistent with his messaging because he is an inconsistent person who doesn't care about anything. That's number one. And number two, he does love bombing places. That's something that he loves doing. He loves bombing Yemen. He did that when he was president last time. So he's just, can't teach an old dog new tricks, right? Like he's gonna go after the thing that he likes doing. And also he loves Israel. He loves Israel. And this is precisely what this is for. The bombing campaign of Yemen is for Israel. That is not for Europe. It's for Israel. Ironic that none of them are bringing that up, though, even in this quote-unquote private correspondence. But I'm not sure the president is aware how inconsistent this is. There's further risk that we see a moderate to severe spike in oil prices. I'm willing to support the consensus of the team and keep these concerns to myself, but there's a strong argument for delaying this a month, doing the messaging work on why this matters, seeing where the economy is, etc. Joe Kent. There's nothing time-sensitive driving the timeline. We'll have the exact same options in a month. The Israelis will likely take strikes and therefore ask us for more support to replenish whatever they use against the Houthis. But that's a minor factor. Well, Joe Kent brings up Israel. I will send you the unclassed data we pulled on BAM shipping. John Ratcliffe, from a CIA perspective, we are mobilizing assets to support now, but a delay would not negatively impact us, and additional time would be used to identify better starting points for coverage on Houthi leadership. VP, Pete Hegseth says, I understand your concerns and fully support you raising with POTUS. Important considerations, most of which are tough to know how they play out. Economy, Ukraine peace, Gaza, etc. I think messaging is going to be tough no matter what. Nobody knows who the Houthis are, which is why we would need to stay focused on 1, Biden failed, 2, Iran funded. Americans don't have enough appetite to blow up these random fucking people that they don't know who the fuck they are. So we just need to keep saying, oh, it's our major enemy, Iran. And we should also talk about how this is Biden's fault somehow. Waiting a few weeks or months does not fundamentally change the calculus. 2 immediate risks on the waiting. 1, this leaks and we look indecisive. Well, the drunk guy knew. 2, Israel takes an action first, or Gaza ceasefire falls apart, and we don't get to start this on our own terms. We can manage both. We are prepared to execute, and if I had final go or no-go vote, I believe we should. This is not about the Houthis. I see it as 2 things. 1, restoring freedom of navigation, a core natural interest, and 2, reestablish deterrence, which Biden cratered. But we can easily pause, and if we do, I will do all we can to enforce 100% OPSEC. I welcome other thoughts. Interesting. Why would the reporter actually report this now, though? Why not earlier, or why not later? Because the reporter is not a real reporter at all. Because if he was a real reporter, at some point, once they start talking about what targets they're going to strike, he should have revealed this information, or he should have shut the fuck up and kept logging as much info as possible from this group chat until the group chat became dormant. And that's it. Hold on. Okay. The trade figures we have are 15% of global and 30% of container. It's difficult to break that down to U.S. specific because much of the container either going through the Red Sea or still around Cape of Good Hope are components going to Europe that turns into manufactured goods for transatlantic trade to the United States. Whether we pull the plug or not, today, European navies, oh, sorry, dyslexia. European navies. I thought he was fucking dunking on the European naivete. European navies do not have the capability to defend against the types of sophisticated anti-ship cruise missile and drones the Houthis are now using. So whether it's now or several weeks from now, damn, they are glazing the Houthis, by the way. I just want to say, glaze sesh. Poorest nation on the planet, by the way. Poorest nation on the planet. All they have is a dream, okay? A dream and initiative. That's all it takes sometimes, it seems. Whether we pull the plug or not today, European navies do not have the capability to defend against this. So whether it's now or several weeks from now, it will have to be the United States that reopens these shipping lanes. Per the president's request, we are working with the DoD and state to determine how to compile the costs associated and levy them on the Europeans. As we stated in the PC, Michael Waltz adds SM. As we stated in the first PC, we have a fundamental decision of allowing the sea lanes to remain closed. So it seems like they had another principal chat. It seems like he had another one of these signal chats, but this time he's got Jeffrey Goldberg in it, Luckily for us, I guess. SM is Stephen Miller. From a messaging standpoint, we absolutely add this two of horribles on why the Europeans must invest in their defense. Pete Hegseth, I think we should do it. Let's go. I just hate bailing Europe out again. Let's just make sure our messaging is tight here. And if there are risks that we can do upfront to minimize risks to Saudi oil facilities, we should do it. VP, I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's pathetic. But Mike is correct. We are the only ones on the planet and on our side of the ledger who can do this. Nobody else even close. Question is timing. I feel like now is as good a time as any given POTUS directive to reopen shipping lanes. I think we should go, but POTUS still retains 24 hours of decision space. As I heard it, the president was clear. Green light, but we soon make clear to Egypt and Europe what we expect in return. We also need to figure out how to enforce such a requirement. If Europe doesn't remunerate, then what? If the U.S. successfully restores freedom of navigation at great cost, there needs to be some further economic gain extracted in return. Agree. Pete Hegseth. Here comes more actually classified, detailed information that I don't think is meant for the public eye. In this private group chat on Signal where people are using their personal private phones, which will be deleted. Okay. Team update. Time now, 11:44 Eastern. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM we are a go for mission launch. 12:15 Eastern. F-18's launch first strike package. 13:45, trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also strike drone launches, MQ-9s. Now, if you know something about the Houthis, they love peppering those MQ-9s. They've taken out numerous of them, but the American government is still using them in operation on the bombing campaigns in Sana'a and numerous other parts of Yemen. More F-18s launched, second strike package. Strike drones on target. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop, pending earlier trigger-based targets. F-18 second strike starts. Also, first sea-based Tomahawks launched. J.D. Vance, I will say a prayer for victory. Two people respond with prayer emojis. Michael Walsh set the disappearing message time to 4 weeks. He says, VP, building collapse, had multiple positive ID. Pete, Corilla, the IC, amazing job. JD Vance goes, what? Michael Walsh says, typing too fast. The first target, their top missile guy. We had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building, and it's now collapsed. Excellent. This is an admission of a fucking war crime. They did a targeted strike on a civilian building where they knew full well that there were other civilians in the building to eliminate what they considered to be a high-profile, high-value target without any congressional approval whatsoever, without any sort of accountability whatsoever, while using millions of taxpayer-funded dollars. I need you to understand that these are real questions that people should be asking, and yet no one is asking these questions in mainstream news. What the fuck is going on? This is yet another indication that we have devolved as a society. This is over. There are no more interest in checks and balances whatsoever. These motherfuckers are basically making their war crimes public. Having this conversation in broad daylight, nobody cares. Everyone has a fuck you gonna do about it attitude. Also, thanks, Obama, for really, showing the way of how to do this, not just in Yemen, but in general. This, I think, certainly, like the reason why people don't even ask this question any longer is because liberals have also done exactly this and greatly lowered the restrictions. Good job, Pete and your team. The team in MAL did a great job as well. Great work, all. Powerful start. CENTCOM was/is on point. Great job, all. More strikes ongoing for hours tonight, and we'll provide full initial report tomorrow, but on time, on target, and good readouts so far. In this process, they killed 53 people, including, I believe, 9 children. Kudos to all, most particularly those in theater and CENTCOM. Really great. God bless. Great work and effects. And then this is the details of who were on the Houthi PC small group with messages set to disappear in 1 week. Here's how Jesse Waters chose to defend this, by the way. We've all texted the wrong person before. Who amongst us? Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. I believe there's still some stuff that's redacted from this convo, by the way, because they don't have the CIA asset that's undercover. That was, their name was not revealed from what I understand.
In this text chat. And the Democrats, of course, are predictably, they're going to jump on this. But should Goldberg just release the other information that he has? Because he's standing on this, well, I'm not going to release this information because I have my standards and journalistic standards. Okay, but it's not classified information. So does it matter? Would you care if the rest of this information came out?
Look, I mean, I would prefer, certainly, as the president was saying today, if we could all sit in a steel-lined lead room and have all of these conversations. I certainly want our deliberations to stay confidential. This was an encrypted app that the CIA had on sitting there as John Ratcliffe was confirmed and walked into the building from the prior administration. It's on other agency apps. And so, no, of course I don't want it all out there. Because these were conversations back and forth that you should be able to have confidentially. But what you also saw was a healthy policy debate in how we were going to achieve this for the president, what would be the results, what should be the timeline. And I think, again, I am fortunate to work for this president. I am fortunate to help him execute this vision, and incredibly fortunate to have this team around him.
But there's no classified information in this exchange.
No classified information.
But you'd prefer it not to be out.
Of course. That'd be, do you want everything?
No, well,
right.
I don't work for the government. I mean, this is why that's why texting in general is, in government situations,
again, as
difficult.
the president said, if we could all stay in the same room, but when we've got
he's always been
people
like that.
moving, right? As he said again today, I mean, that would be his preference. I think all of our preference. But when he has people all over the world and we're coordinating these complex operations, we're moving at Trump speed. Fast. Doing all of this. We're cleaning up. I mean, we're doing 5 or 6 legacy-defining things in the first month. And we're cleaning up multiple Biden messes from the Middle East to Europe to the mess of our border all at once at the same time.
You don't need any distractions. You don't need any side stories or distractions.
Yep.
And I think people are watching this. Most Americans don't. They want the answers, the bottom line.
Yep.
You know, about Russia, about Ukraine, about China. But they read stuff like, oh, wait, there was a 2023 DOD memo that said you shouldn't use Signal. And yet you hear Ratcliffe today saying, well, it was commonly used. So doesn't there need to be a standard across the board?
Absolutely.
Just don't use any of these apps. But then how do you communicate when you're not in a skiff?
Well, and that's what you heard. That's what you heard Elon talking about, kind of the mess that is government communications. I could tell you, members of that team, I've been very frustrated about, the quality of our communications. We are working to address that. So one of the things that DOGE is doing is improving our IT, is improving our ability to communicate. And to the extent we get everybody in the same room, always better.
Yeah, it's always better. But you've never met Goldberg. He's out there saying you guys have met in the past, but you've never met him.
No idea. Wouldn't know him if I bumped into him, if I saw him in a police lineup. Do now. Knew him by reputation about lying about the president over and over again. What I can tell you for certain, certainly wasn't reaching out or talking to him at all.
It's funny because he's talking about Goldberg like a scaredy cat, because he knows, like, the way he's referencing Goldberg here is important to take note of. The reason why he's talking about Goldberg like this, aside from, obviously being like, I love my president, Donald Trump, he's the greatest, is also because he doesn't want Donald Trump to think that he was fucking around. That's why he's like, I hate this guy. I hate him. I've never seen him. If I saw him, I wouldn't know what he looks like. I'd spit on his face. Major reason for that is because he doesn't want Trump to think that he has Goldberg's phone number in his phone, which he does, and he doesn't want Trump to fire him. Because what did we talk about? There is nothing you can do. You could be a murderer, pedophile, whatever. Trump does not care about any of that stuff. But what you can't be is disloyal or even have the mere appearance of disloyalty. Because the very moment that Trump thinks you're a disloyal person, it's done. You're cut. You no longer have that sweet job that you dreamed of having your whole life, okay? He will take that away from you so quickly. So that's the reason why he's like constantly addressing that point. He's like, no shot, no shot, no shot.
Why would I?
Yeah, well, he's been one of the most vociferous, vituperative so-called journalists out there in the Atlantic.
Well, near and dear to my heart as a veteran is lying about Gold Star families who love this president, veterans who love this president, and are thanking God he's president and commander in chief once again. And then you have a defense secretary who this morning I was talking to is working out with the Navy SEALs out in Honolulu, leading, improving morale, improving recruiting, improving lethality, and working with DOGE to improve efficiency and get our warfighters back to meritocracy mission focus. I mean, again, Laura, this team believes in this president. This team likes each other, knows each other, is working. Was there a mistake? Absolutely. We're going to improve it. We're going to fix it. And we're going to move forward to achieve the president's agenda.
Why was Bessent on this text chain? I was curious about that. There's just like little things like, why would Scott Bessent?
Because you have a sanctions regime. This is, again, right? You had Biden just literally, they would swarm our destroyers with drones, cruise missiles, UAVs. At first, he would allow them to just shoot them down, then pinprick attack, then 4 months would go by, shut down shipping. 75% of global commerce is getting rerouted. The world owes the president a favor, or excuse me, a thank you for taking this on and fixing this problem. And that is dry up their money, dry up their supply chain from Iran, hold Iran accountable, go after the missiles, go after the leadership. If you're going to move against a terrorist group, you take them out. And that's exactly what this team was doing.
I was actually relieved to see the nature of the exchange among you. I mean, it's kind of cool for regular people just to see, okay, how do these decisions get made with the president and the...
Yeah, now we've moved on to it's actually good that these text messages leaked.
You know, obviously Miller is representing the president, but I actually thought it was really refreshing to see how you all seem to have mutual respect. No one's like blowing off another person's opinion. And none of us know anything about how decisions were made in the Biden administration. Nothing.
Yeah.
Well, or if he was even there.
The Biden administration never invited a journalist into a private Signal app conversation about striking targets. And of course, if they had done such a thing, we would have a very different approach here at Fox News on that issue. That's awesome. Like, no, it's great that this stuff leaked. I mean, the professionalism demonstrated by your deeply unprofessional and perhaps illegal conversation is awesome. We love to see it, folks.
Deciding, not how decisions were made, who was actually deciding, because clearly it wasn't him. But you see this healthy back and forth, this respectful back and forth, different points of view. But at the end of the day...
Dog, Trump is not deciding. Like, he wasn't in the group chat. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's the group chat right here openly shows that Trump is also not in the driver's seat of this stuff either. The logs show J.D. Vance being like, hey, this decision actually goes against the president's agenda. Someone should let him know. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about?
We're executing the president's vision, the president's direction, keeping it all coordinating and moving at Trump warp speed to do it all at once. I mean, not only have the media been on their back foot and the Democrats been on their back foot, all of our adversaries are on their back foot in terms of how to respond to him and the pace with which he moves.
Are we going to end this Ukraine war soon?
We just had the next step today. We've had an energy aerial ceasefire. We just defined what those targets that are now off limits on both sides are to de-escalate that. Now we're going to the Black Sea. The president's determined to end the war. And even, Laura, I mean, you have the NATO Secretary General, NATO, looking at the president in the Oval Office saying, you broke the logjam. Just months ago, no one was talking. Now we're going from, if this war will ever end, an endless war of people, treasure, and material, to now how it will end. And of course, the people that were in the endless war camp are going to criticize how this president is going to end it. But he is going to drive it to an end, and it's an honor to be part of it.
And lessons learned after the app. We're not using Signal app anymore.
Yeah, right. Lesson learned number one is you've got journalists out there who have made fame and fortune trying to trash this president.
These guys should be privately reaching out to Goldberg to suck his penis, to clean the crevices of his toes for not being a real journalist. A real journalist would have revealed this information in a timely manner after doing his due diligence. What are you talking about? They're such fake friends, dude. I mean, I hate Goldberg. It'd be awesome if they advocated to put him in prison, and that would be fire, and I would be on board with that. Even though the consequences of such a move are fairly damaging. I mean, you're criminalizing people doing like basic bare minimum journalism in that situation. But, you know, I'm willing to entertain that notion for a little bit just because it means that Goldberg's in prison. But the way that they're talking about him is crazy.
Yeah. And so, look, we've got to tighten up. We are tightening up, and we have some of the best technology minds looking at how this happened.
Well, it's happened to the best of us, but you know, President Trump just needs no distractions. He needs to, you know, pedal to the metal.
And Laura, it's the honor of a lifetime to work for him.
Well, I really appreciate your coming in. There's a kind of a confusing set of facts, and thank you very much, sir.
Absolutely.
We appreciate it.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it.
Beautiful day. Pete Hegseth, not drunk, not white girl wasted, talking about how there were no war plans texted in the swipe at the Atlantic when there were war plans.
We got to talk about the so-called anti.
Oh yeah, Elon Musk, Hassan Piker rift over Assassin's Creed Shadows. We'll talk about that.
Day when we're on the road talking to the troops and actually in real time reestablishing deterrence. You see, that's what President Trump has charged the Defense Department with doing. Reviving the warrior ethos, rebuilding the military, which we're doing in real time, and reestablishing deterrence. And that's why we're heading out into the Indo-Pacific to talk to our allies and partners and meet with the troops. And anybody that knows me for years and knows President Trump knows how much we love the warriors. That's what it's about. The men and women who serve, who do the tough, difficult, gritty, dirty work that most Americans will never know about, but we have the privilege of seeing and understanding the courage and skill of what they do. I'm going to go see that for the next couple of days. We also have seen it on full display in what's been done to the Houthi.
Oh, they're getting his ass out of here. They're like, go do push-ups in Honolulu, you fucking moron. Go do push-ups. That's what you're good for.
terrorists and what they're trying to do to close freedom of navigation. So you see, under the Biden administration, we let our troops and our ships and both warships and commercial ships get shot at to no consequence. What does that look like? That looks like weakness. And what President Trump has said is peace through strength is back. We will reestablish deterrence. That's not acceptable. And our ongoing campaign against the Houthis has been devastatingly effective. Now, as I said to this group a couple of times on this trip now, as we move to the Indo-Pacific to do our job, which is what we're here to do, nobody's texting war plans. Well, I noticed this morning out came something that doesn't look like war plans.
What?
And as a matter of fact, they even changed the title to attack plans because they know it's not war plans. There's no units, no locations, no routes, no flight paths.
Okay, he's hammered, bro. There's no way, right? He's like, it's 8 a.m. and I'm already fucking twisted, baby. Let me tell you, okay? Let me tell you. I'm out of my mind. Why? Well, sorry. They had a bottle of Jack in the plane, okay? That's not my fault.
Paths, no sources, no methods, no classified information. You know who sees war plans? I see them. Every single.
Sick, dude. All right, let's hear what Trump is saying.
So that they don't have to pay tariffs. And I think also because of November 5th, the election, they're very happy. AI is coming back to levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's a new, sort of a new business, I guess, when you think about it. But it's plants are going up all over the United States, and many of them have already been started. We're getting early electricity taken care of. We're getting permits very quickly for them, and we're going to make their life very happy. They're coming in with tens of billions of dollars. Individual plants will cost 10, 15, even $20 billion. We're going to let them build electricity generating plants along with their plant, and they can't even believe it. And we're going to get them very quick permits, as I've done always. I did that in Louisiana with 2 LNG plants. I got them one permit in 1 day after waiting 14 years, and the other one in 1 week after waiting for 12 years. But this is very exciting to me. This is the automobile industry, and this will continue to spur growth like you haven't seen. Before I was elected, we were losing all of our plants. They were being built in Mexico and Canada and other places. Now those plants largely have stopped, and they're moving them to our country. In Indiana, the great state of Indiana, I love Indiana. Honda is building one of the biggest plants anywhere, and they've just started. They wouldn't have done it without this. In all cases, they wouldn't have done it without what we're doing. So we'll effectively be charging a 25% tariff. But if you build your car in the United States, there is no tariff. And what that means is a lot of foreign car companies, a lot of companies are going to be in great shape because they've already built their plant, but their plants are underutilized, so they'll be able to expand them inexpensively and quickly. But others will come into our country and build, and they're already looking for sites. They're looking for mostly sites. They don't want to take the old buildings that are empty and falling down. They want to build new, and there's tremendous action. There is likewise for other companies and countries, like the chip making process. Your chip bill was a disaster done by Biden. All he does is give tremendous amounts of billions of dollars to chip companies that will do nothing with the money. They're not going to use the money here. They're going to just keep it. They have plenty of money. The one thing they have is they have a lot of money. In our case, all we're doing is saying you can't.
There's not a single plant that was slated to be built post-Trump tariffs. Everything he's taking credit for is from the Biden administration. I'm not a glazer of Joe Biden, but there's like simply not enough time that has passed for companies to go, okay, yeah, we're going to boost manufacturing in the United States. Like, that's just every single thing that he's talking about, whether it be chip manufacturing or whether it be the Honda plant that he's referencing, as a matter of fact, is, as far as I understand, it's something that they entertained before Trump became president, and I don't even know if it's happening at all. Honda's made no such announcement and will not comment on this report. Yeah. Trump mentions new Indiana Honda plant, but the company denies announcement. Just so you understand.
That's like the size of this desk or smaller. And they ended up spending $9 billion on 8. And of the 8, 4 of them didn't work. And we're not doing that. So you can buy electric, or you can buy gasoline, or you can buy hybrid, or you can buy whatever you want to buy. And that's the way it should be. The market's going to determine that. And you're going to see prices going down, but it's going to go down specifically because they're going to buy what we're doing, incentivizing companies to, and even countries, but companies to come into America and build. And we're already setting records for new plants. I think the new plant number, the tally, is just within a period of a few weeks. It's very large. I want to be accurate. It's very large. And I'd like to ask Will just to come and give some of the basics, and then I'll sign it, and it's off to the races. I think our automobile business will flourish like it's never flourished before. Yes, please, Will.
Thank you, sir. As you stated, we've prepared for your attention a proclamation imposing a 25% tariff on foreign-made cars and light trucks. This is in addition to tariffs that are already in place on those goods. In addition to, as you said, spurring increased domestic manufacture of cars and trucks, we expect that these tariffs will result in over $100 billion of new annual revenue to the United States of America in tariff revenue.
I think ultimately we could probably anywhere from $600 billion to $1 trillion will be taken in over the relatively short-term period, meaning a year from now, but starting right away. I think we'll go from 600 to $1 trillion within 2 years, and I think we'll be right from the beginning, we're going to be at a very high number, right from the beginning. And right from the beginning, you're going to have a lot of construction jobs, but you're also going to have a lot of automobile jobs. So this is very exciting, but it's also exciting because of what's happening with other aspects. We're going to be doing tariffs on pharmaceuticals in order to bring our pharmaceutical industry back. We don't make anything here in terms of drugs, medical drugs, different types of drugs that you need, medicines. It's in other countries, largely made in China, a lot of it made in Ireland. Ireland was very smart. We love Ireland. But we're going to have that. We're going to have lumber. We're going to free up some of our land. And you'll be able to meet a lot of other standards like fire cuts. If Los Angeles had fire cuts, which they didn't have, that's a gap of half a football field between areas. You wouldn't have had the fires. They would have been contained. But you have fire cuts. And by the way, you sell that wood for a lot of money, a lot of profit is made from that. But we're going to be doing lumber. We're freeing up our land so that we don't have to use outside sources of lumber. Energy, we're doing fantastically well at. The energy prices have been coming down rapidly as we increase supply, and we've already done that. We have Chris and Doug are doing a fantastic job in that. That's Department of Energy and Department of Interior. And they're working together hand in hand because Interior has the land and Energy has the ability to do the drilling. And
Mike Waltz of Signal Chat fame forgot to lock down his Venmo and is full of journalists. Oh my God. Oh my God, Mickey, how are you like this? God, I fucking love this admin. They're so stupid. Oh, it's so awesome. Oh, we're back. We're freaking back. Trump is going to kill him. Trump is going to assassinate him. It was gonna be like, well, it says here that you gave money. Says here you gave money to a journalist who called me a poopy face. Well, that's right. What is going on? What's happening? This week, The Atlantic published a stunning article. Here, let's just run this. It's a 6-minute.
Michael Waltz's Venmo is public, and it's full of journalists. The figure who tagged a journalist into a Signal chat about the attack on Yemen also failed to set his Venmo to private, revealing his willingness to engage with reporters of all political stripes. This week, The Atlantic published a stunning article on a group Signal chat that included the highest-ranking officials in the U.S. military and intelligence community, coordinating and executing a bombing campaign against the Houthis in Yemen. Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic and author of the article, was tagged into the chat by National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, a mistake that afforded the EIC a front-row seat to officials as high up as the Secretary of Defense and the Vice President debating the decision. Once the attack plans for Yemen were revealed, Goldberg chose to remove himself from the group chat, and before reversing course after public backlash, he censored parts of the conversation on national security grounds. In a phone interview Tuesday with NBC News, President Trump appeared to defend his national security advisor, telling the press, "Michael Waltz has learned a lesson, and he's a good man," adding that it was one of Michael's people on the phone. A staffer had his number on there. Whether Waltz has fully learned his lesson seems to be more of an open question, especially given the prospect.
Nope. And you say AI couldn't threaten your job cell phone? Oh my God. There could be a breaking news story about like 9/11 2 and 3 happening at the same time, this time with fucking nukes. And if I was in the process of eating and I played an AI voice, chat would just be like, I'm going to die soon, but I don't care because it's funny. It's a bot. You're making a bot do the reading. It's AI voice doing the reading. Like, yes, dude, it's fucking text to speech, okay? It is text to speech. You could literally have nukes falling on our heads and chatters would be like, this is AI! It's not a new thing. Text to speech has existed for quite a while, okay?
Discovery that his personal Venmo account remains public, with some 300 friends actively listed on his profile. And while Goldberg doesn't appear in Waltz's Venmo contact list, several other journalists do, according to a prospect review. The White House and NSC have not yet responded to a request for comment. Approximately 10 minutes after requesting comment, Michael Waltz's account disappeared from Venmo. Wired was the first to report the news. Like Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, whose Venmo account I reported on several weeks ago, Waltz's account was never set to private, showing hundreds of names who are likely in his phone as contacts, some of whom he may or may not have exchanged cash transfers with. Unlike Goldberg, we are not going to redact and revise this publicly available information. What has remained largely unchallenged in the conversation surrounding the Atlantic article is the symbiotic relationship between senior government and military officials and their friends in the media. Having reviewed the now unredacted information in the Signal exchange, it seems well within the realm of possibility that the bombing sequence would be shared simultaneously or directly after completion of the attack with a friendly news outlet, perhaps even the Atlantic, to score political points. This is part of the operational tactics of the blob, the agglomeration of former generals, think tankers, ex-officials, lobbyists, and the media, all working to present a clean narrative on national security topics. What sets this week's incident apart is that the usually highly choreographed and invisible dance between reporter and reporter was laid bare for all to see. And Waltz's Venmo shows that Goldberg is not the only reporter willing to partake in that dance with him. In addition to former members of Congress, think tank scholars, and even the apparent winner of the Miss Florida pageant, Mike Waltz's Venmo shows that partisan news media of both the left and the right routinely dip their beaks in the White House trough, as every major network reporter does to keep the redacted and highly massaged scoops pumping. Unsurprisingly, Fox News holds the highest headcount for reporters in Mike Waltz's phone. Griff Jenkins, whose Fox.com bio lists him as a Washington-based national correspondent for Fox News Channel, FNC, and as a co-anchor of Fox News Live, is joined on the list by Brian Kilmeade, co-host of Fox and Friends. Porter Berry, president and
You will never get me to criticize this administration for being the most incompetent. Because every time they do this, it is yet another I told you so moment. Like, people will literally be like, oh, the fucking intricate relationship between access journalists within the DC blob and NatSec reporters versus members of authority within the national security apparatus is a real thing. You sound a lot like the Alex Jones of the left here. And then they just literally will get drunk and be like, yeah, I texted every one of my contacts my penis. And all of a sudden, in the most laughable way, we find out that, oh, yeah, it is true. That is a real thing. It's awesome. It's great. I love it. More of this, please. Less of the bombing, more of this. Their incompetence creates their incompetence basically shreds the veneer of civility and clandestine operations that are being done for good reasons, supposedly. Like, all of that is gone. You just know exactly what is happening. What you see is what you get. Just like when Donald Trump was yelling at Zelensky, being like, you don't hold the cards, I hold the cards, shut the fuck up. Like, that is a moment of brutal honesty. Should that be happening in broad daylight right before a potential ceasefire negotiation? No, I understand why it shouldn't. But it is honest. It's brutal, but it's honest.
Editor-in-chief of Fox Digital, also made the cut. But right-wing reporters are not the only ones represented in Waltz's Venmo list, which appears to be less than clean on OPSEC, as Secretary of Defense Hajeth wrote in the group chat leak this week. Leland Vittert, a national correspondent for News Nation, is also listed on the digital account, as is Brianna Keilar, an American journalist who currently serves as co-anchor of the afternoon edition of CNN News Central, a network President Trump routinely decries as fake news. Lauren Peikoff, an executive producer at MSNBC, is also in Waltz's contacts. Earlier this year, Trump tweeted about the network, "Wow. Rachel Maddow has horrible ratings. She'll be off the air very soon. MSNBC is close to death. CNN has reached the bottom. This is a good thing. They are the enemy of the people." But amidst the broadcasters, producers, and talking heads, one name stands out from the crowd: Judith Miller, who was summarily fired from the New York Times after it was revealed that her reporting on the Iraq War was categorically false.
Which, by the way, you know who else did that but never got fired? Fucking editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg. Oh, it's Big Booty Judy! Rearing her ugly head. Whoo! Yeah. Only in this community do people get excited at, war criminal press, access journalist, propagandist for the war on terror, Judith Miller drop in a fucking prospect.org article. I need context, gang. Context is being delivered on the article. It says, who was summarily fired from the New York Times after it was revealed that her reporting on the Iraq War was categorically false and obtained almost verbatim from Vice President Dick Cheney. Judith Miller is an example of how the New York Times played a significant role in manufacturing consent for the illegal, unjustifiable occupation of Iraq that killed 1 million plus Iraqi people. That was all war crimes galore, complete fucking total terror. And she, as a stenographer or maybe even a fucking CIA agent, literally played a formative role in justifying these atrocities and creating reasonable ground for why the Iraq War must happen. How did she do this? By directly getting her notes from Vice President Dick Cheney. Vox released a Today Explained episode about you today. What?
And obtained almost verbatim from Vice President Dick Cheney. Her dismissal was the price paid for cozying up too close to an administration set on war, and viewing intelligence reports and basic facts with the same blood-hued glasses as those with their fingers on the button. On Wednesday, Waltz told Fox News host Laura Ingraham, "I don't know this guy," in reference to Goldberg, adding, "I know him by his horrible reputation and he really is the bottom scum of journalists. I know him in the sense that he hates the president. But I didn't text him, he wasn't on my phone, and we're gonna figure out..."
This is why I said he's such a fucking fake friend. This is why I said he's such a phony. And such a goddamn fake friend, dude. Like, he's like, "Oh, I don't know the guy. I hate him. I don't care about him. Fuck this guy." And it's like, dude, you straight up have all of these guys' phone conversations and you rely on them. You have their phone numbers. You rely on them for positive reporting. And then you shit on them like that.
How this happened. Waltz's public Venmo tells a different story about the NSC chief's willingness to engage in familiar spin in service of more war and carnage. After some prodding, Goldberg decided he had a green light to expose this game, which is played many times a day. Published below is the full list of names for the public to review and reach their own conclusions from. Familiar names include Susan Wiles, Bernard Carrick, Kirsten Nielsen, and Morgan Ortigas. Given that Waltz's settings were turned to public, any foreign adversary in the know already has this information. Average Americans with better things to do than sniff around Venmo don't, until now.
Anyway. There it is. Leak after leak after leak. I didn't even know that Vox did a video on me. Did I interview Vox? I don't remember. Der Spiegel is reporting that Donald Trump's most important security advisors use Signal to discuss an imminent military strike. Now, reporting by Der Spiegel has found that the contact data of some of those officials, including mobile phone numbers, is freely accessible on the what? Oh, on the interweb. Private data and passwords of senior U.S. security officials found online. Oh my God, that's amazing. This is probably more common and not unique to the Trump admin, by the way. This is just basic. If you're over the age of 35, you're probably unfamiliar. Like, you know when you put a password in and Google Chrome warns you like your password's been boomed? It's because there are a lot of lists out there where your account associated with your name, with your password, will be freely sold in the marketplace. And for that reason, you obviously have to have two-factor authentication, and also on top of that, change your passwords frequently, use harder to crack passwords in general. So this isn't just like the Trump administration. I suspect that this has been, Have I Been Pwned is a great website for it. Anyway, so that's not that unique. And we don't know if this is their current emails, right? New Jeffrey Goldberg declines to characterize his relationship with Mike Waltz, but says, if I'm such a nefarious character, why am I in Mike Waltz's phone? Why does he have my phone number? Why is he including me in this chat? And what do you expect the reporter to do when you learn interesting information about the way the administration is contemplating military action? What do they really think is going to happen? He's such a pussy. Jeffrey won't even burn Mike Waltz after all of this. They kept yelling at him and calling him a phony, a fake, a coward, and he still won't dagger him back. Pathetic. Pathetic. We're going to get to the ICE deportation actions again in a little bit. Before we do that, here is, where's Dave Portnoy? Is a question I have to ask perhaps too many times in this administration. And that is what we're going to do. We're going to ask, where is Dave Portnoy? Dave Portnoy had a statement. Yes, we'll do the Philly defund segment in a second. Dave Porkboy is back and now a formative part of hashtag resistance. I think it's pretty wild that you just found out about the Vox podcast and it was posted in the L3 sub 3 hours ago. Your biggest fans. I like that. That's nice. That's nice that the H3H3 podcast community is aware of what latest media hits I have before I'm even aware of it. I do too much of it to remember and keep track of it all. And I don't even know if I actually spoke to Vox or if they just like kind of did coverage on me in general. But that's cool. I'm glad that, Ethan's fans are preoccupied with important shit like that. All right, let's listen to Dave Porkboy now.
Incoming political rant. If you don't like political rants, keep it moving. I don't blame you. This Houthis Signal group chat, the Atlantic controversy. I'll try to catch you up real quick. So basically the U.S. launched an attack on the Houthis a couple days ago, terrorist group, successful attack, killed a bunch of them, very successful by all nature, opened up like the passageway for ships and cargo ships.
No. Like, I hate that this is the commentary now, and it's not very different than what the administration is saying. Like, I can't even get mad at Dave Porkboy for this, because this is unironically what the largest political commentator on this platform is saying as well, with the same lack of knowledge and information, and perhaps worse, with the lack of curiosity, lack of interest in exercising critical thinking. They just go, yeah, it's fucking awesome. It's totally open now. You know, it's totally open. Have we checked? No. Has commercial shipping lanes been restored? Are ships actually going through the Red Sea? No. But it doesn't matter. No one cares. It's just like a funnel of increasingly stupider people repeating what they kind of heard and just made up as the lies basically devolve and become stupider and stupider. Like, no interest whatsoever. The question I have is this. What happens when another ship gets overtaken, or what happens when most commercial shipping companies still continue not to use the Red Sea because of genuine attacks? Like, what then? Like, months of bombing, just like Operation Prosperity Guardian, you know, the failure of the Brandon administration, right? What happens then? Like, where do we go from here? Does anybody ever call into question that perhaps they were misled? Does anyone ever care about the truth at all?
That were being terrorized, so successful attack. Well, comes out after the fact that Jeffrey Goldberg, who's the editor of The Atlantic. The Atlantic is a magazine that basically hates Trump, hates the left, hates people like me. Think Business Insider, think New York Times, think New York Magazine, all the heavy left-leaning media organizations. The Atlantic is one of them.
He said hates the left, which is true. The Atlantic does hate the left.
Hate them. Trump hates them. They hate Trump. They probably hate me. So the editor, Jeffrey Goldberg, comes out after. He's like, hey, morons, you guys included me on a Signal group chat with sensitive classified information discussing the Houthis attack before it happened. Pete Hegseth's immediate reaction is like, no, that never happened. We didn't leak any classified information. No classified information in there. And Jeffrey Goldberg released all the text in the Signal group chat. And guess what? It's super sensitive. It's super classified. It's surreal that these guys added Jeffrey Goldberg to this group chat. I mean, they were talking about the attack, leading up to the attack, all the way to a couple hours, when they're going to do it, the time, the weather, you name it. And if this information somehow got out to the Houthis, and I assume in situations like this, things move at the speed of light, lots of American soldiers could have died, lives in jeopardy. So to me, a major
How is that possible?
glitch in intelligence and just a huge mistake. It looked like Michael Waltz, the national security advisor to the president, added Jeffrey Goldberg to the group chat by accident, and J.D. Vance is in it. It looks like he added him by accident. And listen, we've all texted the wrong person. We've all emailed the wrong person. We've all had somebody who shouldn't be in a group chat in our lives. We are not the Secretary of Defense. We're not the National Security Advisor. We're not the Vice President of the United States. So
It's so funny because like this statement is basically what mainstream media is saying as well, for the most part. So when it comes from Dave Porkboy, who is a Trump dick rider, everyone goes, man, he's so brilliant and so open-minded on this stuff. It's crazy. And it's like, dude, you should be ashamed if you are a decorated journalist at like CBS and your attitude is identical to Dave Porkboy, where you're just like, this operation was very successful, but everybody's asking like how we arrived at this failure. If that's the beginning and end of your conversation, and there's no daylight between you and Dave Porkboy in your fucking analysis, you should just quit your job and start eating pizza instead, okay? Start doing pizza reviews. Let him fucking be the guy. At least he's more entertaining. You know? He's more entertaining than the people over at fucking regular liberal news outlets. Yeah, I know. We already went through this entire article earlier.
Yeah, mistakes happen. This one can't. Here's my biggest issue with this. And this is in politics in general. The reaction of like Pete Hegseth and President Trump has been to kind of poo-poo it. Be like, there was no classified information in there. Trump's like, you know, how did Jeffrey Goldberg get in there? Like, did he hack it? Did he get in there? He didn't stay very long. The Atlantic is a horrible organization and a terrible magazine, which they are, and I hate them. And by the way, if Jeffrey Goldberg, he didn't hack it, he got added, but if he did hack it, that's almost more dangerous than somebody like Jeffrey Goldberg. If he can hack the most sensitive group chats, what are our enemies doing? Trump, I get being loyal to your people. I don't like firing people on innocent mistakes that they make, but this, and I've seen a lot of people be like, oh, you're mad about this, but we had a president like Biden with dementia who had the nuclear codes. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. That wasn't right then, and this isn't right now. In this new administration, you want to take accountability. Trump, you may love Michael Waltz. You love Pete Hegseth. You may love these guys.
You keep saying Pete Hegseth. I love that. I also additionally love how much motion Dave Porkboy has because once again, society has completely collapsed. There's no more there's no more need for like professionalism or people who know what the fuck they're talking about. And a guy that keeps saying Pete Hegseth has like more motion in this admin than anyone else. He's like, come on, dude. Heads need the roll. What are we doing? And it's funny to think that, like, heads might unironically roll as a consequence of that. I don't know if it was real that he was actually asked to be a part of the Department of Commerce, chat. I remember reading something about it, and I thought it was like so... I thought it was too far-fetched even for this admin, you know what I mean? I didn't really entertain that. I don't want to... Like, I never even... I didn't want to entertain it, and I didn't want to seek out the truth. Because it's one of those pieces of information where it's like, it's better that I don't know that it's real because I don't want to lose my mind further. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those things where if I understand, if I recognize the truth, like if there's even a shred of possibility that like it might be real, that the Trump administration actually was like, oh, Dave Porkboy, like you're brilliant. We need you at the Chamber of Commerce or something. Like, even if there's like 10% likelihood that it's real, I would fucking perish. So I don't want to, I don't want to think about that. And that's why I never actually investigated it any further. You come across as an annoying liberal for criticizing his pronunciation of Hegseth instead of his analysis. His analysis is fucking dumb. And I'm actually more interested in criticizing dumbass liberal media outlets who have the same exact fucking take as Dave Porkboy. Okay? The fuck do you mean? He doesn't know who Pete Hegseth's name is, okay? He doesn't even know what the fuck The Atlantic does. He just goes, they hate Trump, they hate me, I don't like them, okay? I hate The Atlantic for championing the fucking Iraq war. There's a good reason for me to hate The Atlantic. That's the difference between me and Dave Porkboy. I hate Goldberg for being an Israeli occupying force concentration camp guard during the first fucking intifada. There's a good reason. I hate him for championing Mohammed bin Salman and coining the term the charm offensive and sucking him off when he came to the United States of America. That's the difference between me and someone who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. There are very good reasons. Also, you're a fucking baboon who doesn't understand that I initially started criticizing Dave Porkboy for not knowing what the fuck he's talking about, and more importantly, drew a much larger, much more consequential point out of this, which is that the media is not covering this issue appropriately and not covering this issue with a degree of priority that plays a higher order on, like, the fact that they fucking killed civilians without any fucking oversight whatsoever just because they felt like it. That is the real story here, beyond the palace intrigue and beyond the incompetence of the fucking administration. So this isn't even about Dave Porkboy, who I don't expect to have serious commentary on this issue. This is more so about liberal media outlets that have the exact same fucking attitude that Dave Porkboy has. A guy who doesn't know how to say the defense secretary's name. Now explain to me how you arrived 17 zip codes away from the fucking point that I was making. The thing is, though, that Dave Portnoy, as ridiculous about the sound, comes across more relatable to normies than you. 100%. I know that. Are you kidding me? You think I don't know that? I do. I do know that. I know. What difference does it make in this process?
But he has to go down. To me, it's Michael Waltz.
Depends on how you define a normie. No. Dave Portnoy is infinitely more relatable to the average person just by virtue of, like, being a guy who loves pizza and sports, okay? You're insane. Don't even try to provide a counter to that. Okay? Dave Portnoy is infinitely more relatable to the average American than someone like myself. Are you kidding me? I'm not even fucking relatable to, like, well-educated Americans who have been educated into believing that America is the police force and sometimes does a little bit of evil, but, you know, their heart is always in the right place. Like, think about the resistance I get from like even well-educated liberals who are supposed to be aligned with me on values and principles, and then they despise me. More so than even guys like Dave Portnoy. I could get along with Dave Portnoy better than half of the fucking liberals that yell at me all the goddamn time. But once again, I'm not even upset at Dave Porkboy as much as I'm upset at mainstream outlets that have Dave Porkboy's analysis on this issue.
He's the one who added him to this conversation. But you can't have the top of the top security people in the United States with the most sensitive information in the world adding random editors of a magazine that hates Trump's guts to a group chat talking about an attack before it happens on a terrorist group. You can't poo-poo it. You can't downplay it. You have to sit up there and be like, holy shit, this is a fuck up of epic proportions. There will be accountability.
Have you ever spoken to Arian Foster? Yes. Dude, what are you talking about? I've been on PFD's pod. And also I was just texting PFD this morning.
I will get to the bottom of this. And frankly, I think I don't like calling for people's heads. Michael Waltz, it seems like you're the guy who...
I'm semi-liberal and I don't despise you, lol. I watch you almost daily. If you're semi-liberal in the sense that you're like more leaning Republican, it's understandable that you don't despise me. If you are semi-liberal in the sense that you're like left but center left adjacent, then you're probably in the I despise Hasan category firmly. In my experience, the people that hate me the most are fucking neo-Nazis. And then after the neo-Nazis, if there was a ranking of order, like who hates me the most, after neo-Nazis, I would place like online libtards in the second, you know, in the second category of like people who have the most smoke for me. You know, like people who love NATO, people who are diehard loyal fans of third way neoliberalism, people like that, like lib fanatics. Drama slop tubers is the number 2 one, obviously, but like drama number 3 basically is on board, and then it's conservatives and stuff. Like it's not even a question. Smug educated neolibs are the worst. Yeah, smug educated neolibs. Dan Pfeiffer fans, you guys are so funny because Dan Pfeiffer doesn't hate me. That's not even the case. No, I'm talking about a very specific group of people. Dan Pfeiffer doesn't hate me. Podjohns don't hate me at all. I go to the places where liberals are at, and most of them, if they're open-minded and charitable, will develop a decent understanding. I'm talking about like the fucking Sex Pestiny fans and the Ethan fans. Like those are the motherfuckers who you spread lies and hate. You're cancerous. It's people like this. Yeah. You must have been a loser in high school, right? Bro, go get some pussy. How about some actually good non-biased journalism, you fucking monkey? You are the most dumb motherfucker I've ever seen. Kamala fixes all of this. It's guys like this that have been watching and has never stopped hating. Like just... I love that I pulled one out of the dark. I didn't even pull it out of the dark. He just revealed himself immediately. I was like, I'm talking about a specific type of person who just is a bot, okay? They hate the Republicans for their cultish thinking. They hate the Republicans because Republicans operate like a cult. They hate the Republicans because Republicans don't care about the truth. Things that they would understand I talk about on a daily basis if they had the capacity to not be a fucking bot. But then they turn around and operate in the exact same way that the Republicans do, but for like the K-Hive or whatever. The type of person that doesn't understand that the Associated Press, CNN, New York Times, and every other news outlet also has political biases baked deep into their coverage, their editorial teams especially. The type of person who thinks, no, those guys are just only telling the truth and nothing but the truth. The type of person who thinks, no, the Democrats know better. And then when the Democrats fail, they think the Democratic Party cannot fail on their own virtues. They can only be made to fail. It is us, the voters, who failed the Democratic Party. It is us who did not do the true neoliberalism. It hasn't been tried yet. Not a very large group of people that behave like this, but they are very loud. You know? Now, fear not, chatters. These people are very malleable. If the Democratic Party tomorrow turned into a Maoist third worldist party in its tendency, these people would be the loudest champions of the Cultural Revolution. They would be flogging and exposing counter-revolutionary behavior. These people are bots in the same way. They're bots for the party. They're party bots, and they do it for free. The very same people that were Biden dead enders. Okay? So I don't have an issue with guys like this because ultimately they just yell at the wind, but when push comes to shove and the winds blow in a different direction, if they blow in a rightward direction, they will go along with the rightward swing. If they blow in a leftward direction, they will go along with the leftward swing.
added him to the group chat, you have to lose your job. You should step down. You cannot be adding random people to a group chat with this sensitive, classified information. Just be like, oh no, poo-poo, it's on him. He should have left the group chat instantly. This guy shouldn't have stayed in. It's on Jeffrey Goldberg for not immediately being like, hey, I should be here. No. It's on you for adding him. And this has to be something that, and this is why I hate politics, you have to stand up here and be like, what a fuck up. I will demand answers, accountability in the heads. I don't care if you're right, left. There's nothing being made up here. Jeffrey Goldberg is telling the truth. It's obvious these texts are real. It's obvious they're classified. It's obvious we gave away the strike information 2 hours before it happened. We're lucky it didn't cause the death of American military members. Somebody has to go down for this. This is a...
Yeah, everyone's a liberal, including Dave Porkboy, including Donald Trump.
Mistake. This isn't a Barstool mistake where you let an idiot hang around like Mitzi. This is a mistake that can't happen twice. It cannot happen once. So you have to make a change and show.
It's funny that he is more critical of the current administration than like CBS is, to a certain degree. But
it'll never happen. And these are the top intel guys that we have in the country. Adding a rando, the editor of The Atlantic, to the most sensitive group chat in the world, somebody's got to go down. That's just the facts. You can't poo-poo this.
Liberalism is monoculture, so of course conservatives and Republicans and reactionaries alike still exhibit a lot of liberal tendencies, aesthetics, optics, civility, a care and consideration for those things. No real underlying ideological championing. No real underlying goals that they want to accomplish, but instead just want like pure optical domination on the main stage. That's what liberalism is all about. Being apolitical. Unk's in the comments. Yep. Liberalism on the like the liberal side, on the Democratic Party side, is to say, I don't really care if this administration is becoming incredibly right-wing on the issue of immigration. As long as it's a Democrat doing it, I'm fine with it because they'll follow the process. Okay? Liberalism on the right-wing side is a similar thing, like a hyper-focus on optics and no real commitment to ideology. Saying like, we need to do accountability, okay? We need to be better than this. You were on your lib arc in some topics, not gonna lie. No, I'm not. And you've been spending every single day saying this, okay? You spent every single day since I interviewed Bernie Sanders and AOC for 9 total minutes being like, you should have tackled them on stage. Like, shut the fuck up. Okay? Oh. All right, let's hear what the Joe Rogan of the left.
Today Explained here with Eric Levitz, senior correspondent at Vox.com, to talk about the 2024 election. That can't be right. Eric, I thought we were done with that. I feel like I'm Pacino in 3.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Why are we talking about the 2024 election again?
The reason why we're still looking back is that it takes a while after an election to get all of the most high-quality data on what exactly happened. So the full picture is starting to just come into view now.
And you wrote a piece about the full picture for Vox recently, and it did bonkers business on the internet. What did it say? What struck a chord?
Yeah, so this was my interview with David Shore of Blue Rose Research. He's one of the biggest sort of Democratic data gurus in the party. And basically, the big picture headline takeaways are...
Coming up on Today Explained.
Support for this show comes from ADT.
How to do that move.
2020. What are these ads, bro? What is happening?
The big picture headline takeaways are that voters who say they don't care much about politics, who don't follow the news closely, who don't always vote in elections, that group moved really strongly towards Donald Trump. This was a group that was split about evenly between Biden and Trump in 2020, and this time it was overwhelmingly for Donald Trump. I think that what is most striking, perhaps...
I don't want to hear the analysis of David Shore, who led to spectacular defeat, for the record. It seems like they clickbaited me because the first 15 minutes is basically just like them going over what David Shore, Dan Pollster, has said about the election, which is ironic because his attitude, his popularism mentality is unironically at the core of the failures of this past election cycle, and yet they're still hailing him as a data champion in this situation. And yeah, they're the first half is just like covering the demographics of the election and David Shore's attitude and stuff. And I don't really think that it's all that necessary to relitigate that stuff, especially because we know the conclusion of the story. The Democratic Party followed David Shore's Shorist methods, and they lost. And I would say that they lost because they followed the Shorist mindset, the David Shore mindset. The notion that if you just follow through on popular agendas without any sort of ideological commitment to issues that people can mark down as things that you will always fight for, healthcare, human rights, expansion of civil liberties, expansion of social safety nets, improving the material conditions of the working class. If you're not a party that is identifiable by key tenets, no matter whether or not the polls at the time show that it's like unfavorable or favorable, then you are a party that is undefinable. When you think of the Republican Party, you can think of key aspects of Republican administrations, okay? Deregulation, tax cuts for everybody, but mostly just tax cuts for the wealthy, okay? No gun control ever happening. It's not going to happen. You can have an AR-15. You can have an RPG if you want to. This is what we are advocating for. Dominating gay people, things like that. Abortion restrictions. Those are tangible policy that you can associate, whether vague or direct, you can associate them with the Republican Party. With the Democrats, because of this popularism sentiment, because of third way neoliberalism, the Democrats are malleable. They constantly change what the agenda is because they let the Republicans dominate. And those who are ideologically consistent, no matter how right-wing, dominate the conversation over and over again. And if there's no counterbalance from if there's no counterbalance or counter messaging coming from the Democratic Party, which is supposed to be the anti-fascist party in this process or the left party in this process, then all people hear is lies that the Republicans are telling on any particular issue. And simply follow suit with the Republicans. They allow the Republicans to dominate discourse, and therefore they become, they look like they're hypocrites. They look like massive hypocrites that were caught lying about everything that they believed in and caught with their pants down, pissing against the wind. And that's how Democrats keep losing to increasingly dumber candidates. Let's take a look at how they reference me in this.
Way up with cocaine, more than anything else you can think of.
Cocaine will turn you into a damn owl, homie. I have two segments I want to do with you. Okay. The first one is use one word that comes to mind to describe that person. Okay? It's a fun game. Fine. Let's start. All right. Who is the first picture? And we got the Nelk Boys. One word.
Great.
What they did for those audiences is just expose them to a kind of humanized version of Trump.
You've heard about the supervillain, glowering from the Fulton County jail or whatever. Well, here's the version of Trump that just seems like kind of a chill, approachable dude. And, maybe he's not as bad as all that.
How bad? And we like the Beach Boys. We always like the Beach Boys.
We do like the Beach Boys.
Who doesn't like the Beach Boys?
And notably here, on these shows that Trump was hitting, you did not see representation from the other side, from the left. Which kind of brings us back to the piece you recently wrote for The New Yorker called You Mad Bro?
Yeah, this is Eric speaking now to the other Eric. It's two Erics having a conversation on Today Explained.
Although it's also known as the Battle for the Bros, because you spent some time with a leftist bro.
Yeah. So Hasan Piker is really the only major prominent leftist on Twitch, at least the only one who talks about politics.
Eric. Sorry, this is Andrew. This is not Eric versus Eric. I'm wrong. This is Andrew versus Eric, I think. I can't tell. God damn it. Everyone has podcast voice. But yeah, this is Andrew who wrote for The New Yorker the profile.
All day.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast.
So a lot of the sort of, speculation about could there be a Rogan of the left, a lot of that was focused on him. He's have to just say it outright. Very, very handsome, tall drink of water. He's, that's a big part of the brand.
Can I say something? I'm feeling objectified.
Oh, yeah.
He does sort of fitness influencer stuff. He's always going to the gym and, sending around, thirst trap photos.
This guy.
This week has been a mess.
You feed it. Don't act like you don't feed it.
This week, I'm asking for it?
Yeah.
What was I wearing?
He, plays video games. He does sort of, traditionally guy-coded stuff.
Fear and mention on the Vox podcast? That's crazy. Cutie mention on Vox.
But then he also, will wear a pearl necklace and nail polish and, hang out with his gay friends. So he's doing his own thing. But really, when he sits down to start streaming, he's basically talking about politics from a very sort of progressive socialist perspective all day long.
Universal basic income, in the way that I advocate for, is a drastic wealth redistribution program. I think that universal basic income...
He has 4 monitors.
That's crazy that they found a clip of me shitting on Yang Gang and saying UBI in the way that Yang Gang advocates for is a transfer away from the welfare state, which I don't advocate for. I advocate for UBI as a wealth transfer. That's crazy that they cut that part, though, to make it seem like I'm on board with UBI. When I was talking about the dangers of thinking that all UBI is the same.
There's a bank of monitors, he's a day trader or something. One is just for comments, one is just for his Discord, one is his main screen. And when he's locked in, he's just locked in. He, goes to the bathroom for 60 seconds and comes back and keeps going. He's in a flow state for 8 to 10 hours a day. When I showed up at his house, we had arranged over text, I'll come to your house and I'll hang out with you. This is on a Sunday where he's talking about Syria for hours and hours and hours.
The morality of Assad is not complex. Assad is a brutal tyrant and also, a dog statesman in general. Can't speak for his...
and his audience, he had 35,000 people live in his audience. That's better than a lot of cable networks, especially for, the coveted youth demographic. And then I come back the next day, and that happens to be the day that they caught Luigi Mangione. So that was a banger of a stream.
Normally, as you guys know, this is unlimited Italiophobia in the broadcast. This is the first day where there will be no Italiophobia on this broadcast. We will ban you.
Then I came back the next day, and his guests were Lena Khan, the FTC chair, followed by Ta-Nehisi Coates, the famous writer, followed by Stavros Halkias, the famous comedian, back to back to back. This is Gen Z Tonight Show kind of thing.
Right, and Lena Khan, Ta-Nehisi Coates, you'd expect them on the Ezra Klein show.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe saying favorable things about Luigi Mangione is where Hasan Piker sort of, strikes a different chord.
Well, and this is the line he's constantly walking in politics of all kinds, right? He's saying Trump is a monster, you can't vote for him, but he's not then saying, here's why Kamala Harris is so great and you really should vote for her. He's basically saying she's the lesser of two evils, but she's really terrible on Gaza, she's really terrible on this other stuff.
Bro, she's 60. I don't know any 60-year-old American who doesn't prefer Israel to the scary Muslims. Sometimes it's that simple.
I mean, I was at the DNC in Chicago. And
damn, I cooked there when I was talking about Kamala's loyalty to Israel.
Hassan Piker was this sort of, celebrated, invited guest. The DNC gave him this really prime real estate. And then he said a few too many really edgy things about Gaza.
They're kicking us out.
Unlucky.
I don't know why.
Is it? You think it's because you said something today they didn't like?
In front of a New York Times reporter, by the way. The DNC is so crazy. They were just like in front of 60,000 people. No. I thought that it was a mischaracterization to consider my statements on Gaza to be edgy. It wasn't. For a liberal audience, me comparing the DNC's lying to the Israeli state's lies to the media is fairly is edgy. It's true. I think it's fair.
I did compare DNC to Israel. That might have been the final blow because we got the call like shortly after I tweeted that.
So he's constantly doing this dance, right? Trying to be a critical ally, but not too allied. Trying to be edgy on Twitch without getting kicked off Twitch. He was recently suspended for 24 hours because he talked about maybe killing Rick Scott, a senator. So
no, that's not what I said. Come on, man. It's whatever.
It's this constant tightrope act, which, I mean, honestly makes it more exciting to watch.
And the audience responds to this because it strikes them as authentic.
Totally. I mean, his audience goes way back with him. This is where the parasocial thing really comes into play. I mean, not to break the fourth wall too much, but people have a parasocial relationship with you. They listen to you a lot. People have parasocial relationships with Sarah Koenig from listening to her host Serial for 12 hours. But like, this guy is on audio and video all the time, with comments floating up the side of his screen that he reads and responds to constantly. So however parasocial people feel about you or Ezra Klein or Sarah Koenig, it's like times 1,000 on steroids all the time. This is part of the appeal, right? I went to a gym with him in Encino. You walk into the gym, there's Joe Rogan interviewing Elon Musk on the TV above you. But because he's kind of doing this bro-coded thing, he's not like the kind of caricature of the Pearl.
I do think it's funny that, look, Andrew's trying to explain to an audience what I do. And the words that he describes from the outside, like my normal day-to-day existence, is so, I wouldn't say, I mean, I say sanitized, but also so, what's the word for it? Analytical, academic. That right there, because the audience needs to hear that, because the liberal audience needs to hear it in such terms, is unironically the fucking major problem with liberal media and liberal audiences in general. Okay? It's like it means that like someone like myself, a person who definitely has like examples in the real world where normal people who also think like me, who also enjoy the same things, right, is seen as such a unique unicorn almost for liberals who have never experienced that from any of their like mainstream or even independent media equivalents, that like they have to explain it exactly like a TED Talk. Like they have to walk you through the steps of like why people actually enjoy me being just myself and also having the same opinions that you normally would hear from, I don't know, a professor in an academic setting that is covering like, I don't know, the history of like Western imperialism or some shit.
clutching, progressive where he has to run away because he's like surrounded by Trumpy guys. He can hang. And the ability to hang is the currency of the realm.
He's describing being a normal person. Like, that's kind of crazy how much how big of a byproduct this is of just like being hyper online in general, or being inside of like weird echo chambers for exhaustive periods of time. That like, it's wild to me that like he's describing something that he does in his daily life, I suspect, something that many liberals probably also do in their daily lives. But when you think about it from the perspective of like political commentary or political influencers or media figures that are on the left or on the liberal side, whatever, it's like, this is like seen as a superpower. It's not. It's just me being a fucking normal human being, It's very interesting. And people ask me these questions all the time. Like people, journalists that interview me ask me this all the time. It's like, are you putting on a show? Are you, are you cognizant of the way you appear? And I'm like, I am, to the degree that like I care about what I wear and shit, but it's just also authentically things that I care about. To be fair, you need to be described in this way to be normal because what you do is not normal. I mean, sure. I'm a PhD student who's helping one head of the leading academic and psychology journal to start social media presence, and I literally sent him this link as an example. I'm confused by how you wrote that.
Like, if you can hang, then you're in, and people kind of develop a relationship with you. And then eventually, if you go, actually, I think we should have universal health care and like treat trans people well and like not do mass deportations, then maybe they'll listen to you. And in terms of who they are, I mean, I think part of what's interesting about it, and this goes for Rogan and Theo Von and a bunch of guys on the right as well, is that the audience is constantly changing and moldable and impressionable. I mean, people, like, one thing that this piece really reinforced for me is like, Americans don't just sort of like have set politics. Nobody does. Like, it's always shifting. People are always open to persuasion or just kind of shifting their mind on things. That's what Rogan did. That's what a lot of his audience did. So what a lot of Hasan Piker's job is, I think, is taking people who are impressionable and kind of molding them in his direction rather than letting them just sort of fall into the open internet where they might, get red-pilled.
And did you ask him what he thought of being called by some as a Joe Rogan of the left?
Yeah, he doesn't like it. And his main objection to it is, well, partly he doesn't like it because, it's not cool to be like, oh, please pick me. I would love to be the Joe Rogan of the left,
Yeah.
But also his objection to it is the Democrats want to make this about messaging instead of policy. So, the Democrats want to just say, oh, if we just, have more podcasts and, put more TikTok stars on our, campaign ads, that'll solve it. And for someone like Piker, who is a really dedicated, like, socialist, he wants them to do more universal programmings. He wants them to go in a Bernie direction instead of a Kamala direction. And so he thinks it's kind of like a shortcut to just do the messaging and not change the policy.
It's interesting because he exists in this space where he speaks to the same type of person who might listen to Joe Rogan. I'm sure there are people who listen to both shows. Do you agree?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, there's people all over. And, just like Joe Rogan used to be on the left, Hasan Piker used to be a big Rogan fan. I mean, He told me about the time he met Joe Rogan, like in this kind of rapturous way. And, he also, Theo Von, I would say, is kind of reached the number 2 spot in the Rogan sphere.
Yeah.
Hasan Piker was on Theo Von's show like a week and a half ago or something. I mean, so there's a huge amount of overlap.
When you get those crossovers, when Hasan Piker talks to Theo Von, I don't think he's been on Joe Rogan's show, but maybe that's coming. Could we get like a rigorous debate on policy, like those Gore Vidal, like William F. Buckley joints from the 1960s?
Shut up a minute. No, I won't. And some people will on that.
Kind of, yeah. Hopefully without calling each other queer or whatever.
Now listen, you.
I have a bit about this, like. The irony is that is precisely what happens today as well. When I revisited the Buckley v. Vidal interviews, I found out that William F. Buckley was literally calling Gore Vidal queer, and Gore Vidal was calling William F. Buckley a fascist. That is what most debates still devolve into. Ironically enough, we look back and we think about like the way that these intellectuals carried themselves, and there's certainly a significant devolution, a significant regression from, I guess, the conversations that were taking place. But overall, the safeguards on those conversations are damn near identical. Like, it's still the same shit.
Calling you a crypto Nazi.
Let's stop calling names.
You in your goddamn face, and you'll stay plastered.
I think there is some of that, but actually, in a way, it's less structured than that, right? The kind of classic Buckley Vidal debate where you're brought in to do like a point counterpoint on CBS News.
Yeah.
That's kind of given way to more just kind of like organic relationships. So like the gym bros that I was talking about, they were streamers also, and Hasan will go on their streams and talk about politics. But it's not in a structured, like, okay, what do we think about entitlement reform? What do we think about charter schools? Like, it's much more like, I don't know, dude, like, don't you think this is bullshit? You really think they're going to do what they say? You know, it's much more vibe-based.
Where do you think all of this is leading? Because it's so clear that Democrats are trying something right now. Gavin Newsom has launched a podcast where he's talking to Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon. You write in your piece that Pete Buttigieg was making overtures to Hasan Piker. Tim Walz came on this show. AOC and Bernie were talking to Hasan recently. The Democrats are doing something. Is it too early to say if any of it's working?
Yeah, they are doing something. So I think the Gavin Newsom show is not the answer. The thing that struck me about the Gavin Newsom show, which he started like while I was reporting this, it's not even, again, the content, it's the vibe. It's like he talks kind of like a McKinsey consultant, like not like a person. And whereas Tim Walz, I think, talks like a person. So, you know, you can talk about policy all day long, and I think that we should talk about policy all day long. And I agree with the Piker critique that policy maybe matters more than messaging in many cases. But I think when you have someone like Tim Walz, who doesn't always put words in the right order and doesn't always speak in complete paragraphs, that guy would do great on a 3-hour podcast. And so to me, the whole Monday morning quarterback question is not why didn't Kamala go on Rogan, is why didn't Tim Walz go on Joe Rogan? Like, that's the whole point of having that guy on your
That is unironically what I advocated for as well in the
campaign. It seems to me. So I do think they're going to keep trying stuff, and I think they're going to see, kind of by market testing it, what's working. People are clearly trying to get in position, and I don't think they will make the same exact mistakes again. The question is, are they only fighting the last war, or are they going to figure out whatever the parasocial media of 2028 is going to be?
I think Joe Rogan wouldn't have eaten Tim Walz up. I think Joe Rogan is too much of a chameleon to do that. Joe Rogan only talks shit about Tim Walz like after the fact. I have a suspicion that if Tim Walz had gone, if he had gone on Joe Rogan, he would have had a wonderful time.
Andrew Marantz, he writes for The New Yorker, NewYorker.com. Hasan Piker, rumor has it, a listener to this show. Hasan, if you're listening, come hang out. Come talk to us.
I do listen to Today Explained from time to time. It's on my... I mean, I listen to everything, to be fair. Damn, got called out. That's crazy. This is like a casually explained moment, but this time instead... it is in professional media. That's crazy. It is funny when people see this stuff and imagine their favorite content creator being in this position. They just can't contend with why I'm in this position, or they go, what do you typically listen to? I listen to everything. They they just can't comprehend like why this is happening. They're like, don't these guys watch like all the drama slop YouTubers who love saying the R word? Like, think about how academic these guys are with the language that they use and the way that they're describing me being like broing out and being like relatively normal with other content creators of different political perspectives. Like, you think those guys are going to listen to a guy who fucking has like R word and N word compilations? No, they're going to be like, this is insane. Especially when the information that they're presenting is like truly objectionable. Sure, you can clip me out of context all day, every day, but at the end of the day, regardless of your massaging of the narrative, like, a lot of these people have established points of view. They might not agree with me on like Israel, for example. I'm not even talking about Andrew, but like Eric, for example, might not agree with my opinions on Israel, but that doesn't fucking change the dynamic here at all. Like, he understands that, like, most people, especially in media, most people understand that, like, I have done decades of advocacy against anti-Semitism. Like, that's fucking insane to just be like, yeah, this guy is actually secretly a fucking anti-Semite. You can only dupe a baby into believing that. Or someone who is ultra motivated to feel that way. Because, these are, at the end of the day, well-read individuals. The way you talk and express yourself is 100% marketable. Is no wonder. Okay, child, it's only been 8 years, decades. No, it's been a decade. What do you mean 8 years? No, it's been a decade.
Travis Larchuk and Amanda Llewellyn made the show today. Patrick Boyd and Andrea Christensdottir mixed the show today. Amina Al-Sadi edited.
But yeah, I'm down to go on Today Explain. I'll be doing it. The people calling HasanAbi an anti-Semite are the same people who call me a token Jew for being against genocide? Exactly. Yeah. NPR, please watch the Turkey Tom video. Okay, don't watch the other ones where he's like, I don't know, saying the N-word or whatever, but watch this one video where he cynically presents himself as like somewhat of a progressive person, albeit for a brief moment, in an effort to virtue signal about how he thinks I'm a bad guy and an anti-Semite. Watch this lunatic drama slop tuber, please. You will really, really understand how bad and dangerous this guy is. The problem is a lot of people don't fucking care about mainstream opinions anymore and mainstream media in general. So those drama slop tubers, I hate to admit, do have a little bit of emotion, especially amongst like apolitical people that are in my target demo. That's the saddest part, because I think as the top of the funnel, my role is to get people who are otherwise apolitical and like steer them in the right direction, to focus their efforts and energy on who the real vectors of pressure are, right? Like where the harm is happening to them. And unfortunately, those guys would rather sometimes get duped by fucking drama slop tube videos. But hey, on that note, we got a Philip DeFranco mention. The Hassan Musk Assassin's Creed Shadow situation divided the internet.
Today, we got to talk about the so-called anti-woke video game culture war once again sparking up because of the game Assassin's Creed Shadows. But really getting into this weird, funny place. Right? I mean, it's gotten to the point where even the company behind the game, Ubisoft, has waded into the trenches and they're clapping back at self-described anti-woke figures and defended creators like Hassan Piker. Right? But to fully understand how we got here, we also have to go back a little bit. But really, if you're at all into video games and also somewhat online, you've probably at least heard about some of the controversy. Because really, really, ever since it was revealed that the main characters of Shadows were a woman ninja and a black samurai, the so-called anti-woke people have kind of been at the game's throat. And while there are several things that are hit on, mostly they claim that the game is forcing the black character Yasuke into a prominent role when the game is set in feudal Japan. Now with that, Yasuke is based on an actual figure, and there's a lot of historical debate about him, but the most commonly accepted thing is that he was given at least some kind of status in Japan, and likely a samurai. But, regardless, it's a game about a secret society of assassins, and there's bound to be some creative liberties, right? And that was all before the game actually even came out. So, ever since its release this month, we've seen figures in the anti-woke gaming sphere like Mark Grumm's Kern continuing their crusade against the game's so-called woke aspects. For example, they bashed that both characters had same-sex romance options, and so when Hassan Piker did a sponsor stream of the game, it was like a perfect storm for them. But they got to bash a figure on the far left, and a game they currently despise. So we saw Kern tweeting out a screenshot of Hassan's sponsored tweet and writing, "You can tell a lot about Ubisoft with how much money they're throwing at terrorist platforming streamers." With then Elon Musk even jumping into the mix and writing, "Hassan is a fraud," and then sellout would be more accurate. Objectively, he is promoting a terrible game just for the money. With that, then turning into an unexpected back and forth with Hassan bringing up the fact that Musk paid someone to play Path of Exile 2 for him at an extremely high level in order to look better at the game than he was writing. This bitch literally paid someone to power level his character in PoE 2. What you mean I'm a fraud? Elon, I challenge you to a duel in Elden Ring. I will cook your fat rolling ass. With that, then turning into Grums defending Elon by saying that he wasn't paid to play PoE 2 while asking how much Hassan was paid to play Shadows, to which Musk responded with this classy tweet where he also said that Hassan had blocked him, with Hassan then defending the block, saying that he was tired of Musk's post being all over his timeline after he bought the...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to all my haters, but this back and forth, you can't make me look bad in this. You know what I mean? There is nothing you can do to take, because I know normally under every other circumstance, like my haters will like try to pick apart everything piece by piece, but this is such an airtight back and forth. There is nothing you can say about it because it is a replicable experience. Who amongst us has not muted or blocked Elon Musk because they were like, "Oh my God, bro, stop promoting your own fucking tweets. Jesus Christ." You know what I mean? The ratios themselves obviously also kind of showcase that this is the popular sentiment. So it's a very weird situation where like everyone's just like, yeah, this is, there's not really much work I can do. Oh, there was also this. I had this smoke last night as well. Drama alert. Hassan crashes out at Elon Musk after he calls him a fraud. This, when I responded to it, by the way, had 1,000 likes. But of course, as soon as I respond to it, all the haters that fucking have my notifications on immediately go and they tried liking it. Except I said, how'd this go for you? Doesn't seem like the Twitter's on your side on this one, is it, loser? 57,000 fucking likes. Damn, dude. Also, white people have once again ruined another term, crash out. You can't say everything and anything is a crash out. It is supposed to be a specific term that you deploy at very specific times. If you say everything's a crash out, then it's over. Then nothing is a crash out. You've destroyed the term.
Site, with him then suggesting that Musk should come onto his stream and later added, if Elon isn't chicken shit, he'll come on the stream. But adding, we all know he won't. He ducked Mark Zuckerberg, he ran away from Jon Stewart, and now he's ducking a Twitch stream. He then also reposted clips of Musk's ex, Grimes, on his stream, asking him questions like,
Oh, Philip, you didn't have to go that hard. Oh, no. Oh, Philip, you didn't have to do that.
Why are you so buff? And while he was live yesterday, he also joked,
I'm going to have Grimes on again on the broadcast. You keep this shit up, Elon. You keep this shit up. I'm going to have Grimes on the broadcast. I'm going to have your daughter on the broadcast. You keep this shit up. You keep it going. I'm going to interview everybody.
With then, in a follow-up video to all this, Hasan actually revealing that he unblocked Musk so that Musk could reply to his challenge to appear on stream, with him going on to say,
my challenge is still simple. Elon Musk, come on the stream. Show everybody how not afraid you are. Except, Elon Musk, you have backed away from challenges time and time again.
You know, all of this was already enough to make the situation spread across people's timelines, but then things really took off when Ubisoft itself decided to join in and respond to Musk calling Hasan a sellout with, "Is that what the guy playing your Path of Exile 2 account told you?" But then Grum's attempting to dunk on them, responding with an article that claims Shadows isn't the success that embattled Ubisoft needs right now. But then the social media person at Ubisoft being quick with it and posting, "Our game is out," which is a reference to the fact that Grums has allegedly been developing a game for years now with no tangible progress. To which Grums responded by making a few tweets making fun
Oh my God.
of Ubisoft and their game by pointing out that an indie game that just came out is doing better on Steam and claiming that their attempts to ratio him and Musk weren't successful. And there, while it is definitely true that Schedule 1 is doing better on Steam, a game like Assassin's Creed also relies heavily on platforms like PlayStation, Xbox, and such to do.
And Uplay, they have their own platform. And also, Schedule 1 indie games are like Repo, are oftentimes free. Why are people like this? They'll either point to like once in a lifetime games like Baldur's Gate that people have been waiting for fucking decades on to be like, well, they had 800,000, active concurrent players at one point. Like, you guys suck. You only got like 70K, or anything like that. And, or they'll point to like Fortnite, you know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, dude, some of these games are $0. Do you know how many people can fucking play a $0 game? Or a $17 game? Like, a lot more people, okay? No one willingly uses Uplay. You don't have to defend it. No, I'm not saying people willingly use Uplay. I'm saying that people do get the game off Uplay or numerous other avenues, especially when it's cheaper, if it's like Ubisoft Plus or whatever, you know? But regardless of the fact, someone spending $70 on a game is very different.
Do well, so that's not a huge indicator. But then also regarding the ratio, it looks like he took the screenshot right when it happened, because as of recording, it is a blowout with Musk's and Grum's tweets collectively getting 81,000 likes, whereas Assassin's Creed's clapback is sitting at 585,000. And this is, they also went on to retweet their burn against Musk with a quote from their own game, which also went viral. But I mean, it's even gotten to a point where it's spawning its own popular memes, and you have people claiming that the fact that the company stood up to Musk was enough for them to buy the game.
Dude, that was the funniest part. Hella people were like, you know what, I'm buying it. Fuck it. And that's good. It's good for two reasons, okay? I'm not saying this as someone who did a hashtag ad for Ubisoft, and holy shit, they should be celebrating me and the social media manager for literally getting them a unlimited amount of organic advertisement. It is crazy, okay? But the reason why I celebrate it is because I think people are sick and tired of these fucking losers. I think this was a cathartic moment for a lot of people where these fucking losers have been so loud on the timeline, like constantly chirping, like, oh my God, don't play this game. Don't, like, they have become significantly worse than the SJWs, because at least the SJWs are like advocating for empathy. They get annoying. Radlibs are annoying. That much is true. But at least they're like annoying in the direction of things that people agree with. Radlibs make agreeable positions annoying and unagreeable. These guys, on the other hand, make unagreeable positions impossible to fucking contend with. Like, no one wants to hear from them. No one wants to hear from Radlibs, but they still kind of agree. They're like, yeah, don't be racist. That's fucked up. These guys are like, you have to be racist. You have to be racist. Why are you not racist? I'm racist. Everyone around me is racist. And I'm also a fucking pervert. I'm a pervert. I'm the biggest pervert of all time. You don't understand. I need to be able to jerk off to every fucking character. This is my only thing that I care about. And it's like, you should be ashamed of saying things like that. You should be ashamed of thinking things like that, okay? You should literally be afraid and ashamed to outwardly present these as your values. And yet, not only do you say that, but you get a lot of love from other fucking losers as well. And I think finally people are frustrated with this enough where this was like a boiling point, you know? This was a point where everyone basically was like, oh, thank God a fucking brand is not capitulating to these anti-woke lynch mobs. Jesus Christ. That's the energy I got from the internet yesterday. You know? Because it was, oh God, this circle jerk must end, okay? I'm done. I'm done with it. I mean, I've never been on board with it anyway. I've never entertained it. I've yelled at people like this for quite some time, but Jesus Christ, dude. Oh.
Now rather than wait for a sale. Though all of this is you have some claiming that Ubisoft is buying likes and spending time on this, which is why they're in financial trouble right now. But really, we haven't seen any real proof that the likes were purchased. Not to mention that it appears that the success of Shadow has actually helped their stock. Also, with this, I'll say
that's the biggest copium. Oh, dude. Yeah, people don't hate us for constantly yelling that like the main character is black or a woman or the credit sequence is too long, or any number of different things that we made up and got upset about the things that we made up. Like, I imagined you doing something that you didn't do, and now I'm angry at you. Like, all this stuff. All this, like, shitty girlfriend behavior, okay? Like, in my dream, I dreamed that you were cheating on me, and now it's your fault. Like, that's basically how Grums operates, or a lot of what these, like, right-wing accounts do is basically... I imagine that, Japanese people are very frustrated with Assassin's Creed, and I'm not going to check, and it doesn't matter because other people who are also collectively hallucinating this false reality are also mad at you for the said false reality that doesn't exist in the real world.
That it's very interesting that a social media team like for Ubisoft is doing something like this. That's kind of rare because they're at a place where they don't want to alienate potential fans and lose sales. And so you have outlets like Forbes backing this up, writing, it is very hard to get tweets fully approved for big name brand accounts. So to have Ubisoft social snap after months and months of harassment is something to behold. Though I will say, I do think that we're going to see more and more of this in the future, especially on platforms like X. Because when it comes to all the different social media companies,
They actually went as far as making burner accounts on social media pretending to be Japanese historians complaining about how the game is racist. Yeah, no, there are a lot of those guys, like the right-wing foreigners in Japan accounts. They're a serious issue. And they do have the tendency to like get right-wing Japanese accounts to actually get on board with this messaging too, because they're all fucking hogs. So our hogs are actually dominating their hogs' brains and giving them brain rot too. It becomes a whole problem.
Are a lot of similarities, but also depending on certain platforms, things thrive more than in other places. And so, when it comes to X, I guess the primary currencies, I would call it, would be clapbacks and dunking on, right? X, Twitter, so much of it is essentially just people fighting. And so seemingly more and more people want brands to step up. Or when they get hit, they don't want some lawyer speak professional statement.
Yes.
They'd rather the brand respond, sounds like your bitch made. Now, obviously not all brands. For now we'll have to wait to see if the fuck it will never make them happy sort of mindset is what continues to grow, or if this is more of an outlier situation. But then next up from that in the news, we got to talk about
yeah. Ubisoft promoting Assassin's Creed Shadows here in Japan in Chinese. No, I'm not joking. This guy is supposed to be Japanese, by the way. He's the white guy who LARPs as a Japanese guy. Here is Hideki Kamiya, chief game designer, Devil May Cry, Bayonetta. Someone goes, "Oh no, why you, Hideki? I respected you. Take some balls and defend your land, dude. What the fuck? Can't you see the agenda behind this? It's clear as day. Don't be a traitor to your own beautiful culture." To which he responded with, "It seems insects have even created poetry. What a remarkable evolution." Which is fucking awesome. How do you not feel embarrassed to write this, man? How? How do you not feel embarrassed to write this? A lot of people, by the way, this is why I say everyone's a liberal. Because what these guys are doing is no different than the well-established radlib narratives in the past of, people wearing kimonos. Okay? This was a big point of contention. My culture is not your costume. This is what a lot of radlibs would get upset about in the 2016 era, in the heyday of like BuzzFeed and whatnot. They'd be like, "Oh, you're wearing a kimono. It's not cultural appreciation. It's cultural appropriation. What's the line? What's the boundary? Nobody cares. Cultural appropriation discourse," right? Ironically enough, this is why I say everyone's a liberal at the end of the day, because these guys are also doing, why don't you care about the cultural appropriation, but like in a right-wing fashion. Okay? That's what this is. That's exactly what this is. Don't lie, communists got very mad about that too. Dog, I don't care what other people got mad at. Are you fucking stupid? You're here, you're listening to me, you're listening to a person who has never been on board with that shit and has constantly fucking attacked other people saying, oh, this is impossible, this is unacceptable. Like, why are you coming in here and yelling at me when I'm the one making the point that this is a stupid fucking thing and literally used to make that point even back then, and everyone would fucking yell at me about it? Perhaps not everyone is monolithic in their understanding of the world. You say it's all libs? Yes, rad libs. Communists, in air quotes, that present themselves as caring about this kind of thing from this diluted perspective is a fucking rad lib. That's it. Liberals. I call conservatives liberals, right-wingers liberals, even Nazis liberals as well. So this is the reason why I'm saying liberals, radlibs in particular. You are wrong on this one. No, I'm not. And you have no solution, you have no counterexample, and you have no retort. That's why you said, you are wrong on this one, and shut the fuck up. Okay? I'm not wrong on this one. Because guess what? Lo and behold, I remember this because I used to wear a kimono, and people who were super woke in my audience would get mad at me for it. So then I went in and I did a little bit of fucking research. And I found out that Japanese people actually not only not give a shit that people wear kimonos in the Western world, but they fucking love it. And as a matter of fact, kimonos becoming like a prominent fixture in Western fashion revitalized the Kyoto kimono industry. So no, they fucking love that shit. And Japanese people in general, when it comes to Ghost of Tsushima or games like this, actually like it. And I know that they like it because I have similar experiences. This is the same dynamic for Mexicans, okay? Ask a Mexican person how they feel about like Mexican representation, no matter how fucking racially charged it looks, and they will tell you how much they love that shit, okay? It's the Speedy Gonzalez dynamic, okay? They'll be like, oh, Mexico mission, fucking awesome. It's great. Same with Turkish shit. What about the Fez though? Yeah, I think it's dope. I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. Now, of course, this doesn't fucking mean that like every Mexican person is fond of this kind of representation. No one is a monolith. Except Emilia Perez. Yeah, Emilia Perez is beyond. That's a entirely different situation, okay? I think to get mad at like certain aspects of cultural appreciation or people sharing in other cultures like cultural artifacts and whatnot, and assuming that this is somehow a negative thing and trying to spin it as a negative thing is unironically against human nature. Not that this is a valid logical argument. Obviously, human nature is not a valid logical argument, but like it feels as though you are denying humanity and centuries of back and forth trade, commerce, wars, and how cultures have evolved throughout time. It's stupid. Sharing is fun. One of the most famous developers in Japan saying that people in the industry there don't care about the culture war shifts surrounding shadows. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Yeah, I saw this. Oh, wait, is this the one I was thinking of? Insects should worry about their own lives. This game is the worst trash available in this industry, and the people behind it represent the worst poison in Western modern culture. Let's hope Ubisoft goes bankrupt and all the writers don't get to work with relevant video games ever again. All because he said, I felt bad that it was being criticized so much, but I'm glad that it seems to be doing well in both sales and reviews. Assassin's Creed Shadows originally surpasses 2 million players. Steam's maximum concurrent users also surpassed previous titles. In the UK, it has been reported that packaged version sales are the highest this year. Gamergate bros are so fucking stupid. They're dumb. The game is either good or it's bad. That's it. And when a game is well established to be good, ironically enough, these guys either quiet down or act like they never actually railed against it at all. Or if there was too much criticism ahead of time, like with Shadows, they can't even fucking admit that the game is actually well received and will turn around and still act like, no, you don't understand. Everybody hates this. Everybody hates this. I promise you, please don't play the game. I work for a Chinese dev and they're scared to death of the gooners. We're consistently trying to tell them that shying away from engaging on social will give them room to plant themselves in our community. Yeah. It's funny because I've repeated this dynamic quite a bit. I've told you guys before. I've talked about this before. The developers that make these games fucking hate these losers that create fake outrage and that have no interest whatsoever in actually ever playing the game and try to make others feel shame for enjoying the things that they're making. Developers put their entire fucking lives into this product. Okay? Why in the ever-loving fuck would they ever appreciate these losers who constantly besmirch every other game franchise and every other fucking developer? Because they understand that they're inevitably going to come for them too. Anyway. It's like how the anti-woke mob have no smoke for yeah, exactly. Baldur's Gate 3 or Cyberpunk, despite both of us being gay as fuck, they have a pass because they already think it's cool before they got brain rot. Exactly. It's the same principle. It's the same principle beyond what I work for a Japanese company and can confirm the nuances. I think people are failing to see that individuals have their own perspectives and certain cultures have their own collective perspectives. It's not all one take for everything in one place. That's reductive liberal aesthetics rather than genuine cultural respect and appreciation. Sir, an upcoming breast milk discovery is about to hit the breast milk towers. We have a scoop about Grums and try to reach him for comment before we publish, but he's shutting down all routes of communication. He's nervous. I know what this is, and I won't say it. It's very funny, though. I won't leak it. I've heard from outside sources. I'm not going to take their scoop like they did the fucking work. So I'm not going to take their scoop. I'm not going to spoil it. It is very funny though. We won't tell. 41,000 people in the chat. We won't tell. Okay. Anyway. No, we're good for it. Okay, shut up. President Donald Trump talks Tesla hate on Newsmax, exposes Biden fraud, and we'll do the anti-Hamas protests as well, which I covered yesterday. But then also, obviously, we still are going to be talking about the Department of Homeland Security's actions, including but not limited to the Columbia student that was hunted by ICE that was able to sue to prevent her deportation. Yun So Chung, a legal permanent resident who has lived in the U.S. since she was 7, participated in pro-Palestinian demonstrations. Immigration agents visited residences looking for her. Insane shit. Also, Rumeysa Öztürk, who was kidnapped by ICE from Tufts. We'll be talking about that and all this other stuff. I think it is really strange, if not terrifying, that this kind of stuff is happening right now in the United States of America, and beyond like some motion on Twitter, there is very little backlash. I have yet to see Democratic leadership call this out under no uncertainty, just like openly say this is completely unacceptable. This is some Gestapo shit. This is fascism in this country. It is unacceptable. It's not allowed. It is terrifying. It is terrifying that this is like one of the most damaging aspects of Trump 2025 so far. And I find myself screaming into the void every single day about it. I keep warning people. I know that there are journalists out there in mainstream outlets that have reached out about this sort of stuff to me and you know, privately to be like, hey, this kind of stuff is really scary. We're seeing what you're saying. I'm not going to name any names, but it is shocking that like the editorial teams are not necessarily covering this stuff. They're not covering this stuff aggressively, and they're dropping the ball spectacularly. And I think a big part of that is because liberal leadership is not saying anything about it. And it leads me to believe that they kind of like it because they don't fucking recognize the damaging aspects of this. Like the erosion of what remains is what remains is civil liberties that will help you combat fascism is a much larger, much more consequential problem, like a constitutional crisis over refusing court orders on deportation. Is truly fucked up. I mean, this Gamergate continued nonsense is very similar to Gaza. I'm hearing people say they have ethical issues with Ubisoft, so we're going to harass anyone that tries to defend them on a larger scale. They'll say we have ethical issues with Palestine, Hamas, and we're going to support bombing hospitals. I mean, I wouldn't make that comparison, but I understand what you're trying to say. Okay. But without further ado, let's get to President Donald Trump talking about Tesla hate and exposing the Biden fraud. I have to wash my hands real quick, but I'll be back in a second.
Have you heard anything about billionaires on the left, whether it's Soros or somebody else? Have you heard anything about planning, coordination, funding for these attacks?
I believe that.
It is hilarious, by the way, that these guys are still talking about billionaires on the left. There is a billionaire that is in the White House. Well, there's a couple, but one that is like directly an unelected billionaire that is the wealthiest billionaire on the planet. What do you mean, George Soros? George Soros never had motion like that. George Soros could not dream of a world where he has that kind of fucking dominance, dude. How are they still saying George Soros? Like, is it because he's Jewish? Is that what it is? But you guys have your own Jewish billionaires too. You got fucking Miriam Adelson. Like, this is what I mean. Miriam Adelson has infinitely more play on American foreign policy, and Sheldon Adelson did before her, than fucking George Soros does. It's crazy. Elon Musk is literally in the fucking White House every day. What are we talking about, George Soros? George Soros is nothing, dude. He's got no emotion. He's a fucking broke boy. He is a broke bitch, okay? Sorry, and he's going to die soon anyway. His son, Alex Soros, also a fucking broke boy. They got no fucking motion. The fuck do you mean, George Soros? Yeah, look at this. Musk PAC offers Wisconsin voters in pitch against activist judges. This fucker is actually doing what the insane right wing always said George Soros was doing. It's because they mean Jews. Yeah, okay, but that's why I said, like, what do you mean? Okay, George Soros is Jewish. So is fucking Miriam Adelson. And Miriam Adelson, as a Jewish billionaire, has infinitely more power than George Soros ever could have fucking imagined. If you want Gentile billionaires, the Republican Party's got them all. If you want Jewish billionaires, the Republican Party's got them all. What the fuck are we talking about? George Soros. What are we doing? Yeah, George Soros wasn't interested in saving America. He's intent on destroying it. George Soros never destroyed the Dallas Mavericks, okay? For Texan Republicans, remember that. George Soros did not destroy the Dallas fucking Mavericks. You know who did? Miriam fucking Adelson. That's right. Focus up. If George Soros, fuck it, not even George Soros. Mark Cuban is a George Soros style billionaire, right? What did Mark Cuban do with the Mavs versus the George Soros of the right? Mark Cuban is a woke billionaire, if there is such a thing, okay? He loved Luka. Look at fucking goddamn Miriam Adelson. What did she do to Luka? How can you consider yourself an honest-to-God patriot and a Dallas lover, a Texan, and still think this is appropriate? Miriam Adelson not only has so much motion when it comes to American foreign policy, dominating American foreign policy, if your loved ones inevitably go and fucking get their dick shot off in the Middle East on endless conquest yet again to defend Israel's interests, that is literally Miriam Adelson would have played a role in this, okay? She will have played a direct role in this only because Donald Trump unironically does something that is so above and beyond in terms of just like, oh, you gave me $100 million, I will do everything you want. And Miriam is like, guess what? I want you to permanently annex the fucking West Bank. I want you to do this and this and this. And Trump will be like, yes, ma'am, of course. Oh, yeah, I will push Benjamin Netanyahu's seat when he comes here. He's so transparent about it. So, yeah, it's a real pay-for-play initiative there. And Miriam personally has played a role in this. A role that George Soros couldn't even fucking imagine. And this is beyond talking about the obvious fucking Elon Musk. Elon Musk is not just any billionaire. He is the wealthiest billionaire. He is the most powerful billionaire. And he literally is using the administrative state like a fleshlight. The other day, this dipshit Marco Rubio started tweeting about fucking South Africa. It's like, bro, what are you saying? What are you doing? Who the fuck? What do you mean South Africa? They're using slogans in South Africa. We have to put an end to this. Like, to which I responded with, Elon Musk is... Marco Rubio said, "Kill the Boer is a chant that incites violence. South Africa's leaders and politicians must take action to protect Afrikaner and other disfavored minorities. The United States is proud to offer those individuals who qualify for admission to our nation amid this continued horrible threat of violence." To which I responded with, Elon Musk is running his weird mangled dick through every orifice of this government. Like, he's using Marco Rubio like a flesh puppet. He shoved his disgusting hand up his asshole and is moving his fucking mouth like this. And you guys are like, oh, what about George Soros? I can't believe I went on a fucking 20-minute rant over this because he just he invoked leftist billionaires like George Soros. Fuck me.
That is part of it, yeah. There are some of them that were involved with my trials that were, I think, probably involved with that also. And, you know, Elon's done a very good job. He's found tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse, like levels you've never seen. People that don't show up to work and they get checks. I mean, so many different things that you can't even go over. It is so much. Done a great job. And he's basically a patriot. You know, he's in business, and I've gotten to know him primarily through the campaign. He endorsed me. I appreciated it. But I didn't know him very well before that, hardly at all. And he's essentially a patriot. He's a wonderful patriot. He loves the country. But he has never asked me, think of this, and he's got plenty of right to, I guess. Doesn't mean I'm going to do it. I probably won't.
No favors?
But he's never asked me for a favor. Not one time has he said, you know, as an example, I just got rid of the electric car mandate. You're actually allowed to go out and buy a gasoline-driven car or a hybrid or whatever you want, or electric. And he never came to me and said, could you do me a favor? Don't do that. You know, he's a legitimate guy. And he's doing this because it's for the good of the country. And we are finding hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud.
So with that in mind, and we love what he's doing, I heard him say he said to Ted Cruz last week, I think, that in 5 years, computers are going to be driving cars for us, like 50 to 90% of
Everything's
the cars.
computer.
In 10 years, robots will be doing virtually everything for us. It seems like he might be an additional duty or instead of, like that is going to totally throw society kind of for a loop.
It'll be different.
It's exciting, but should he be the guy preparing everybody for this AI revolution?
Well, it's a little scary. It's a revolution, and everybody with money is in AI. They all want to go in AI, and we'll find out. We'll speak in 2 years. We'll let you know about it. But it's a little bit scary when you see what it can do. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing, but it's a little scary. It's a tremendous business that, in order to remain number one, we're number one right now, a long way in front of China, but China's trying to catch up. We need tremendous electricity and power, and we're going to supply that power. It's going to be a very big industry.
I know the conversations are ongoing, but and you can't say everything. You don't want to say everything probably about diplomacy, but we're hearing that maybe Russia is dragging its feet at this point. And Zelensky has shown some openness, especially after what happened in the Oval Office a few weeks ago. Is that accurate at this point?
I don't know. I mean, I'll let you know at a certain point, but I think that Russia wants to see an end to it, but it could be they're dragging their feet. I've done it over the years. You know, I don't want to sign a contract. I want to sort of stay in the game, but maybe I don't want to do it quite. I'm not sure. But no, I think Russia would like to see it end, and I think Zelensky would like to see it end at this point. We had a case last week where Ukrainian soldiers were surrounded by Russian soldiers, and this was not good. And I think I had a big impact on not having all of them killed, but they were killed. It's a bloody.
They would have killed all of them if it wasn't for me. That's why they killed like 90% of them. But you know, the 10% that survived, that's because of me. I like that the things that he can take credit for are becoming increasingly smaller. Like the window of credit taking is getting narrower and narrower as things progress, because Vladimir Putin is like seemingly not very interested in coming to the table and is also manipulating him fairly aggressively. So he's just like, yeah, he was gonna, Vladimir, he told me he was gonna kill 10 of the Ukrainians. I call them terrorists, but they're, you know, some people might say they're freedom fighters trying to fight against Russia. But he only killed 9 of them, and that's because of me. I said, don't kill all of them, Vladipoo. So and he said, okay, I'll kill only 9. That's right, I saved his life. He doesn't have a leg no more, but his life is still better. You know, I once had a friend who also lost a leg. They'd call him Stumpy. Very funny. Everyone used to make fun of him. They said Stumpy, but it's okay because Ukraine is flat land. It's flat. So Stumpy won't have a problem in flat land. Believe me. If it was mountainous, that would be an issue for Stumpy, but it's flat land.
War. You know, they lose 2,500 people on average a week. Think of that. 2,500. They're not Americans, but it doesn't matter to me from that standpoint. They're Russians and Ukrainians, and they're killing each other at levels that, you know, you just don't see. There's been nothing like it since the Second World War. It's almost like I see the pictures of the battlefields. I'd rather not even see them. Where you have arms and legs and heads all over the field. The weaponry is ridiculous. It's a big drone deal now. You know, drones are taking over the world. And I just want to see it stop. I also don't want to pay. You know, Biden paid $350 billion. Europe paid $100 billion. And I said, why didn't they equalize? Why were we so far ahead of Europe? Then I found out that Europe, as you know, took loans. In other words, they gave it in the form of loans. We didn't. But I was able to make a deal for rare earth, which will be good. At least we don't feel so stupid. But we had $350 billion, and so we're $250 billion more than Europe. Isn't it ridiculous? And we had a man in office who was grossly incompetent. And I hate to say it, but he was grossly incompetent. And now I'm learning a lot more than I learned then. You know, now I'm seeing some of the things they did, some of the fraud Look at billions of dollars going to environmental groups that you know what that money's for. That money's not for environment. It's so incredible when I'm looking at what's happened to our country, allowing open borders where millions of people have come into our country, millions and millions of people, 21 million people, of which a number of millions of people are stone cold bad actors from jails, from prisons, and from mental institutions. I always say from insane asylums, which is a mental institution on steroids, from gangs and the gangs in the streets of Venezuela and many other places, not just South America. And when you think that a man would allow these people to come into our country, murderers, we had 11,088 murderers, people that killed, many killed more than one person. These people are in our country, but we're getting them out. And by the way, we have the best border numbers we've had, I would say, since mine, but literally it's soon going to be better than even I had in the first term. And it was not easy. The people are doing a great job.
You know, a couple of things more, if you don't mind. You're such a positive person, and I love it. You even acknowledge that
Famously, Trump is a positive person.
there will be disturbances with the tariffs. There will be disturbances. Question is, how bad could those disturbances?
This is so funny because he has to couch it with like glaze, because the real question is like, dude, how bad are you gonna fuck the economy? It's like between you and I, like I'm a big fan, but like, what's up with these fucking tariffs? Like how much are you gonna punish us? I mean, we love you and you're so magnanimous and so great, but like, can you please, like, will millions suffer or will it be tens of thousands? You know, can we manage the damage here?
And how far are you willing to go when it comes to April 2nd? I know there are some exceptions and it's an ongoing discussion, but
not too many. Not too many exceptions. No, I don't want to have too many exceptions. Yeah. Look, we've been ripped off for 45 years by other countries, 50 years more. We always were soft and weak. It's almost like we had people that didn't know what they were doing. We were just ripped as a country like nobody has ever seen before. That's why we owe $36 trillion in debt. And it's time that we get some of that money back, maybe a lot of that money back. And this had to be done. We couldn't let this continue. And, you know, it's friend and foe, but oftentimes so-called friends were worse than the foes. You take a look at the European Union, what they did to this country, the way they took it to the cleaners, and China, you know about. And I charge,
ripped off.
A tremendously successful first term. We had the highest increase for stock market in the history of our country, 88%, went up 88%. NASDAQ went up some enormous number. We had the best numbers in the history of our country.
More on South Africa. The U.S. is giving white Afrikaners refugee status to flee the U.S. That was an Elon position, by the way. Completely playing into the idea that there's a white genocide. They also kicked the South African ambassador out of the U.S. for race baiting. Madness. The ambassador found out through a Rubio tweet. I like that the current American government loves Israel so much that they want to bring back South African apartheid. They're like, we love Israel because it's an apartheid, and we want to fucking bring back the South African apartheid, and we're going to start doing clandestine operations and try to destabilize South Africa. It's fantastic. That's it. They're just like, yeah, there's a real white genocide. We got to reinstate the apartheid in South Africa. We got to right the wrongs of the past.
Country, and yet we were ripped off by so many of these nations, and it was so sad to watch it. And frankly, had COVID not come along, because that was another thing, we had to fix it. It was very destructive to the whole world, but we had to fix it. And yet I handed back the reins of a country that was better. Think of it, the stock market was higher than it was just prior to COVID coming in. We had an amazing period of time. We rebuilt the military, biggest tax cuts in history, biggest regulation cuts in history. And now we're doing it again. But I think we're going to do it even better. And we have unbelievable people. Our economic people are the best in the world. even now, you were here a little while ago, we just approved a lot of ambassadors going into other nations, et cetera, and they're great. They're just great people. I think we're going to have a tremendous success. I know some people say, oh, do you think it's too much? Well, they've been doing this to us for many years, whether it's China or India or Brazil or so many other places. And all we're going to do, it's reciprocal. We're just going to be reciprocal. In fact, I'll probably be more lenient than reciprocal, because if I was reciprocal, that would be very tough for people. But we've been ripped off as a country like no country has ever been ripped off before. I read some of these deals that
I don't like Trump, but he's been doing an amazing job at what? Destroying the fucking destroying the American empire? Lol, baited. Oh, got it. All right, let's move on from Trump. Let's get to Gaza. But this time, an issue in Gaza that the mainstream is really excited to cover. For once, the same mainstream in the Western world that did not cover the UN Human Rights Report, 49 pages detailing with firsthand testimonies and direct CCTV footage, like direct evidence that Israel has been doing mass rapes to the Palestinians as a weapon of war, and also simultaneously trying to ethnically cleanse the Palestinian population by killing, by shutting down hospitals where there are in vitro fertilization centers, by killing like newborn children, shutting down the healthcare infrastructure on purpose. None of that gets a lot of coverage in the Western world, or when it does, it's barely it's barely a subheader. The lead is buried, Israel restarting the ceasefire is covered, but obviously under terms where Israel was just forced to do this, that sort of thing. But now that there are protests happening in Gaza that primarily want to put an end to the bloodshed for understandable reasons. That's like the thing that what Israel denies. Did I say something wrong? Now that there are protests in Gaza which primarily want the bloodshed to stop, with definitely anti-Hamas protesters in the protests, the media is going, well, there it is. The Palestinians have finally had enough of Hamas. That's who they care the most about. They don't care about the bombs. The bombs are fine. It's Hamas that they care about. They think it's Hamas's fault that Israel is bombing them. Now, this is also being egged on by the Israeli command, for the record. Like the Israeli military, here, I have it from here, right here. This is important to understand. The protests against Hamas are being ordered by the Israeli military. They're not ordered. I wouldn't say they're ordered by the Israeli military. I don't fully agree with the statement from Zionism Observer, even though I believe Zionism Observer is a formative archiver of war crimes that I'm pretty sure international human rights groups are using as well. They primarily focus on archiving the war crimes that Israeli occupying force soldiers themselves post on the timeline. Okay. The defense minister Katz, who so far does not have an IC arrest warrant, told Palestinians in Gaza they will lose their homes and more land if they don't join the protests. Here is Emmanuel Manny Fabian. Okay. He is the IDF military correspondent for, I think, Times of Israel. He says, Defense Minister Israel Katz warns Palestinians in Gaza the military will soon operate in additional areas of the Strip, telling them to learn from the civilians in Beit Lahia who have been protesting against Hamas. Gaza residents, the IDF will soon operate with the intensity in additional areas in Gaza, and you will be required to evacuate for your protection from the combat zones, says in a video statement. The plans are ready and approved. Hamas is risking your life and will make you lose your homes and more land that will be added to the Israeli defense array. Learn from the residents of Beit Lahia as they did. You should also demand the removal of Hamas from Gaza and the immediate release of all Israeli hostages. This is the only way to stop the war, he adds.
Gaza.
The protesters in Gaza are quite explicitly calling for an end to Israel's total siege, which is creating famine conditions and is in its fourth week. For Israeli officials to uplift those protests and not lift the siege is as cynical as it gets. Yes.
בקרוב יפעל צה"ל בעוצמה באזורים נוספים בעזה, ואתם תידרשו.
Also, this is in Hebrew and not Arabic. What resident of Gaza is, I mean, there are some residents of Gaza that speak Hebrew, but understand that if Israel is speaking in Arabic, they're doing propaganda to the Arab population. It's usually with an intent to humiliate them. If they're speaking in Hebrew, they're doing propaganda for the Israeli population with an intent to humiliate the Palestinians and then, demonstrate a strong show of force. And if they're speaking in English, it is the most woke shit you've ever heard. It's the most like, I'm going to take the genocide that we're doing and explain it to you like we are the victims. Just remember, it's a very basic principle behind Israeli officials. Okay? So the fact that this is in Hebrew implies that this is not for the Palestinian population at all, but instead is for the Israeli population. And this is the statement that I just read out to you. He's just basically saying it. Okay? Now, of course, the primary purpose of the protests in Gaza are not to unseat Hamas in the way that the media is implying in the Western world. It is to stop the siege, stop the occupation. But beyond that, are there people who don't like Hamas in Gaza? Of course there are. The fuck do you mean? Of course. No group of individuals are monolithic. I've often talked about the Palestinian sentiment and the reporting coming out of dedicated pollsters that go into Gaza and into the West Bank during even this fucking genocide and still actively survey the population. And time again, it is shown that Hamas is more popular in the West Bank in the eyes of the Palestinians in the West Bank than they are in Gaza. There needs to be a reason for that. Part of the reason is because, of course, people attribute the crimes of Israel in terms of like famine or in terms of the horrible conditions to administrative failures of Hamas as a political operative, as a political entity. Part of it is because they also think Hamas is corrupt, right? And that's fine. That's an understandable resentment that some Palestinians have. Most of those Palestinians don't actually talk shit about Hamas regardless, not because they're afraid that Hamas is going to come and kill them, but instead they don't talk shit about Hamas because they understand that the position of Hamas right now is an emancipatory one, and the position of Hamas right now is a defensive posture against Israel that's fucking blowing them up. It's pretty basic stuff. Having said that, of course, as I've mentioned before, in 2005, when the last election took place, how do you know this? Not only do I read, I also talk to Palestinian people. The fuck? What's my position? It's very simple. I do not have any loyalty to any fucking party. I do not care about who governs Gaza or the West Bank beyond the Palestinian people themselves. I want Palestinian people to have autonomy. I want Palestinian people to have sovereignty. That's what I care about. So if there is a major push, okay, a major push to do elections, or last elections were in 2006. Sorry, I said 2005. It was in 2006. If there's a major push to vote for someone else into a position of power, and it certainly is not going to be fucking Fatah, okay, then fine. Like, that's great. Very controversial take us on. I know. Very controversial. I don't know why a lot of people have mistaken Western defenders of Palestine and Palestinians as being dick riders entirely for Hamas. Okay? There is no, like, it doesn't matter. To me, Hamas is but a name. Okay? It's a name to a movement that is choosing to militarily resist against the Israeli occupation. You can say all these people are fucking pro-Hamas across the board, but I have no political allegiances beyond the fact that they are the only game in town and they are actively defending against Israeli incursions in the Gaza Strip. That's it. It's that simple. Just like if the Palestinians came together and had a free and fair election in a future, in a positive future that seems so far away right now, and they all universally voted for Hamas, I'm not going to sit here and be like, that's fucked up. That's it. So there it is. Mohammed Shahada, getting many questions about the demonstrations in Gaza. So here's my full assessment of the protests, their potential and limitations, genuineness and spontaneity versus outside influence, motives and goals, and their ability to actually challenge Hamas or bring the war close to an end. The protests seem to have started spontaneously in small numbers and in limited areas. Their grievances are unique. People are tired, desperate for the genocide to end at any cost. Many want Hamas to step down from government to take away Israel's pretext for the siege and killing. But the protests quickly drew the interest and influence of external actors keen to exploit Gazans' despair and pain, and this may end up undermining the movement instead of helping, e.g., Israel demanding Gazans take to the street or face death, land theft, and forever war will backfire. That's what Israel Katz said. F Hamas the fuck? No, dude, that's not how this works. If every single fucking Palestinian, once the occupation is lifted, is like, we want to vote for Hamas, that's not up to me, okay? And that's not up to you either. It is unironically Western chauvinism for you to think like, no, you don't understand. Like, that's really fucked up. Like that, Hamas gets in, he gets bombed. Wait, what? Dude, you are a fucking piece of shit through and through, okay? There's no world in which like you can entertain this attitude, okay? This attitude is saying 9/11 was awesome. It's no different. You wouldn't say that to my face? Yes, I would. I'd spit on your fucking face, you little cowardly baboon. Get the fuck out of here. You wouldn't say that to my face. You're a fucking internet warrior. What the fuck do you think? Who the fuck do you think you are, big tough guy with an anonymous account online? Get the fuck out of here. You are lower than the dog shit I stepped in this morning, okay? The fuck? You want to say that to my face, dude? I'd show you my war crimes compilation. Little bitch. Anyway. Biggest loser of all time. At least I fucking put my face out there and my name out there. You know what I mean? You're fucking anonymously chirping. Oh, you wouldn't say that to my face. Yeah, I'm actually 6'8", 350 pounds, okay? I'm shredded too. I fuck you up. I have a black belt. Anyway. When Israel suddenly blesses Palestinians' rights to expression against Hamas while detaining, maiming, and murdering those who exercising the same right against the occupation, it discourages people from taking part in the protest lest they be called Israel's collaborators. An apparent Fatah influence is detectable in some of today's protests, with the chant Ya Shia being added. This chant, accusing Hamas of being Iranian stooges, was popular in 2007 amongst Fatah partisans during the Fatah-Hamas conflict that saw the latter take over Gaza. Yeah, they're saying Hamas are Shia. Because Iran offers material support to Hamas. Israeli media identify one of the protesters today as someone whose family affiliated with Mohammed Dahlan's Fatah. Similarly, a Fatah influence on the demonstrations will make it easier for Hamas to dismiss/delegitimize them as pushed by an external agenda. So Israel actually pushing in favor of these protests and saying like, you'll get fucking bombed if you don't take to the streets and demand that Hamas gets cast aside, is unironically going to cause people to not protest against Hamas. So that's the inherent irony here. That's it. That is the issue that a lot of people are not recognizing. But the Houthis are Shia, or am I wrong? Yes, they are. They are also backed by Iran, and Palestinians fucking seemingly love those guys. So I don't think that there's a real sectarian attitude here. They don't give a shit. For them, it's like we're getting dominated by Israel. We're getting murdered by Israel. Anyone that stops this is good. Anyone that stops this is my ally. Because that is the highest order of priority. Now, what's ironic about these protests also is that and this is something that a lot of people failed to recognize with October 7. People attribute October 7 to Hamas, and in large part, it was the Hamas militant wing that participated in the militancy, participated in the kidnapping. Having said that, however, in spite of their much smaller sizes and much smaller influence, every other facet of Palestinian political groups also participated in October 7 in a united front. October 7 wasn't just conducted by Hamas and Islamic Jihad. October 7 was actually conducted by Hamas, Islamic Jihad, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and numerous other even smaller formations. There were Fatah members that were also involved on October 7. So the idea that HTS Andy calm down, what? HTS Andy's calm down? The idea that that this is just Hamas is incorrect. Hamas itself also has maintained two positions that I think are quite significant. Okay? Position number one. The release of political leaders, including more popular political leaders than anyone Hamas has ever been able to produce from Israeli prisons. Political leaders who are directly at odds with Hamas, okay, both in ideology, but political leaders nonetheless that are interested in the end to the occupation. The second point that is very important is that Hamas has also said that they would disarm and dissolve their political apparatus if Israel ended its occupation tomorrow. So it's not like these guys are saying, we're staying here steadfast no matter what happens. Okay? E caught misleading his audience about calling you a terrorist supporter. Ethan Klein is correct that Noah Sampson cut a statement about Hassan Piker short, but so did Ethan. The full quote is, now I'm going to sit here and tell you that Hassan loves all terrorists. But what I will say is that there isn't many he don't like. Now I'm going to sit here and tell you that Hassan... What? I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Hassan loves all terrorists, but what I will say is that there isn't many he don't like. Okay, well, that's a derail, and I don't really care about that because I'm talking about something more important right now. I'm talking about the fucking news. As I was stating, the very fact that Hamas has also maintained the position that they would disband as long as there was no more occupation can be seen as like a veiled what's the term for it? Like a gamble, because they know that Israel will never stop, right? You can say that, but the reality is they've put it out there. And Israel has every opportunity to see it through if they chose to see it through. If they wanted to, they could just go back to fucking bombing Gaza. You know, no one's stopping them. So, a bluff. Thank you. Yeah. Israel could call their bluff. And yet they have chosen not to do that. That's also something to consider here. The protest messages are simple, uncontroversial, and realistic. We want to live, end the war, genocide. We want a peace and normal life. Hamas must step down from government. Some sent reassuring messages like, we're not against Hamas, but against this rule. However, actors trying to exploit these protests to escalate the messaging to the next level, e.g. demanding disarmament, fully dismantling Hamas, foreign government in Gaza, whitewashing Israel, framing Hamas as the sole problem, are undermining the potential of these demonstrations. Many Gazans want Hamas to step down from government, even inside Hamas itself. Many want a permanent ceasefire, but full disarmament is a very sensitive topic. The mere existence of any form of weapons in Gaza is seen by many as a deterrent against the idea of staying in Gaza forever. Why the fuck would you put down your arms if Israel does not fully withdraw their troops? You cannot have sovereignty, especially when you're sitting in the ass cheeks of an apartheid state that stole your land from the jump, without fucking having a standing military. Full disarmament just makes it so that the Nakba is conducted over and over again. And in many instances, the Nakba is being conducted. Full disarmament also looks a lot like the West Bank, and not the parts like, I'm not talking about Tulkarm or I'm not talking about Jenin, but parts of the West Bank that Israel currently occupies and dominates. That's what it fucking looks like. Okay? If you want to know what it looks like for the day-to-day existence of Palestinians being dominated under the cruel rule of the Israeli apartheid, look no further than the West Bank, where they, as recently as this past week, actually allowed right-wing settlers to go and engage in a lynch mob against Hamdan Bilal, who was literally sitting right here only a couple weeks prior to that, and then went on to win an Oscar for the documentary that he co-directed called No Other Land. The IDF turned around and arrested him. They detained him. They kidnapped him. It's fucking insane. The protest demands end the war, Hamas step down from government have been largely accepted by Hamas, who has been calling for a permanent end to the war and accepted ceding governance to a technocratic PA Gov or an independent administrative committee. Israel says no to both. Even if Hamas is toppled by these governments, Israel is unlikely to accept an alternative form of Palestinian governance, an IDF withdrawal from Gaza, or an end to the war. Netanyahu maintains a veto on all of the above, and depopulating Gaza remains Israel's priority. The more Israel talks about emptying out Gaza, the lesser those protests and potential, and more strength Hamas will draw by portraying itself as the only entity that can prevent or at least challenge this scenario and make the IDF stay in Gaza costly. Add to this, the continuation of Israeli attacks probably be the biggest factor in limiting the expansion of these demonstrations. Israeli mouthpieces called on Gazans to demonstrate in certain areas that were then bombed by the IDF. The genocide creates a rallying around the flag effect that strengthens Hamas's survival. What Israel failed to accomplish in 16 months of total war, it won't succeed to get by demanding starved and desperate Gazans march to its tune. Popular demonstrations usually succeed by disrupting life, shutting down the economy, making it impossible for the government to function and its leaders to move around. Israel did all of this and more already. There's nothing left protesters can do to pressure Hamas amid genocide. Ultimately, a true popular reckoning with Hamas can only happen once there is a ceasefire at the ballot boxes. Nonetheless, the protests are a natural right to Gazans who have been through hell on their own for 60 months. No one outside has a right to lecture them. Exactly. And I'm never going to sit here and be like, how dare they protest against Hamas? If that was the expectation that you had of me, you are fucking delusional. And I know that there were plenty of people who were waiting for the opportunity to be like, see, Hassan loves Hamas, but Palestinians fucking hate Hamas. That's not the case. It is an infinitely more complicated equation than the one that you present. And the reason why you're presenting this equation is because you want it to be true. You want it to be so that Israel is not the bad guy in the situation. Ask every Palestinian whether they fucking despise Hamas or not. They will tell you that Israel is still the arch enemy. The only Palestinians that won't say that are Palestinians that get paid by the Israeli state, like the son of Hamas, who is a fucking Mossad agent, who is the most Islamophobic piece of shit terrorist I've ever encountered in my entire life. Okay? It's also guys like Aziz or whatever, the John Aziz, the peaceful poet, people that don't live in fucking Palestine, but will regularly do commentary that is defensive of Israel. So, there it is. I question the integrity and the honesty of every single supposedly quote-unquote pro-Palestinian voice out there who have spent zero time talking about the harrowing nature of the Israeli genocide and only spent time hyper-focusing on this. It is not an accident. It is by design. You are doing genocide apologia. That is the difference between someone like myself and someone like, fill in the void. There's a million examples of this. People that never talk about like the Israeli pro-rape riots. People that never talk about the UN report that that showed in 49 pages undeniable evidence that Israel is doing systematic rape and sexual assaults and sexual violence upon the Palestinian population. People that are always quiet when Israel is doing mass bombing campaigns, but the one time they're like, oh, God save these Palestinians. Well, they won't even say Palestinians. They'll say Gazans, right? Because Palestine is not a real thing and Palestinians are not real people, but Gazans. People that live in Gaza, those people will talk about this cynically, and it's disgusting. The reality is that Palestinians have a right to do whatever the fuck they want in terms of political protest, in terms of saying fuck Hamas if they choose to do so. I will never turn around and fucking tell them, like, how dare you speak out against Hamas? I don't give a shit. Okay? The fuck do you mean? I want Palestinians to be rid of the occupation so they can choose whoever they see fit to rule over them in a democratic process. That is the dream. If they choose Hamas, then that's one thing. If they choose someone else, then that's great. Fantastic. I don't care. I just want an end to the genocide. Okay? Can the same argument apply to anti-Bibi protests? Sure. I mean, I've talked about the anti-Bibi protests. And I've also talked about the secondary. It's ironic because it's exactly the same. A lot of the anti-Bibi protests, for example, don't actually want a fucking end to the full-tilt ethnic cleansing operations. They just want their hostage family members back. They want the bombing to continue, but they just want the bombing to stop for the interim so they can pull out the fucking hostages. They certainly don't want an end to the occupation. And the same goes for the fucking anti-Hamas protesters. They want an end to the occupation more than anything else. They want an end to the occupation more than anything else. They don't like Hamas's governance. Okay? They might falsely believe that Israel will stop the death and destruction once Hamas dissolves, okay, without giving any sort of security assurances whatsoever. But ultimately, they all want the same thing. Every Palestinian wants the same fucking thing. And it's the most understandable dream of all time. Emancipation. To be free of genocide, to be free of occupation, to be free of domination. Who the fuck wouldn't want that? It's the most moral position you can arrive at. It's the most human position you can arrive at. Anyway. The great man Ethan Klein is referring to is a well-known Palestinian trader / collaborator who works with the Atlantic Council, validating collective punishment of war crime by focusing on frustrations resulting from a terror bombing campaign as genocide support. Utmost respect for this great man. Oh my God, this dude did oh God. I don't know anything about this Ahmed Al-Khatib person, but now that I found out that he's at the fucking Atlantic Council and was working next to this fucking Hasbara demon right here. Oh my Lord. It's always dudes like this that are fucking. Oh, yay. Debunking Ethan Klein's Hasbara blitz. Hamas agreed to swap hostages and set aside for a unity government. Israel chose to resume the genocide. There's no command center under Shifa, only 2 small empty rooms. Israel broke the ceasefire and provoked Hamas.
I think.
Oh, damn. So Ethan spent time on the Hasbara Hate Hour podcast to fucking finally cover Gaza. That's crazy. And what is he covering Gaza about? Was he covering about Gaza? Oh, he's talking about the anti-Hamas protests. Oh, got it. Nice.
Listen, I feel like this is a force that's going to help end the war, not fucking keeping hostages and underground and like sending, just continuing to provoke Israel to attack them and putting fucking like military complexes on.
Yeah, Israel will definitely stop. Israel will definitely stop. You know how fucking shitty the situation is in the West Bank? That's Israel stopping.
Under hospitals.
Yeah, no, that's not okay. He says Hamas puts command centers under hospitals. Fucking bullshit. Okay.
Own people for political gain is lying to themselves, dude. Holy shit. They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals. That's not even.
I love how much this guy is pro-Palestine, bro. I love it. Those protests are not anti-Hamas. This is a disgusting distortion of the marches in Beit Lahia. Yeah, look, there were people who were anti-Hamas in those protests. Don't fucking act like that wasn't the case, okay? You're being delusional. To act like there aren't Palestinians living in Gaza that are anti-Hamas is ridiculous. There are, and it's normal. What do you mean? But it doesn't matter because the higher order of priority here is to fucking end the occupation and end the genocide. Like, that's it. Ask any fucking Palestinian. They will tell you the same thing. They might not like Hamas's governance. They might not like the domestic affairs. They might think that like Israel will stop fucking destroying them if Hamas wasn't in power because maybe most Palestinians are fucking under the age of like, 18. They don't remember a time when the PLO was the big game in town and Israel was doing similar shit. Never to this severity, really. 33% is it was like a 3% margin of victory for Hamas in 2006. 3%. It's not exactly fantastic numbers there, okay? This is not a he calling you out for not calling into a show saying he's waiting for you? Lamafea, wait, what? No, I don't think he said that. He's not so fucking insane that he thinks that I'm ducking him, right? Like he thinks his audience will believe that I'm ducking him? No shot. On his story right now? Wait, what? Dude, it's been months. It's been fucking months. I said I would literally watch the fucking nuke with him. He says you duck him all the time. No, I said I will watch the context nuke with him side by side. Don't worry. I'll show the fucking clips that he sourced as well. I like that not watching the fucking context nuke, the context puke is actually ducking him, but him actively running away from every single person that he sits on top of his shit-covered throne as he fucking claims that like this person is an anti-Semite, this person is a token Jew, this person is this person is a terror supporter and whatnot. That's not actually ducking all of these people collectively. It is all of us that are ducking him somehow. Okay, Bad Empanada, watch the fucking context flop. Get him on the show then. He doesn't like me either. Maybe you guys can get together and shit on me too. You can find a room for agreement. Probably not. What's that about?
Even debated. They were keeping some of the hostages in hospitals too.
Dude, this is crazy. This is unfiltered pro-Israel propaganda. It's just abject fucking lies. What is happening? I thought this guy at least had the decency to claim that he was pro-Palestinian, pro-Palestine. What happened? He's now he's pro-Palestine, but only on his terms, okay? And if you're not pro-Palestine exactly like he is, Palestinian or not, you might get bombed, Sorry, Israel claims that your hospital is now a command center. There's no evidence available for it, but you're going to have to die. Sorry. Look, man, 17 months of ethnic cleansing. If you're still justifying bombing hospitals with fucking fake bullshit that Israel never provided evidence for, you're a monster. You're not a good person. You are a fucking bad person, okay? It's not about debates. It's not about beef. It's not about fucking drama. It's not about your dying career, okay? You're just a bad person. Not only are you a bad person, but you're actively also deluding your fucking fans who are not bad people themselves, but simply deluded and misguided stands into agreeing with bad positions. You are using the remainder of your influence that you have over an increasingly smaller audience to, fill their heads chock full of misinformation at the behest of establishing a defensive posture for a genocidal apartheid state. It's fucking awful. That can't feel good. Deep down inside, there has to be a dude that I met, that I knew, that's going, oh, don't do this. This is maybe a bridge too far. Like, you cannot be this fucking deluded. This is just straightforward Nazi shit, dude. One step removed from Lebensraum. Dan and his employee that stalks you were doing research on how many women you've slept with today. The whole show was nuts. Ugh. He's never going to see her respond to this. Bro's got the great hug wall of China over there. I know. I don't care. But I know that there are definitely people in here, like foot soldiers that like Ethan, hate me, that are in here to be like, you're a fucking anti-Semite. And I guess now they'll say, I've had sex with women or whatever the fuck. And, for those people that are in here, like, understand that this is not only incorrect, but it's disgusting. And it's inappropriate of me not to treat Ethan in the same fucking way that I would any other person that says shit like this. It's messed up.
Seems like a lot of them ran through hospitals. That's it. I mean, it's just logical, right? Like that's their best play. That's all they have. And so they do it. So I say, God protect these brave Gazans.
Yeah. God protect these brave Gazans. The ones who died in the hospital that Israel bombed, though, it's because of Hamas. Because Hamas actually put non-existing fucking command and control centers under the hospitals, dude. Even though fucking American, Jewish, Gentile doctors that have gone and worked in these fucking hospitals are like, no, there's no goddamn Hamas here. Stop bombing us, please. But of course, you never know that if you don't care. If you only see like an incredibly narrow horse blinder focus on like the pro-Israeli sentiment, then yeah, you're not going to know that.
Meanwhile, Hassan spent all day on Elon's app again. It was its own.
Yeah.
Holy.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
Shit.
Notice how I never bring Ethan up randomly unless it's like directly to address something that he's saying that is unimaginably fucking pro-Israel and inappropriate. Whereas Ethan randomly slams me into every fucking conversation, apparently. Whether he's looking at some like pedophile Republican, he can't seem to get my name out of his mouth. He can't seem to get me as an image out of his brain for some fucking reason. It's very odd. It's a pathological obsession. And it's getting grosser and grosser by the fucking minute, especially because he just keeps talking about my looks and shit like that. It's just very weird. Like, very weird. It feels like he's like in love with me. It's fucking strange, dude. Oh my God.
Literally put fucking command centers under hospitals. That's not even debated.
That's not even debated. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not even debated. Channel 14, Channel 12, they don't debate it. They say the truth. I don't understand. Khan, I read Ynet, I read Jerusalem Post, and they don't debate this. I don't get it. I don't understand. It's not even debated. It's not even a contest here. It's just hospitals are Hamas. It's not even debated. Babies, terror babies are holding copies of Mein Kampf. They are Hamas.
They were keeping some of the hostages in hospitals too. It seems like a lot of them were.
Okay. Let's say that's correct. Okay. Doesn't that make it extra inappropriate that Israel bombed the hospital? Like, yeah, dude, they were keeping the hostages inside the hospitals. Like, I don't understand. It's a command center, and also they were keeping the hostages there, which is all the more reason to blow them up. I mean, what? What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Ran through hospitals. Holy shit.
It's really gross to see. I don't really care about like the Ethan in the context nuke saying he loves all the terrorists and heavily implying that I love all terrorists or whatever the fuck. Yeah, who cares? That's like basic stuff. He clips shit out of context. We know. You know what I mean? Anyway. Begging you to cover the tattoo? No, dude. No. Fucking fuck off, okay? I don't give a shit about any of that noise. I don't give a shit about any of that weird stuff. I don't care. I don't care about this stuff. You are in it for the drama. You're in it for me to just like shit on Ethan for the sake of hating on Ethan. I don't hate Ethan. I don't hate anybody. I hate what he's saying. I hate that he's defending a fucking genocidal apartheid state. Make no mistake. Okay? You cover dumb drama all the time anyway. It's true, I do, but not on like fucking, not in a way that dilutes the main purpose of what I'm trying to do here. The main purpose of what I'm trying to do here is not to like belittle Ethan or make fun of him. If I wanted to do that, I would watch 7 million different fucking YouTube videos in repeat about how much he's dog shit or whatever from the very same drama slop tubers who now love him. They've all made blistering takes on Ethan's robust career of fuck-ups. Just like Ethan watches and aligns with those very same drama slop tubers who have made similar videos on me. Okay? I don't care to belittle him. I want him to stop. I want him to stop being pro-Israel. I want him to shut the fuck up about Israel. I want him to stop misinforming his audience. I want him to stop attacking pro-Palestinian voices. That's what I want. I don't give a fuck what he does in his personal life beyond that. That's it. Why do you engage then? What? Turkish student? Why do you engage then? Turkish student? What do you mean, why do I engage? I think it's very clear why I engage. When a fucking content creator who presents themselves as pro-Palestine is telling their 20,000 strong audience of relatively progressive individuals that Israel has a right to bomb hospitals because fucking Hamas is doing command centers on their hospitals, that's Hasbara. That's just fucking lies being told to justify Israel blowing up every hospital in the Gaza Strip. Are you fucking stupid? Doesn't matter. Any content creator that has that size of an audience saying that, I'm going to fucking smoke them. Are you stupid? That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Ben Shapiro says that shit, I'm gonna dunk on him. You know what I mean? Maybe we can speak about South African resistance or Black Panthers, then about the media narrative. Man, shut the fuck up. Go start your own stupid fucking stream then. God, I hate this like backseat producing. Excuse me, I don't like the way you're covering these issues. Okay, you start your own fucking show then. What is this? What is this? You go to the McDonald's and you're like, I don't like the way you're making this Big Mac, please. I'm going to come back there and fix it up myself. Shut the fuck up. Some of you dumb motherfuckers literally think that you got to say in how this is conducted. Like, what is happening? Yeah, make some fucking YouTube videos about that issue and I'll watch them. How about that? Oh. Breaking news. No pushback from his community on it, sadly. That's the problem. Defending against an attack as it relates to dehumanizing a group of people being genocided is not covering drama. Drama can be fun, but in this case, it's different and requires being addressed like you are. It shouldn't need an explanation. Yeah, that's why I separate like other dumb shit, like people being like, I'm talking about his tattoo. I don't give a fuck, dude. I don't care. I don't care whatever tattoo he gets, okay? This is Burger King. We rule. No, the king rules, okay? I am the monarch of burgers. You are the burger peasant. You will eat your gruel and you will like it. Fuck you mean? This ain't burger. This ain't Burger People's Committee, okay? It's Burger King, as the name implies. The People's Republic of Burger? Thank you, Sultan. Exactly. All right. All jokes aside, I like that we laughed a little bit, but let's get back to the harrowing nature of the Burger Reich. And what the fuck's going on? I haven't even talked about this issue as well. Rachel Ziegler brags about Snow White box office bomb, then locks comments, empty theater, career over. Very off topic, but Maya is angry at you.
There's no way.
I know.
Phineas was on the yacht. Fear and.
She almost said the yard. That's disgusting. Phineas would never go on the yard. How fucking dare you, Maya? How dare you?
Me, the only one that actually listens to him, was not there.
How?
Hasan.
What do you mean, how? She hasn't been back in like 11 weeks. How is this my fault? You didn't invite her, dude? Shut the fuck up. That's insane. I literally went to her.
Hasan, of course. How did he know him?
Hasan sets it up. Hasan sets it up at 10 p.m. the night before. You know for a fact I would have driven back.
What? That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That is a fucking lie.
How does he know him?
Because he's stupid.
I'm sorry.
And famous.
I'm
I don't
happy
know.
for him. Them.
I'm not. I'm pissed. If they would have just given me a day notice, I would have been there.
Did you watch it?
I watched part of it. I haven't finished. They did a better job than I thought.
Oh, okay.
But they didn't do as good as I wish they would have.
What are they asking him? Are they like, have you ever tried to self-suck?
Hasan was really focused talking about like the current memes and stuff. It was just, I can't talk.
No, he liked that. He fucking liked it. What the hell? It was a banger episode. He loved it, dude. That's crazy.
I actually can't believe that.
I know. And I told the group text, because they find out the night before, right? And I'm like, fuck. I'm like, Austin, don't talk about planes. Hasan, don't be you. Will, you're fine. And then I was like, okay, one thing for me, will you just tell him that Family Feud means everything to me? That's one of his songs that I really love. And they don't say any of that. Instead, they read the text where they're like, Cutie Cinderella's not here. She said, she warned us though. She prepped because she's a big fan of you. She said, Austin, don't talk. They read that text, not the one where I'm like, tell him that, and I'm like, God damn it. God shit. What? And I was like, I was told, I didn't tell them this, but I was like, they better not have talked about Billy, because like Phineas is his own person, like, like the whole thing.
And they 100% they did.
I don't know. I haven't.
No, we didn't. We never brought up Billie Eilish. Why would we? We didn't even talk about his music. That's so funny. We didn't even talk about what he does. Why would we talk about Billie Eilish? Oh my God. No, it was just like bro on bro intercourse. That's what it was. If you went in if you went into that podcast at any random moment and just like started listening for the hour duration, you wouldn't even know what Phineas does for a living. You might even think he's a TikToker, which I assume is probably a failure on our end as like interviewers. But I think it was more so just to have fun with a friend. Yeah. I watched the entire thing in Patreon. Had no idea that was Billie Eilish brother. Cutie telling the guy who interviewed Bernie how to interview. So funny. She's great. I mean, I have a method. I'm not the best interviewer, but like my method is just to be chill and normal and have a normal conversation. It's not going to be like a normal interview. Okay. I'm not like Joe Rogan, who is very good at interviewing because he's a sponge and a chameleon and does a very good job of not putting himself in the interview. People like that are much better at interviews than myself. Someone like Lex Friedman. I have the worst aspect. I have the worst quality that I have for an interview is that I'm ideologically minded and I'm stubborn and I don't shut the fuck up. Those three qualities together make me a horrible interviewer.
Haven't gotten that far.
Oh my God, I'm so scared. I can't watch it. You have to watch it before. I can't watch it.
Okay, I'll let you know. I'll let you know.
Damn,
Austin, did you know? Ask a fun
They talked about this shit for fucking 10 whole minutes.
question.
What?
So that I saw a clip of was just like Phineas went on this unfollowing spree and it like caused all this drama. And Austin was just like, so tell us about when you unfollowed a bunch of people, which was like, but it was like funny. Like Phineas laughed and stuff. So yeah, but
how does Hasan know Phineas?
Phineas watches Hasan. Yeah.
Why is that shocking to you? Your normal friends watch me, Maya. You fraud. All of your normal friends watch me. They're probably in here right now. How dare you? How dare you? Why do they have such an issue with the podcast? They're hamming it up. Oh no, I forgot. This isn't for the fucking foot soldiers and people who are going to autistically clip this stuff to be devoid of context. We are memeing. We're joking. Okay, I love these people. This isn't real, and they're not being real either. Oh no, people are gonna think this is real drama. Oh my God, and then they're gonna be like, no, they're just hiding it. They fucking hate each other. They're just hiding it for podcasting purposes.
And what, he DM'd him? He was like, hey man, love your content.
I don't know. I'll have to read the messages. Sometimes I've done this. I do it on the pod. I'll take Hasan's phone and I'll look at his Instagram messages because they're just incredible. And like Shane Gillis, who is a very funny comedian, also follows Hasan. And so I messaged Shane from Hasan's phone once and tried to get him on the pod. And
he didn't respond.
But yeah, I don't know how Hasan pulled it. It was very impressive because usually he misses his shoots. He shoots and he misses. But
do they at least like hang out?
I don't know.
Or is that it? Do you think he was scared away? Do you think we'll ever meet him?
Well, that's what I was worried about. That's what I said. I was like, please don't scare him away. Hopefully this is such a good experience. He'll be back in a year, or he'll like want to play basketball with you. Ugh, I doubt it.
I want to play basketball with Phineas.
I don't know if Phineas plays basketball.
Why don't they want to play basketball with me? I play basketball. This is crazy. I'll play basketball with you guys. Why not me? What? Not gonna lie, this is why men need platonic women friends. They keep us in check. No, dude, it's just fucking headache after headache.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that is crazy.
And like, what sucks is like, I didn't get to meet him, and they like called me Cutie Cinderella, and he was like, "Is that her real name?" And then Will's like, "Yeah."
Oh my God.
But hey, I will say, at least Will brought me up. At least he brought me up. Phineas said my name. Phineas has heard the name Cutie Cinderella. That's kind of a big deal. Stupid.
I'm so pissed that you weren't there. I think I have more hours listening to Phineas than I do Billy. We deserve to be there, not them.
What do you mean we? Who's we? You speaking French? You're an enemy. You're an enemy of the podcast. The fuck do you mean? Whine about it. Who's we? We? Is that what you're saying? Who's we, Maya? All of a sudden she wants to play basketball. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of town.
Oh, I know.
We deserve Phineas, not them. That's actually fucked up.
I know.
Oh my God.
I would treat him with so much respect.
Oh
and love
my
and
God.
Kindness. Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by SeatGeek.
They farmed this so hard they put a fucking ad. They slammed an ad in the middle of it.
I was like, I got jealous when I saw Marsha's selfie. I was like, what the hell, Marsh? How did Marsh me? And now I'm like so much more angry. Like it was just a little bit. I did not realize.
And I missed it. I could have been there.
Yeah, that's the worst part. I hate Hasan. That's so messed up. Literally the day before, you could have driven you would have driven overnight. It would have been sick.
No, I couldn't drive overnight. I mean, I found out at 10 p.m. So I could have.
That's okay. Well, I didn't even know that was like a thing. You're a fake friend. You missed Winnie's birthday. I didn't miss Winnie's birthday. I texted Maya back.
They're filming at 10 a.m. the next day. I hate him. But so I couldn't have driven overnight. But I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. Listen, it's okay. I'm gonna watch it. I'm sure they did a good job.
I'm not gonna watch it.
I mean,
until
if
you
I
tell
just
me
go
that it's safe.
to, let's see, Fear and if I just go to the podcast and I click on the episode, let's just look at some of the chapters of what they talked about.
I don't want to know. What if our Patreon episode is just watching the Fear and episode and like crashing out?
They talked about how they talked about the Spud guys.
I don't know who that is.
They're like these guys who sell baked potatoes. They talked about the Spud guys for about 10 minutes, it looks like.
How long is he up? An hour?
An hour and
10 minutes?
And then they talked about Aston Hall, which is that meme you're seeing going around where it's like his schedule.
What is this podcast, bro? They're just going over the notes. It was a banger. It was one of my favorite episodes.
Of the morning, the ice on his face or whatever. They talked about Aston Hall and like morning schedules for about 8 minutes. Then they talked about how their cycles are synced. Then they talked about Turkish barbers. And then they talked about Turkish lore. And then they talked about the unfollowing spree, which is great. We love that. We got to social commentary somehow is what this chapter is called.
I'm so scared.
They are whining about it. It's true.
It looks like it gets a little better. We overthink everything, but that's art. That sounds interesting.
That's nice. Yeah. Okay.
This one says, an easy last question at the end of the show. Let's see.
What's funny is Phineas brought half of this up. Exactly. They don't even realize that they're unintentionally shitting on Phineas and what his interests are, because he was the one that wanted to talk about these things. God forbid the fellas get together one time. Exactly.
Oh, it's Hasan talking about himself.
Do you think Hasan interrupted him a bunch? I bet he did.
I don't know. I don't want to watch it. I'm so scared. I don't know. I'm sure it was good. I'm sure cool. And then let's not forget that they did a Patreon episode as well.
Oh my God.
So let me just check and see. He was there for the Patreon, and it's politics.
Oh boy.
But the comments are saying that this was better than the YouTube episode.
Wow.
But they did talk about politics. And it seems like Phineas was interested.
So you think he'll come on Wine about it and we can...
This is what's funny about it is that they just this is the issue with parasocial relationships, okay? You think you know a guy, you think you know the ins and outs of their consumption and what they like, and then you find out maybe, you know, they like other stuff. If someone is a fan of mine, like obviously they like politics, you know what I mean?
We can talk to him about politics.
I don't. He didn't know my name. He had no clue who I was.
What if we said that we're friends with Hasan?
I think, well, you just said you hated Hasan, so I think he
right now,
signals.
But normally I would give him like a 6.
Well, Hasan is trying to get him on his stream, so just show up the same day.
Keep my name out of your mouth, bitch. You didn't deserve that, and you know it. It's so funny because Phineas is a HasanAbi head, and if you watch the episode, you'll find that out. I mean, he was awesome, and I am going to now actively tell him how awful of a person you are. I'm going to spend every waking moment from this day on, like the petty bitch that I am, I'm going to fucking tell him, like, hey, there's this lady in Texas, and she owns an animal sanctuary. And you would think that she's a nice person. Okay, Bozo, I'm telling Winnie, how dare you? How dare you? It's fine. Me and Winnie have deep bonds. Me and Winnie have deep bonds. It's unshakable. It's unbreakable. She won't believe you. If you tell her, she's going to hate you for it. If you tell her, she's going to hate you for it. Leave Winnie out of this! Leave her alone! In any case, I want to tell him you own an animal sanctuary and you own it so you can hurt the animals. I'm gonna be like, she got a whole ass animal sanctuary so she can hurt them. Like, evidenced by what's going on right here. You're hurting the feelings of poor Winnie the Moo by lying to her. Yeah, it's a sanctuary of pain. Call it an animal hurtuary. Yes.
That's the thing about Hasan.
that's not
Hasan is never
possible.
mad when we show up to his house.
It's true. It is. That is nice of him.
So if you just show up, you're just there. He'll be like, grab a mic, and then you'll become friends with Phineas. If you want.
But I have to fly there, and we won't know what's happening until he's live on Hasan's stream, even if we ask him.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's how Hasan works. He's
God.
very. Yeah. Or you and I, we throw Hasan a surprise birthday party out of the kindness of our hearts, of course, because we love.
We say, "Oh my God."
And I say, Hasan, let me borrow your phone.
Yes.
I borrow his phone, and we invite a bunch of people to his surprise birthday party.
I mean, I'm game. I'll take the free birthday party. Fuck it. It's not a surprise anymore. Yeah, well, it's fine. I'm on board. I'm still on board.
And we make it a networking event.
And then we actually don't invite Hasan.
What?
It's going to be huge. Everybody show up to Hasan's surprise birthday party. It's going to be incredible.
Dude, we can invite Brittany Broski. Also, she's cool.
Oh, I love her.
Did you hear her cover?
Did you hear her cover?
Also, another HasanAbi head. Y'all are playing a dangerous game. Let me tell you, okay? I'm gonna feed them your deepest, darkest secrets. I'm gonna lie about you to them. Anyway, that's wine about it. Don't check it out. No matter what you do, it's icky. It's got girls in it. It's girl talk. Okay. They yell at you for not using your clout to get guests, and they get mad at you for getting guests. That's why Fear End is my favorite misogynist podcast. Yes. Never forget, Fear End is the #1 premium misogynistic podcast out there. And that is precisely the reason why no matter what we do, we're out there still hurting women's feelings. Okay? All right. Now that we took a little brief sidestep into some fun stuff, let's get to it. Let's talk about the devastating realities of modern American existence. Not gonna lie, I learned about you first, but I like Cutie better. Yeah, me too.
News. Off the top here at 5 o'clock, we have just learned that a Tufts University graduate student was taken into ICE custody because investigators allege she was engaged in activities in support of Hamas.
Can I want to pick the brains of like regular Americans who watch stuff like this. I want them to explain to me how they think this is normal and it's good, actually. Like, this is Gestapo shit, right? You got masked, plain-clothed Gestapo agents in broad daylight kidnapping people because they're just saying they don't like what you had to say about Israel. And everyone's like, yeah, that's normal. That's chill. What the fuck?
Now, they did not give any specifics about what the student is accused of doing. WBZ's Beth Germano is live in Somerville, where a rally will soon be underway with people who are, Beth, supporting that student.
Well, the arrest has certainly sent shockwaves through the Tufts University campus. And as students and friends prepare to gather in support of Ramesa Ozturk, the Department of Homeland Security has now confirmed she's been sent to an ICE detention center in Louisiana, which flies in the face of a federal judge who ruled she should not leave Massachusetts without prior notification.
Yeah, they're also actively violating court orders, setting up for a constitutional battle that I think is going to determine the next phase of fascism in this country. There are an estimated 2,000 people apparently at this rally that took place a couple hours prior at the Ramesa rally. I don't know what to say. And they always send them to Louisiana because the judge in Louisiana is more favorable and will take like will make insane decisions, for the record. I told my MAGA mom about Khalil, and she was very alarmed and disgusted, and also told me there are several things she's upset about that this administration has done. The MAGA movement is falling apart. I wouldn't say that it's falling apart, but I do want you to watch this. I want you to watch this, and I want you to understand that this is straight up Gestapo shit, okay? Like, this is not an exaggeration. What they are doing in broad daylight, plainclothes officers running up.
You guys covering your faces? You want to take those masks off? Is this a kidnapping? Yeah, you don't look like it. Why are you hiding your faces? Why are you hiding your face?
If you're processing a lawful order, you should not be ashamed of your identity. I'm kind of confused, actually.
Faces. Can I see some faces here? How do I know this is the police? Seems like bullshit to me. Certainly looks like it. Bit of a kidnapping going on here?
The horrific moment that Tufts grad student and anti-war activist Rameza Öztürk was detained and kidnapped by Trump's ICE thugs. Imagine a bunch of fucking random masked dudes in broad daylight approach you like this, and then they just fucking cover you from all sides, just snatching you in the middle of the fucking day. A real kidnapping. Like, it's not, this is not an exaggeration. When I say fascism is here in the United States of America, I mean it. It is not an exaggeration at all. That's precisely what's going on. She says, call Fatima to her friend. Yeah, consider this. 6 people in plainclothes approach you and begin to cover their faces. At least one appears armed. As they grab your phone and backpack, they do not prove who they are. They say they're going to take you, but they're not saying why. What would you call that? I truly fucking, I really do think that there would have been, I really thought that there would have been more motion against this sort of stuff. I don't know what it will take. I don't know what it will take for people to actively start putting up a fight against this. Not from the people. Protests are erupting. The people are mad. We're mad. You're mad. The people are protesting. They're taking to the streets. That's not the issue. That's not my issue at all. There's a lot of fucking people that are protesting. I think what I'm talking about is like Democrats, even fucking Republicans. Like, this is a severe violation of the American Constitution in the most meaningful way. In ways that will, I guess, I'll explain it this way, okay? Americans are selfish. We're self-interested people. We don't care about people outside of our immediate periphery. Barely do we care about others. A violation of the Constitution of this sort actually has the capacity to harm every single American. This is why I'm saying, like, people have to start recognizing that this is going to harm them as well. Even if they don't care about the humanity of Mahmoud Khalil or Rameza Öztürk. Even if they think like, oh, well, these guys have strange sounding names. Okay? They have to understand that a government that can do this to these people, they will inevitably do it to you as well. It's not fear-mongering. It's simply the expectation at this point. Because the reason why they're starting with like foreign-sounding names, or the reason why was she supporting Hamas though? Bitch, what the fuck do you mean was she, even if she literally was, even if she was like, oh my God, I love Hamas. Hamas is my favorite. Hamas is my best friend. You can't do this. The fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? Was she supporting Hamas though? Like, what kind of fucking question is this? No, there is no fucking conciliatory statement here. You can't fucking concede. What are you talking about? I couldn't even finish my point. My point is that, one, they're lying about that anyway. And two, it doesn't even fucking matter under the current existing constitutional protections. It doesn't matter if she's like, I love Hamas. Hamas is my best friend. If she was running around saying that, you still can't do this. And the reason why you can't do this is because you don't want people to start making decisions on what you say being considered inappropriate to the degree where they can fucking justify deporting you without due process. Revoke your citizenship status without due process. Do you not fucking comprehend this? When there's no due process, there's no checks, there's no assessment. They just claim something and then they fucking lock you up. That's the entire problem with the erosion of due process and a direct violation of court orders. God damn, you're so dumb. People that fucking lean into this like, well, there must have been a real reason for this. They're so dumb. They're believing that a world, they're believing in a world and a system that doesn't exist. They think like, well, there's probably some good reason. Otherwise, why would the government do such a thing? Wake the fuck up. It's because you're overreacting about it. If she's a green card holder, a visa holder, then yes, they can. Doesn't apply the green card. No, that's not true. You're wrong. You're actually wrong. This is what's so fucking frustrating about it. No, you're just objectively wrong. It absolutely does apply to green card holders or visa holders. You know what? I'll take it one step further. It applies to illegal immigrants. Yes, it is. You're wrong. No, I'm not. And if I wasn't wrong, there would be no problems. No court system that says, hey, you can't do this. Do you understand? No, you're just a fucking moron who doesn't know the law. They 100% are not allowed to do this to even non-citizens. Think about that. Who told you that this is actually within the legal confines of the federal government? Tell me right now. Who did you get this information from? Because they're lying to you. You don't need to be charged to have your visa or green card revoked. You cannot take away someone's visa or green card without any reason, okay? You can't fucking do that. If that was the case, there wouldn't be so many checks before you get the visa or the green card. You cannot do that. You can't just like revoke people's citizenship or legal permanent residency status without any significant reason. You absolutely have to have a process where you justify why this is the appropriate method. These are not people that are being nabbed off the street for heinous crimes. Yes, not without any reason, but the Secretary of State holds a large power to revoke them. No, it is a fucking false understanding of it's a bullshit legal interpretation of a tool that has never been utilized, and you're dumb enough to believe that this is a real thing, okay? And no, you don't agree that they need to go through the process. I guess it's fine. No, it isn't. I've read the laws. No, you haven't. You don't understand anything, okay? The Secretary of State has the capacity to potentially revoke the citizenship status or revoke the immigration status or the legal permanent residency status of an individual on U.S. soil. That has an incredibly high fucking bar to clear. Beyond that in and of itself is not a reasonable justification because this is a direct violation of the First Amendment. You are wrong. There is no law in the book that says, I don't like what you had to say, so the fucking Secretary of State decided your citizenship is going to be revoked. This is before we even talk about the morality, because legality is not a substitute for morality. I know the legal interpretation argument that you are trying to make, it is incorrect. If that wasn't incorrect, no one would be able to say anything about it. That's why there is going to be potentially a Supreme Court case on this. Okay. If this was well-established legal precedent, then there would be no question. It would be like, hey, if you kill someone, you go to jail. What do you mean? That's it. If it was like well-established, if there was a well-established legal ground, yeah. Law in Mahmoud Khalil's case was once struck down by Trump's very own sister. Judge Marianne Trump Barry ruled that the law invoked against Mr. Khalil violated the Constitution by giving unfettered discretion to the Secretary of State. There is going to be a Supreme Court case on this. Okay? There's going to most likely be a Supreme Court case on this. And it's going to set the stage for American fascism. Agreed, needs to go to Supreme Court then? No, you can't fucking turn around and be like, oh, sorry, it's in the rules. And then turn around and be like, okay, I agree. Maybe it's not in the rules. The fuck do you mean? If that was the case, then Gestapo agents could just fucking nab any tourist they want to and do whatever the fuck they want to them. Non-citizens and citizens alike on U.S. soil are still protected by the Constitution. This is fucking idiotic. To assume that there's a different standard for non-citizens is wrong. Okay? I thought you had read the law. What happened? Now you're agreeing that it needs to go to the Supreme Court. What happened to your brain in this process? In the 30 seconds that you listened to my words, all of a sudden things change. They are, but there are massive restrictions. What are you talking about? This is, again, we're not even covering the other side of the story, which is that legality is not a substitute for morality. There are plenty of immoral laws throughout time that have been fucking abolished and struck down. Slavery was legal. Abolishing slavery was illegal. Freeing slaves was illegal. Do you think that that was a good law? No. Shut the fuck up. Do you think it is a good law that the Secretary of State revokes the citizenship randomly of whoever they see fit for no real reason other than the fact that they want to make a fucking political point? Can't you understand how that would erode the Constitution in its entirety? There's no more protections for the individual citizen. What do you think the Constitution is there for? What do you think regulations are there for? It's not to fucking curb the actions of free citizens. In most circumstances, the Constitution is there to curb the actions of the state against free citizens. That's why it's there. And you're over here fantasizing about a fucking future where the government has no restrictions whatsoever. It's not for no reason. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is for no reason. If the reason being given is bullshit and they know it's bullshit, this person was representing a significant foreign policy threat, that means it's no reason. Causing 100K damage and being the lead negotiator for a Palestinian group is not a First Amendment protected. Yes, it is, because that person didn't do any of those things. They were the lead negotiator for a Palestinian student group in the United States of America, which is protected by the First Amendment. They didn't cause $100,000 of damage. You just fucking pinned that on him because you're a dumbass who wants to justify the actions of this state because you're a moron who can't see beyond his fucking nose. You literally are just like, you're locked in. This is as far as you see. You're like, oh, this will never come back to me. You're a moron. The entire reason why he was the lead negotiator with the fucking school was because he was calm and collected. He's one of the worst people. If you want to make an argument, he's one of the worst people to fucking use as an example. No, it isn't, he says. I don't even know what he's responding to. And the tough student didn't do that. And neither did this student. This student didn't do anything, as a matter of fact. She was just in the presence of a fucking pro-Palestinian rally. The Indian student who self-deported literally only signed a piece of paper that said Architects Against Genocide. Do you think that's justifiable to fucking deport people over? If you say yes to that, you're a fucking moron. If you think that a government that does that is not going to come after you one day, you are literally the dumbest person on the planet. You have no self-preservation skills. And even if they had, for the record, no idea what she did, so to be honest, can't comment, then why? Why do you have such a firm conviction, a firmly held conviction on the matter when you were wrong on the fucking Marco Rubio reasoning? You literally admitted that, yeah, it should go to the Supreme Court then. You were wrong on what Mahmoud Khalil was even charged with, which he wasn't charged with any of those things that you're saying. And the only thing that he was responsible for is unironically protected by the First Amendment. You're wrong on, you are deluded on all of these other instances of comparable cases of ICE fucking trying to kidnap people and detain them and deport them. What are you right about? You're right about nothing. You are fucking right about zero things in this process. So perhaps, maybe you're wrong about how you don't realize that this will inevitably harm you as well, or a loved one. Fuck. I read the law. You're not even literate, dumbass. The fuck are you talking about? I read the law. You didn't read shit. You don't even know how to read, apparently. Oh. There is no justification for any of these people to be grabbed from the fucking streets, dude. Are you guys kidding? It starts off with immigrants. It starts off with legal permanent residents and student visa holders. It will inevitably move to American citizens as well. Either American citizens that were recently naturalized or American citizens that were born here. That's how this works. There is no finite amount of cruelty that they will stop at, because this is not about a real reason. If there's no real justification for it, then clearly they're just trying to slowly but surely erode the constitutional protections that protect you, the American citizens, against government enforcement. That is the entire point of the fucking Constitution. But dumb fuck First Amendment lovers and Second Amendment lovers can't even understand this basic fact. It blows my fucking mind how stupid these bootlicking libertarians actually are. Oh my God. If they had anything to be able to charge these people with, like serious crimes, okay, that are deportable offenses, that are crimes significant enough for them to actually go through the process of revoking their citizenship and deportation, or legal permanent residency status and deportation, then they would go through it. They wouldn't just fucking try to nab people off the street and then try to expeditiously ship them to fucking Louisiana after judge shopping to find a dumbass judge that's hog enough to say, yeah, let's do it. Let's fucking deport them. They'd get a fucking warrant. They'd go through the court system. They're not doing that because they know they have nothing. Asman hasn't talked about these students yet, so he has no firmly held convictions that he just got last week. Yeah. China is offering first-class air 5-star accommodations, 25K gift bags, and 500 per diem to come rave about the country. Oh my God, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. Wait, where is this from? Like, this person just made this shit up. I suspect. Source: personal knowledge. Dog. Source: I made it up. I just made it the fuck up, dude. Do you see Chinese embassy aunties are tweeting at speed now? CIA 90-year work eradicated. Chinese embassy in the U.S. The 20-year-old popular American YouTuber I Show Speed has kicked off a journey in China that has already garnered massive global attention, which indicates a broader trend of digital influences bridging cultural gaps and creating alternative channels for foreign audiences to understand a vibrant China. Oh, I love that. Oh, I love that. I suspect that they will try to come after... They will try to come after Speed as well and be like, oh, he's a Chinese asset or whatever. Read the tweet under. China has granted unilateral visa-free entry to 38 countries and extended the transit-free visa period. I don't think America is part of them. Yeah, it's not. Can't wait for HasanAbi to get deported. You terrorist supporter fuck. Brother, let me explain something to you, okay? I'm an American citizen. Do you understand that? I'm an American citizen. I was born here. So if the government is deporting an American citizen who is also relatively wealthy, relatively famous, what the fuck do you think they're going to do to you? A country that is fantasizing about deporting me has already put you under the concentration camp, okay? Like, this is the thing that people don't understand, where they're like fantasizing about this growing fascism, where they think that they will somehow come out of it alive and unscathed. Like, you're insane. I don't support terrorists, dude. Dog. That doesn't matter. That's my point. Neither do any of these fucking people, okay? You're a dumbass. You think that the American government is your fucking manager, okay? You're like, oh yeah, no, it's great. I just called a manager and then the manager takes care of this thing because you're stupid enough to just not click X on my live stream where you can't stop yourself from watching me and just get increasingly angrier and angrier while not realizing that an American government that does that to someone like myself is going to fucking destroy you. It's going to destroy you before it destroys me, I promise you. I at least have some kind of financial status to be able to fight against this sort of thing. So you're actively advocating for your own demise. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face. Okay? Bro, every view you have is radical. No one is mad. What? They fired like 60K vets from the VA. What does this chatter think will happen to them? Dude, these guys openly say, like, we don't give a fuck about you, okay? They openly say, we don't give a fuck about you. You're broke. You're poor. And they fucking love it. They're like, oh, hell yeah, sir. Hell yeah. Go dunk on my enemies further. I don't care. You're so stupid, man. Yeah, my radical views are America should stop spending endless amounts of money on global warfare, just murdering fucking brown people at a rapid clip, and instead spend it on dumb fucks like you so you can get health care, so you can get fucking free education. That's my opinion. That's my radical position. If you find that position to be fucking radical, you got to get your head examined. Oh, wait, no, you can't because the hospital shut down in your fucking rural area, okay? And no one is coming to save you. So that's why you sit around in a fucking hovel every goddamn day, angrier and angrier, until the ISPs also remove themselves from your fucking locality. And you go, why did this happen? I can't even watch my least favorite Twitch streamer any longer. Keep advocating for your own demise, dude. Dumbass views. Hope you get yours. Yes, I hope I do get the same output that I put out. I hope that people also advocate for my best interests as well. Because that's what I'm doing for you. You might not recognize it, but that is unironically what I'm doing for you. So I wish that all my haters, instead of being fantasizing about different ways of fucking murdering me, would be fantasizing about different ways of improving my living standards. You know? Like a walkable city. public transit, a reduction in fucking traffic. These are fantastic ways to improve my life in a really meaningful way. I hope you advocate for that in the same way that I advocate for your best interest. Okay? Think about that. How do you not see that you want something truly heinous to happen to me for some reason? Because someone told you I was a bad person. I was a radical person. I was a scary person with scary ideas. And then when you actually come in here and are faced with the reality, oh, fuck, you got deactivated or suspended already. God damn. My man got IP banned before I could even have a conversation with him. Yeah, if you fucking advocate to, I hope that people deport you is a threat to a streamer, you will get fucking banned. What does your views are radical mean? Like they're not the orthodoxy, not the mainstream? How does that make them wrong? No, they don't move beyond that position. They don't even know what my views are that make them radical. They just heard someone say it, so they're just fucking repeating it. How can you stand all this hatred? I'm a leftist, man. What are you talking about? I've been eating death threats when I had 30 people watching me. I was getting death threats at the Young Turks as like not even a major figure at TYT. Are you kidding me? The internet used to be a much more hostile space for people with opinions like mine. That's why I always laugh whenever motherfuckers are like, bro, you're grifting. You saw that being a leftist was really popular and you started grifting to the left. It's like, no, you dumb fuck. Yeah, when you're on the fucking left, you're just going to keep getting death threats and angry little babies, or you're just going to keep yelling about it. They're going to keep yelling at you because God forbid they actually think about the things that I'm saying and go, maybe he's right. Maybe his advocacy is not all what other people have told me it amounts to, like this awful thing.
And based on interviews with neighbors, it appears federal agents were watching and waiting. The screams of a frightened Tufts University graduate student as a half dozen ICE agents intercept her on a Somerville sidewalk and cuff her late Tuesday afternoon.
Where the police?
Her attorney says Rumeysa Ozturk, a PhD student, is a Turkish national here on an international student visa. She was walking up the sidewalk near her home, about to get dinner with friends to break her Ramadan fast, when the masked agents took her into custody and put her in an unmarked vehicle. Neighbors claim they've been watching the area.
We had noticed a person sitting in a Ford Explorer, black Ford Explorer, just on the corner of our street for a full day with the engine on and taking notes, so we were a little bit surprised to see that.
That's one of the cars, and that's the other car that's kind of involved here.
It was Mike Mathis's security camera that caught the arrest, saying one of the vans had been on the street yesterday since the early morning.
Can I see some faces here? How do I know this is the police?
I live in Somerville. You know, we're supposed to be a sanctuary city. We're supposed to be a place of safety. She's a student here on a visa.
It's unclear why Ozturk was targeted. She had allegedly voiced support for the pro-Palestinian movement at Tufts, but was not known as a prominent leader. Her attorney said in a statement, "We are unaware of her whereabouts and have not been able to contact her."
I'm not kidding when I say this. Like, I'm judging by the pattern I've seen so far, it's literally Stop Anti-Semitism, Beitar, and Canary Mission style operations that are directly feeding the federal government new targets to go after. Like, I think they're just like finding random victims. And I mean, they're openly flexing, by the way. Beitar just straight up says they're working with the federal government. They have lists of people They have lists of people that they just send to ICE with the hopes that they'll do this to them. It's fucking insane. Canary Mission doxed her 2 days before she was detained. Well, there you go.
No charges have been filed against Rumeysa to date that we are aware of. Ozturk's neighbor says her friend.
Jewish Zionist groups, Canary Mission, Beitar, ADL, are leading the charge in having Muslims rounded up by federal agents, thrown in ICE detention centers, and deported for their speech, ignoring how anti-Muslim, anti-Arab structural racism and violence is fomented and plays out in this country, and who is at its helm, hand in hand with the government and every major institution, is to aid and allow this fascism to thrive and the eradication of Palestinians to be justified. Dude, you know what's crazy? Simple, don't get on a list. Come on, man. Come on. I know you're trying to be fucking funny and cute, but that's disgusting. Like, I should have permanently banned you. No, but it's yeah. Rumeysa's only crime was writing a fucking op-ed for the university paper last year. Öztürk was a student at Tufts doctoral program for child study and human development, had her visa revoked, her attorney said. The university email confirmed and stated it had no prior knowledge of the incident. Öztürk's attorney, Masa Khambabai, filed a habeas petition in Massachusetts federal court seeking Öztürk's release. The U.S. District Judge Indira Talwani has ordered ICE not to relocate Öztürk out of Massachusetts without advance notice. ICE must also explain why such a transfer is necessary before any relocation occurs. Öztürk has been vocal about her pro-Palestine stance and co-authored a March 2024 op-ed criticizing Tufts' handling of pro-Palestinian activism. Her lawyer says she was recently doxxed on Canary Mission, a site known for targeting pro-Palestinian activists by publicly sharing their photos and details. This is reportedly the first known instance of a student activist being targeted by federal immigration authorities in Boston. A protest is scheduled at 5:30 p.m. at Powder House Square Park in Somerville in response to the detention. They kidnapped a Fulbright scholar off the streets of Somerville and absconded her to Louisiana with zero due process and no known criminal charges, very likely in response to bogus anti-Semitism allegations stemming from an op-ed she wrote critical of the atrocities by Israeli state. I've just been informed by the government council that Rumeysa has been sent to Louisiana. It took nearly 24 hours after she was detained for me to be appraised of her location. I have been unable to speak with Rumeysa, but have requested that I have the opportunity to speak with her immediately. Government officials have not yet provided me with the charges against her or any evidence that she has engaged in any wrongdoing. Rumeysa is a Fulbright scholar and a PhD student who deserves to be back at Tufts completing her PhD. No, deport the supporter of terrorists. Lesson here, don't support terrorists, especially as a guest in our country. Send the Jew hater back to Turkey. She FO and now FO. Gaza State has a very nice PhD program. It's like, I don't think many on the left would have predicted that Jewish supremacy was going to be the vanguard of fascism, but it is, and people need to wake up. These are religious fanatics engaged in a holy war, and I'm sorry, but the lack of civil war in the U.S. Jewish community is telling. I'm actually kind of shocked. I will admit, like, Jews who have historically been at the fucking forefront of revolutionary actions, it is shocking. It is genuinely shocking that more Jews are not fucking alarmed by the fact that, like, these Zionist institutions that masquerade as Jewish institutions are actually, like, Jewish advocacy groups are actually unironically doing neo-Nazi shit. I know this is preaching to the choir. I'm not talking to you guys in here. Obviously, you guys, my Jewish fans, are very tapped into this and very frustrated. It is... Why? Why is it shocking to me? I don't know. Centuries of pogroms and the fucking Holocaust? How the fuck do Jews not realize how quickly this will turn on them? You have to be a real dumbass if you think that this is going to... that people are not going to be resentful and spiteful towards you, okay? And when that turn comes, okay, when that turn comes, do you think that the American government is going to protect Jews? Fuck no. They're going to be like, yeah, all right, pack them up. Yeah, they got a lot of wealth. Let's extract it. That's what they're going to fucking say. Yeah. No, I know Brian is Jewish. I know. Like, we're not that far removed from the fucking Holocaust. Like, how are people this comfortable leaning? How are Jews specifically this comfortable leaning into the same fucking neo-Nazi shit that slaughtered their grandparents? Like, what the fuck? It doesn't make any sense. Like, do you just have collective amnesia? How the fuck are you not at the forefront, beyond Jewish Voice for Peace? I'm talking like all of these Jewish advocacy groups should be dismantled piece by fucking piece by Jews who are like, no, this is done. You've gone way too fucking far. Yeah, even parents, not even grandparents. Like, for you guys, yeah, your grandparents. But Jews over a certain age, like, they either A, there are still living survivors of the Holocaust, B, immediate parents and family members that were slaughtered in the Holocaust. How the fuck do you not understand? This is the same shit. It's starting. It already started. It's here. I don't understand it. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand it at all. Like, the other part about it is that, like, the government is not exactly hiding that they don't, like, they're just like fake using the anti-Semitism thing as a cudgel. Like Grant Minor, okay? Grant Minor was the Columbia Student Workers Union leader, okay? Grant Minor is fucking Jewish. And not only was he Jewish, but he also was a PhD student for fucking Jewish historical literature. Like, what the fuck? He's one of the people that got fucking clapped in this process. He's an American citizen, so they didn't deport him. But, like, they kicked him. They revoked his fucking, they revoked his diploma. Yeah, they're using Executive Order 1488, by the way, to do this, to add insult to injury. I don't know, man. I don't know where we go from here. This is insane. Oh, pretty sure it was majoring in European history, something like that, and not Jewish history. No, it was specifically Jewish literature as it relates to the fucking, I forget which historic time period it is. Medieval Iberian literature. Yeah. No, it's not Levantine. Yeah, it's medieval Iberian literature. You're right. It really feels like as long as the domestic fascism never come into American Jews supporting Israel, there's no limit to what will be tolerated and even championed by them. The entire project is predicated on fascism against non-Jews. The difference between that and overt religious supremacy is getting blurrier and blurrier by the day. It is overt religious supremacy because Zionism, which is, especially in the United States of America, the expression of Judaism is not done on the boundaries of like Yom Kippur or following the religious tenets closely. It's, for many secular Jews, it's done on the boundary of Zionism. It's become this like national religion. It's the most, all the aspects of community, all the aspects of like religious expression almost always tie back to the Zionist project, the defense and the maintenance of a religious, ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state. Look, everything, all the symbols of religion are used in this regard, and basically it's this self-sustaining cycle of propaganda. So for a lot of people, I feel like this is just, my experience talking to anti-Zionist Jews and Zionist Jews alike. As far as I understand, it is basically a substitution from, following the religion or having a sense of community on the boundaries of Judaism, and instead following the religious aspects through and finding a sense of community over defending Israel. Yes, I'm just saying my family members, for example, wouldn't outwardly support religious supremacy like Kahanism, but what is truly the difference between that and turning a blind eye to domestic fascism done in their name? At the end of the day, it's the same bullshit. Yeah. No, that's okay. You're right. Yes. Kahanism is a grosser, more overt version of that, but I've seen like yellow ribbon liberal Zionist accounts basically saying never again just means for Jews, like straight up Kahanist shit. Actually, never again just meant for the Jews, not for you. Like that's an insane thing to say, dude. That's just like undermines everything I've read and everything I've learned about like Jewish culture in general through centuries of fucking overcoming historic wrongs. It's insane. They're also going to say we gave you Israel and let you do a genocide. Honestly, I think it's because they're paying attention to our elitists in Behar and shit. Most others are checked out like your normie friend, at least I hope. No, that's not true. You're wrong about this. I don't know if you have many Jewish friends. I don't know if you're Jewish yourself, but if you have many Jewish friends, no. Every Jewish person I know has an opinion on this on either side of the spectrum. They've watched this stuff closely. I've yet to meet normie Jews that are just like, yeah, I don't really care. I don't really know what's going on. Like that's the one thing I will actually say is incorrect. Very strong opinions. Very, very strong opinions. Either incredibly in support of everything that's going on, or maybe lightly in support of what's going on, but certainly aware of it, or of course, incredibly strong opinions against it. I guess maybe Aiden Ross would be the one American Jew that doesn't really fully comprehend that or anything. Yeah, a Jew here, every Jew is tapped into this issue, even if they literally aren't political in the slightest and their opinions aren't wishy-washy, they're strong. Yes. Yes, there's no grill-pilled Jews on the issue of like both Israel and on the issue of domestic anti-Semitism, whether it's a hysterical approach to domestic anti-Semitism, conflating it with like pro-Palestinian sentiment, or real fears of anti-Semitism because of the valid concerns of growing anti-Semitism. No one is grill-pilled on that front. No one's just like, I don't know. Yeah, I guess maybe it's happening. Or at least if there is one, I have yet to meet them. I don't know about this Israel-Palestine stuff, man. I just want to grill some latkes. Yeah. To be fair, I do live in Los Angeles. So my opinions, I do live in Los Angeles, and most of my friends live in New York. And so that is what's guiding my opinion on this. And let me tell you, okay, this part of the country, not a lot of great opinions. Very different than New York. Your chat is appropriating grill pill from Kushbomb. Yes, that's what we're doing. It's called a callback, not an appropriation. Oh. Anyway. This is all I got for today. I'm tired. No, New York Jews are just as bad when it comes to Israel, especially the Long Island Jews. Dude, look at the UCLA campus protests and the counter protests versus the Columbia campus counter protests. The Columbia campus counter protesters were cops, okay? Anti-terrorism unit. They weren't fucking Persians who were ready to fucking throw hands from all ages, from like 17 to fucking 75. Anyway, we'll go hang out with my mom. Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna have Ested Herndon on. Sorry for not gaming tonight. You know, I'm a little tired. Love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Anne at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.